peace, restore our Gloria to live forever. Bring down the dark regime and know how to unleash eternal power. Lead us to order.
The
feel the vibe align. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light against all odds. We'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look down at the tide, it's our warning sign. It's time to rock the wave or get swept aside. Crash through barriers, our destinies untied. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through the noise. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Hey, look up at the sky, it's just a starting line. Radiant rebels in the silent fray. In the pulse of dawn, we embrace the day. We find harmony in mayhem, finding our own beat. Eyes ablaze with laser focus, dancing through the storm. We become the light. We become the light against all odds. We'll set a flame in this never-ending fray. Eyes alive in the pulse of dawn, we find our beat when the chances take form through.
Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go on to the disco. It's Saturday night. It's Saturday night. Let's stay up all night long and go
un santo, pero estaré hasta que no estés. Si quieres me largo. Si vuelas yo vuelo también sobre el asfalto. Más vale mala que buena en conocer, por eso aquí te guardo. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Un egoísta, te busco la noche, si no estás pues parto la pista en busca de otra para llenar el cuarto. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Si me ves solito no ataca, como si me saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Yo quiero tenerte pa' mí. Quiero lo mismo, sé que tú tienes mi egoísmo. También sé que va a mi ritmo. Tú eres una diabla, se te nota cuando me hablas. Que te pica si otra me habla. Si me ves solito no ataca, como son saca. Sé que mi cara me delata, yo te visualizo con la tata. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Ay. Yo quiero tenerte por mí. Yo quiero tenerte por mí.
Oh my. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving.
I couldn't find nobody else like you. Been let down each time that I've tried to find another, but I always come back to you. We're a perfect match made in the fire. You know you can't fulfill my desires. Many try, but I only got you in my eyes, in my eyes. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody, nobody.
Give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving,
Oh my.
give me your loving, give me your loving, give me your loving, your loving. Oh my, your loving. Oh my.
I've been all night waiting for you to come home. I've been all night waiting for you to come home. Oh my, come on, let's do this dance tonight. I gotta have you, boy, you're playing with my heart. We look around, but we don't see nobody else. Nobody.
Nobody. Give me your loving, give me your
time I accidentally saw you in the nude. This way I'm trying not to be rude. Please believe me, I'm not this is stopping you. Wish I could just get you off my mood, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. Yeah, what you doing to me? What you doing to me? My heart beats faster every time I see you. The way you move, the way you talk, and the way you eat your food. How is it possible that you're so down? At this point, I do anything for you. Wish I could just get you off my mind, but you just pop back into my head every time. Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you doing to me? What you doing to me? Say what you doing, what you doing, what you doing, what you doing to me. Everybody knows that I can hide it, can't deny it. It's so obvious, yeah, it's plain to see. But you seem like you don't know what's going on. Just in case, apologize if I'm coming on you strong. And what you doing to me? What you
Don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. You were staring at the window, and I said, I wanna take you to the sea. And when I'm better, we'll do everything. I gotta stop making promises I can't keep. But if I was gone tomorrow, won't the waves crash on? Is it selfish that I'm happy as we pass the setting sun? Someday I'll be overcast, but you won't have to cry, 'cause we'll do the grieving while I'm by your side. I said, don't try to make yourself remember, darling. Don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, 'cause when we're gone, everything goes on. And I'm so scared of getting used to this. All the vines that keep you tethered in your room. we did before. Then I felt you on my shoulder, and you weren't suffering anymore. You said, I'm sorry that you worried, but don't apologize. I told you to forget me, but you stayed by my side when I said, don't try and make yourself remember. Darling, don't look for me, I'm just a story you've been told. So let's pretend a little longer, and when we're gone, everything goes on. Tell myself, help push it away, and I'm chasing whispers before they all just fade. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? I will find a this porcelain mirage may start to break. Each piece a reminder, every single little mistake. So how can I leave it all behind when I refuse to watch it fall to dust? Tell me why it won't ever be the same. I'll burn it all, no matter who's to blame. I'll find a way. I'll find a way.
This set has been a journey of wild wizardry, epic duels, and limitless imagination. Now, the moment has come for our budding sorcerers to enter the dueling grounds of the Magitorium and conjure victory in the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians crown. For this Grand Mage Summit, we've expanded the slots from 32 to 40, giving even more tacticians a chance to qualify. Thanks to APAC, CN, and EMEA's performances in the previous Tactician's Crown, each will receive an additional spellcaster slot for this event. In total, APAC and CN will each send 11 of their finest wand wielders to duel, while EMEA plus Americas will send 9. One final spot is reserved for our Inkborn Fables champion, Dish Soap.
Does not want to fall. They're all banging down on her, and with that, he does it!
Dish Soap wins the Tactician's crown!
Now, hold on to your wands. This is the final chapter. Points will be awarded based on each tactician's performance. First place earns 8 points, and last place gets just 1. Day 1 will see our tacticians enter the dueling grounds. 40 players split into 5 lobbies will face off in 6 games, shuffling lobbies every 2 rounds. To advance, you'll need to be among the top 32. On day 2, every 2 games, the bottom 8 tacticians will be eliminated until only 16 remain. After that, 3 final games will decide the top 8 who advance to the grand final showdown. This is where our mages will unleash their most chaotic and daring hexes to claim the crown. The remaining sorcerers will battle it out in a checkmate format, aiming to hit the 20-point mark, then summon one last victory to become the Tactician's Crown champion. With fire, ice, portals, dragons, and maybe even a touch of sugar, prepare yourselves for the most spellbinding duel the Convergence has ever seen. Meet you for Mayhem on November 8th.
Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from And I know, and I know, and I know, and I know what you're thinking. You wanna get back into my life. You could have had me, boy, but you let me go. And now our story's over. Ain't it funny how I really don't mind? Don't wanna be with ya. Believe me, it's true. I've never been better since I left you. I don't wanna see ya. You know that it's true. This time I mean it. I'm done and we're through. Don't waste my time. You'll never be mine. I'm moving on. I gotta be strong. Keep me from falling. I don't want you back. I'm better than that. I'm moving on. So goodbye, so long.
Our grand magical competition is just beyond the veil, where the Tactician's Crown lies in wait. Over 3 days of spell-slinging frenzy, madness will descend upon the Convergence.
Add up with the executions, but the Nami actually does get the stun onto the Jinx.
Close fight, but it is not enough.
君道者的回血，维鲁斯一剑射过去，皎月还在，瑞子没倒下，放一个技能。
It's time to unleash the Eldritch, play with fire, and maybe even save the bees. All to stir up some serious mayhem.
와, 뚫렸어요. 이러면 사실상 구도가 망가져.
Like of course, he was the one holding the briars this whole time. Fairies gotta be stronger, but no, the mages are actually holding the line. We can see they're learning to spell. One more cast, but it's not coming.
From the dueling grounds, only one will be crowned champion of this spellbinding showdown.
都比较久哦，哎，没有用一个，但没有血，但是
是给上，格拉斯启动第一波，还有很多人要带走了，夫妻倒在了第3名的位置。
Get ready to flex your hexes.
Only a handful of players have climbed the highest peak of TFT. Since Galaxies, we have crowned a champion of each set, defined by being the best player to showcase their skills and mastery to outlast and outsmart their competition. Each year, this set championship has grown in scale and increased in difficulty as TFT has grown as a game and as a community. 292 players have walked through these doors to compete for the glory, and only 9 have walked away as champions. Today, we look to crown one more. Welcome everyone to the final day of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. I am so honored to be here alongside some incredible friends to send off the Magic and Mayhem TFT set in style. How are you guys feeling ahead of the final day? I have so many jitters and nerves for all of our players that are about to take the stage.
Well, now, after that intro, I definitely have goosebumps. I don't know about you guys, but that had me feeling it.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend, I feel like we've gotten to see the Magic, we've gotten to see the Mayhem, and it's funny because everything leads up into this moment. And it feels like there's been so many stakes up to this point, and now we're here, and the dust has kind of settled a little bit, and all of a sudden we're going to go straight into it and feel those stakes again.
It really is a new era for TFT. We haven't seen a region emerge so dominant like APAC with 5 seeds out of the 8 here, and also, unfortunately, America's missing it. They've won 3 out of the last 4 championship titles, so this is tectonic shifts in the entire landscape.
And it was a really difficult tournament. There were 40 players that started off on day number 1, and I feel like already that set the stage for this to be a really fierce battle between our players. I mean, even just looking back to yesterday where the stakes were at their highest, we were cutting players every 2 games until we got to our final 8.
I feel like we can't ignore the change in the format for this set. Having the 2-game cutoff on day 2 made huge shifts in the way that players had to play the game. We've never seen players have to play this first or 8 style coming out of the gate on day 2. And you saw that the lobby dynamics were so unique, where some players were playing more conservatively, but so many players every single round were forced into a riskier play style.
I mean, just look back to those final 3 games of the day.
Those were crazy.
Yeah.
Those were next level TFT, I will say. That was some craziness that was going on there in those games.
Well, in case you missed it, check out this video to catch you up to speed on what happened in day 2 of the Tactician's Crown. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. We are so excited to be back with another day of action for day 2 of the competition.
You can go toe-to-toe with this comp, but no, so much damage.
The Zanya's proc made all of the damage bypass that Rumble, instead go straight to the Callisto, to the Ahri instead. And this time, Araya, despite being able to get a very strong board, is stronger than Spencer, but not stronger than Dank Memes, and because of that, will go out in 3rd, Spencer in 2nd, and Dank Memes, once again, we saw it in the America's Golden Spatula.
Gets one of the targets, so gets the Hunter additional attack damage, but it is little to no avail.
Blitzcrank is just too strong, and the rest of the unit takes it away. Milk.
See Lilia ascend one more time as she has made her way to the backline. Milio and Nora just supporting one little horsey and a dream as Gear absolutely dominates this lobby.
Oh, there's so many units.
Total domination.
He has more units than he started off with by the end of that. It's just ridiculous.
I think with that, we can safely say that title will get knocked out here, and Spencer, in a last effort to push Americas into day 3, takes 1st place.
I forgot we had a perfect game yesterday.
Mr. 100.
Yes, Gear PYM, the dark horse from APAC. This just goes to show you how crazy some of these high rolls can be, and it's all going to be about putting those combos together to make it work.
While there were some really exciting moments, there was also a lot of heartbreak. When we take a look back at our standings, we get a chance to celebrate those players that unfortunately were not able to make it quite this far, but still put on a phenomenal performance.
The players that stand out to me, I mean, 9th and 10th place. You're right on the bubble of making it into the final day. Milk and Spencer, the 2 players from the Americas. I mean, listen, I want to give credit to Milk. Milk in that final game needed a top 4, and Milk went out swinging with the way Milk plays the game. Went for a full open into Fairy, just barely missed out on the placement. But listen, I mean, it's a hard tournament.
And I want to give a shout out to the Philippines there. Araya and Mald actually finished within the top 8 after day 1, but unfortunately weren't able to make the cut. They were one of the smallest servers in the APAC, but they showed up way oversized.
Before we get into the action, everybody at home, make sure that you are following along and also playing along. The Pick'ems powered by AWS are back open so that you can make your predictions for what might happen on this final day of competition. Lots of cosmetics on the line, and some of our Pick'ems might have gotten busted over the past couple of days, but don't lose out hope. You could end up at the top of the standings after the competition finishes out today. But I think this is the perfect time for us to start talking about the format, because this format on the final day is so unique.
It is, right? We've now been to a couple of sets where the checkmate has been played, and that means players need to reach a certain threshold, we call it check, and then win one more game to take it all home. And it can go a wide array of games. We've seen 4, we've seen 7. Any bets on what's it going to be today?
Oh, I actually think this is going to be a long day. I think my expectation is 7 games. The main reason is because reroll meta is a lot easier to get griefed when you're in a position to go for a first place finish.
That was a very well-educated guess. I'm just going with 8 because I want to see lots of chaos and mayhem. And I do want to point out there is an alternative win condition. If it goes to 8 games, it gets decided based on points.
Yep. 8 is the maximum number of games that we can play today, so let's all cross our fingers that we have a lot of amazing TFT action ahead of us for this final day of competition. What to expect, though, when it comes down to the meta? Because over the past couple of days of competition, players have had to play more for consistency. I know yesterday maybe things got a little bit more exciting when it came down to having to play for those first places if you were lower in the standings. But if you take a look at our top comps from day 1 and 2, most of this is reroll.
I expect the first 3 games to be very similar right here. People need those points. The fastest you can checkmate is within 4 games. So this should be what the meta will look like in the top 3. Very consistent if you get your own solo lane here, and there is a lot of AP rerolls that I would like to point out. The Syndra, the Mages, and the Ahri, I think that's the mainstay of how everyone is going to start.
I mean, I think you make a great point there, because it's so easy with the rerolls to end on similar lines, find yourselves backed in the position, and we saw this yesterday particularly, where you just have a really good spot for something, but so does someone else, and that's where the trouble starts.
It's about posturing and bullying, right? Those are the 2 keys to success for the day.
I'm glad you said it.
You need to make sure that everybody knows from the get-go where you're going. At this point in time, people cannot afford to pivot into contesting players. Yes, you're playing for points. If you have a bad spot, you want to make sure that you aren't going to be, going 8th in those early games. So I expect everybody to try and play uncontested lines at the beginning of the day.
It's kind of why we saw a lot of our players actually pick those hero augments on 2-1, so you can signal the best way possible. This is my comp.
That's
Don't
right.
you dare touch it.
That makes me think of yesterday. I don't know who it was, but there was a player that picked up Hunter Crest out of the gates, first augment, and insta started pinging it, saying like, guys, I'm on this line, I'm locked in, don't you dare do it.
After we've been talking about the standard meta, you do have to take a first place to win it all. So these are the specific win conditions we've seen players reach for. It's all about high vertical caps, and another big thing is about those Ornn item combinations. Like Gear PYM, the Mr. 100 did have that Zanias plus this suspicious trench coat, that's always a mouthful, combo going in.
On the flip side, though, we saw players gamble with things like What the Forge. I believe it was Jedusor on day 1, or it might have been Gobo, one of the 2 of them. I keep forgetting.
They're close friends, it's fine.
Who took What the Forge and completely whiffed. Clement outlined there are certain combinations that when used in conjunction with one another allow you to get that peak. Sometimes you take it and you cannot find anything that really fits the board. So it is a gamble.
What about 10 Portal, though?
He's
had 10
that
Portal
ought to
a
do
couple of times, I think, which was so exciting.
The risk, though, is you play for something like the vertical portal, and what if you don't get that second portal emblem? And then you're playing 8 portal, you're never winning with 8 portal.
That's what you say.
Similarly, we've seen Witchcraft kind of crop up. Also, one of those vertical traits you really need those 2 emblems for. So I love seeing them. Personally, I think they're super fun. But I think our players are also super fun. So why don't we start talking about them? Clement, you already mentioned Gear PYM in that What the Forge game. Mr. 100, as we dubbed him correctly, based on that Lilia game yesterday. And I just want to say, there are multiple challenges in a global championship like this one, because all of these players, of course, have stuff going on in their actual real life as well. And Gear PYM this weekend has exams, final reports due, lots of stuff that he needed to do for his university, and also doing prep for globals and making it into the day 3 is amazing.
He didn't know he would be here after a golden spatula because he wasn't in the top 8. This has never happened before. But because the APAC was so stacked, he did get the substitution. I do want to talk about him as the dark horse of APAC. Nobody really saw him coming. He only showed up at the very end of the set. And if you look at his stats, they weren't that promising because he's the only sub 50% top 4 player coming into this Tactician's crown. However, he does have a very high first place rate. We think that he's a very eccentric player. He loves to play Warwick reroll. Honeymancer is his favorite line. So when it goes to that checkmate format, you can never count him out.
You are talking about the dark horse from the APAC region. I feel like this is the perfect time to talk about Bamyang, who is most certainly not a dark horse from the APAC region. If you've been following along with APAC, Bamyang has shown from the beginning of the set that he is a step ahead of the strongest region in the world. He's one of only 2 players from APAC to have made final day in all 3 cups. Koala had enough qualifier points coming after the 3rd cup that he qualified for the Tactician's crown before even setting foot at the Golden Spatula. And I think most impressively, Bamyang is one of only 10 players to have had a 20% win rate or higher before the Tactician's crown. And actually, he's kind of showed us that here as well.
He has, but it's so funny that he is maybe seen by us as somebody that is not necessarily a dark horse, but he sort of thinks of himself as one because it's just not being as known or maybe being a little bit humble. But you're right, the stats totally back this up. Has a very high win rate coming into the final day of competition, 23% first place rate. That's really good.
The most important thing I want to call out about Bamyang is that he started his competitive journey after set 4.5, the Fates Championship, where 8L Jaywalking became the first ever Korean global champion of TFT. And Bamyang saw that and said, you know what? I want to give it a shot. And now here he is. We talked about standing on the shoulders of giants that came before us yesterday with Araya and Mauld. Bamyang, we're seeing it once again, and he has a chance, if just for a moment, to put Korea in stardom of TFT.
He can do it too.
He can.
I mean, over the last couple of days, I think what's been so amazing is that he's been able to show off such strong fundamentals. I just think back to the Sweet Tooth Nunu game that he ended up having. Yes, maybe there was a Radiant Warmogs that ended up helping make that composition as strong as it did, but you don't win without positioning that Nunu perfectly.
That's true, but let's move on and talk a little bit about the last hope of CN, because in past sets, quite notably so, there were always a couple of CN players making it through that day 3. This time around, Ziyue, the only player that makes it for the CN region, was the favorite going into this tournament, but now, of course, a lot of pressure from that region to maybe get yet another title after, you know, the big heroes like Hwanmyeon did not make it. And we looked at the stats, Gangly. We're gonna need a little bit of extra cooking, it seems.
Yeah, I mean, Ziyue, one of the most consistent players across the entirety of the set. The one caveat is that Ziyue had one of the lowest win rates coming into the Tactician's crown, and now in the top 8 has the lowest win rate of the 8 finalists. The format changes. Consistency is not actually enough to win you the crown. So what I want to see from Ziyue is that get into check, and then you have to make the change. You cannot play like yourself. You have to go for the gamble.
Yeah, and I think that's where we're going to have to see Ziyue maybe try to make up some differences in those play styles. I think one way to potentially do that is through Trait Tracker. This is an augment that we haven't actually seen a whole lot of just yet, but Clement, can you break down why this is such a high win rate percentage?
No problem, and we do have to go back to the CN region to take a look at this because they are the only region to have actually played in the checkmate format beforehand. And before looking at the actual footage, we're going to tell you a little bit about the Trait Tracker combinations going into this one. We have a great cheat sheet that all of the players I know competitively actually use from Mindful One here, and it showcases all of the different combinations you can possibly find. A couple of big ones that we should have showing up really quickly right here is the triple trait units. You're either going for the Sugarcraft ones with the Bard and the Rumble, or most likely going onto the Portal route, coming in with the Galio or the Zoe. Those are kind of the two lines, and for you aficionados out there, you have to remember, even though that the Drew trait coming in from Wukong is a unique trait, it still does count for Trait Tracker here. So those are the important things. Thank you, Mindful One. We have worked with you many times before. Take a look at this. I know all the players have this one on speed dial. Now that we have all of that information on how to put Trait Tracker together, let's take a look at it in action. It's so important in checkmate format because while people can deny your units, they cannot deny your actual emblems. Now let's take a look at how people set this up. Typically you want to do it on the augment selection turn around 4-2 because this gives you extra 20 seconds to set your entire board. You have those combinations we saw from Mindful One set up on 4-1. You go into this one and there's a couple big ones that you really want to find. Right here, this is an example from Tucci, and the biggest one has to be the Arcana emblem here. Because the Arcana emblem, once you have 5 Arcana, actually gives you 6% damage amp for every additional emblem. Right here, it's already 55% damage amp in. As we talked about, he is going for the Sugarcraft line, and let's just watch this roll down. What's so fun about this is it takes a lot of APM to actually make all of this work together. It has a huge find on the Xerath as well, which gets you to 5 Arcana, opens your Ascendancy charms, and also allows you to get the Signifier bonus that we talked about from the emblems here too. Then you have to fill in with the additional sort of legendary units, and when you're looking through it, usually it's going to be a Varus, a Blaster that is your primary carry, and you top out with the Xerath to finish out on the end. This was all done in 50 seconds. Tucci set his entire board there and went on to have a very, very strong run. I expect to see a lot more Trait Tracker as the primary win condition when someone is alone in checkmate.
Thank you so much, Clement, for that tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. We know that TFT can be a really high analytical game, but we can't forget that TFT at its finest is about the people that are behind that computer screen. I think one of those people that really comes to mind for me is Darkest, who finds themselves in this final 8 of the competition. I mean, Darkest, I thought, retired and now has had the comeback season of the century.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny story, right? There was this tweet they put up saying, we have it at the bottom here. Unfortunately, I didn't make it to regionals this way. I don't have a way. But then, similar to what we were saying for Gear earlier, the store opened up, gave them another slot, and then with that, just pushed on through 6 times at the regional finals in EMEA. We know this player very well, but that ceiling breakthrough didn't happen before, and now it finally has been done, and I feel like the world is exposed to the great creativity that has come out of Darkness.
Yeah, I mean, Darkest won 3 games yesterday, and in fact comes into this final lobby today with the highest win rate out of the entire 8 field, 38.46%. I'm going to round up, and that's almost half.
Yeah. Basically 50%.
Yeah, that's girl math right there.
That's right. Round up again, it's basically 100.
I mean, I take those odds if you ask me, but I just want to also add to that they played a wide array of comms. There was not like this one lean into a Jinx board or something that we've seen from some other players. Darkest really staying open with their choices on what comms to go for and bringing them to a first place is truly, truly impeccable.
I love the potential of a Cinderella story, and Darkest at the precipice right now capable of doing that. I think another potential Cinderella story we have in front of us is Midfeed. Midfeed for a long time has been known as the supporting character in APAC, a roommate, a teammate, a solo queue rival of YBY1, but never the star. And now Midfeed, is in an opportunity where they've had this breakout set, they've turned around their tournament results, complete 180, and is kind of rebuilding themselves, not as a supporting character, but as a main character. And this is a very unique opportunity where someone like Midfeed gets to play alongside one of their closest friends that we have, like YBY1, and now contend with them for a spot at the Tactician's Crown.
Sorry, I was giggling a little bit because there was a tweet in the lower third there that was talking about a $20 donation kiss between the two of them, and it just shows how close to friends they really are. But I think it is partially the mentorship that's come through from YBY1 that maybe midfeed has helped to find some success in this tournament, but YBY1, one of the biggest threats we have in the field.
Midfeed might have dominated Vietnamese ladder, but YBY1 came home with the results, and that's why he's the GOAT in that region. Third place at Monsters Attack overall. In APAC, if you look at the stats, he is only behind Tidal overall career-wise, and we call him the closer. He has participated in 8 Riot events, and he has top 8 in 4 of them. So half of the times, he makes it to the final tournament. If you look at the tournament so far, he was the best player on day 1, highest points on day 2, and it wasn't even really close. He was 12 points above the cutoff line. So I think when you're looking at this tournament performance so far, he has to be considered the heavy favorite.
Well, you know, APAC might have the GOAT, YBY1, but EMEA has the boar, Volta. So let's roll the tape.
I did start playing TFT on set 1, but at this time I was not really good. And today I ended up being on the last day of the Tactician Crown for the 4th time.
When Volta just barely sneaks in off that 2 tanky Honeyman C, 66 points is the cutoff in the end after these 13 games.
Volta has a good chance to win tomorrow. There are a lot of good players, but I think like all of them, like Volta would be one of the favorites for me.
Tactician Crown will be mine.
I love seeing it, right? I mean, I think he's such a fun character. We talked to him yesterday in the interview. He always is quick on his wits and also not so quick on his rolls sometimes, but we don't need to get into that.
Well, I mean, even a self-proclaimed high roller, as he said himself. But it was so cool to watch that final game where Volta ended up going for the Kog'Maw reroll, ended up finding some really great items, just being able to sort of maybe weave in and out of all of the other Hunter players that were trying to contest that line, and find himself in the final lobby today. 5 times at the Tactician's Crown. Another final lobby for Volta, and maybe the crown this time around.
I mean, you're seeing it behind us, kind of the achievements thus far, the closest he's come, that 7th in Runeterra Reforged and the 4th in Galaxies, where kind of the taste of victory so close, and yet so far this time around, Volta looking to maybe change that.
We talk about YBY1, Volta. These are kind of the category of players that are the kings without a crown, right? Both incredible high highs, but narrowly have missed that actual championship crown. This is their opportunity to do it.
What about the final raid boss, though?
Yep. Ooh. The king with the crown.
Yeah, the king with the crown. It's Tidal. Tidal has already won a Tactician's Crown and comes back to potentially repeat that. But this is not the first time that we've seen Tidal take on a tournament like this and be in a position to see a final lobby and yet another crown.
I cannot overemphasize how important Tidal is to the storyline of TFT esports here. In a world of variance in RNG, Tidal could show up as our Faker-esque figure and the constant, the true north of TFT in terms of playstyle. He's the only of the 4 horsemen left, and even though he hasn't shown up always on the competitive stage, stat-wise, he is still the best player out of the entirety of APAC. I also want to tell everyone how much he's ramped up in day 2. 43 points, eclipsing everyone, even YBY in his run. We call him the protagonist. He always scales up, and if he closes it, this would be the biggest story in our esports ever.
I mean, you mentioned it already, Necra. Runeterra Reforged. I was there, I remember. And let me just tell you how dominant that run was, because Clement, you've been saying Tidal is a player that plays to the format, and this could not be more true. In that final game, when Tidal took the crown, he left himself all options open, and then once every other player decided their line, he said, okay, this one is open, I'm taking it, and I'm running with it. And he left no one else a chance.
What Tidal represents to me, he is the true mantra of it only takes one. It only takes one player to put a region on a map. We've talked all weekend long of how players like Araya and Mauled represent so much for their region, how 8L jaywalking then led to Bamyang being here on this stage. This is what Tidal is. He comes from a small region. Even among APAC, there are not many other Japanese players that can rise up against the incredible talent that is APAC, and yet Tidal is, and he represents that region. And I think in doing so, he represents every small small region who can send 1 or 2 representatives to the Tacticians Crown stage and truly believe, yes, we may be small, but it only takes one of us to win to make a statement.
I mean, even when we still had the region split, we were maybe wondering, okay, well, Tidal's winning all of the Japan finals, but what happens when we actually do merge these regions? Can Tidal keep up with the pace? And that is a resounding yes. Can find himself in the final lobbies of the APAC Golden Spatula and now finds himself once again on the precipice of reaching yet another height in TFT. We are getting ready to go into the final lobby, but before we do that, last minute predictions. Who do you think is going to win?
I'm going to say YBY because I know Clement's about to say YBY and I needed to say it first.
Go ahead.
I think YBY, listen, this guy, you're talking about point leader throughout the entire event. YBY has shown consistency. This is his 4th consecutive final lobby in his last 4 tournaments. YBY, absolute monster performance, a expected favorite. I am putting the prediction out there so that Clement gets to copy me. Go for it.
I actually already posted it on Twitter, so
different favorite.
I did go for a title because I think he is much more calm when it comes to those final decision moments. We've seen this guy in tournament, and he shows absolutely no emotion. He's one of the fastest clickers in terms of augments, deciding his lines and items. He is very well versed and does not crack under pressure. I think Tidal has the experience to triumph over YB1's 2 days performance.
I'm actually so surprised, guys. I thought you were the stat guys, the analysts, the numbers people. Did you not listen when we were talking about it? Nearly 40% top 1 rate. Darkest is taking it, and it's not even close.
I believe we said nearly 50%.
Yes.
Then we said nearly 100%.
Yeah, so actually, you're really ignoring the numbers now. So we've got a more argument for Darkest. I'm actually mad at Gangly because you took my pick.
Oh, sorry. I pointed at the wrong person.
There we go. Do you want to do it again?
Yeah, I think, honestly, every single one of these players makes such a strong case for themselves. I wouldn't be surprised to see any one of them be able to take the crown. I still just hope that it's in 7 or 8 games. That's going to be the only thing that I'm hoping for.
I think if there were ever a set where we actually go 7 or 8 games, this is almost certainly the one to do. I think everybody is going to be scouting that player in check extremely closely, and there are many, many opportunities to be able to grief that player in the lead.
I hope you are all excited to get the action for the final day of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown underway. We are getting that final lobby ready for you, and I cannot wait to see what is in store. You can also check us out on TikTok. We've got a live TikTok feed that is happening and has been for the past 2 days, so that's a very new way that you can tune into the TFT action. And also make sure to check out the Twitch extension. I know that has been a very cool tool for everyone to play around with, and so you can be in the know of everything that's happening in the game in real time. Also, make sure to stay tuned after our competition today for an exclusive dev drop and sneak peek into the next TFT set, Into the Arcane. So much to look forward to, everybody. Are you ready?
No!
No?
Here we go.
I'm not ready.
What are you waiting for? Of course it has to.
I don't know. See, this is the thing with tournaments. I said this earlier. I always feel so bad for the people that don't make it, but I'm afraid I'm not the one deciding things here, and we are getting our portal loaded up and going into game.
I love when the portal opens up and we know the game is loading, everything's starting. You can feel the magic in front of us. Everybody, look, all 8 players. This is their chance. You got to lock in. I love the call out before Clement. Tidal, one of the stone cold killers of the scene, truly, right? When he is locked in, there is no emotion, there is no tilt. Low roll does not matter. I'll try again next time. You can see him locked in right now.
On the other side, we do have players that do show a lot of emotion, like YBY1. His signature move is clapping and getting up from his chair when Mortdog has blessed him with some high rolls.
I like midfeed jamming out right now, really getting into the zone. I love the pink headphones. It's a nice touch.
Do you know what I'm missing? I'm missing Darkest Cat. I don't know where the cat went, but I need it back.
The cat is gonna come back in
once we're on check.
Most perfect moment.
Oh,
exactly.
Yeah.
It's gonna come in for the check blessing.
Did we get a name?
We did get a name. I'm going to make a fool out of myself by pronouncing it. It's Hureire. which is a reference to, I believe, the father of cats or something like that. We did ask. I'm just going to say that very confidently, and you will believe it, Twitch chat. Thank you very much.
Let's get into the first game. We already have some very interesting things upon us. A couple of players that are going to be sitting on the Trainer Golems portal. So if you really wanted some high variance, I'm actually kind of surprised that you might want it this early.
I mean, it's Volta. He's always open to send us down a path of chaos. I believe the other player that's standing under might be Secret, and that's exactly who sends us into the portal as well.
Volta cracked his smile right here. If you guys have been watching the past 2 days of tournaments, this guy has been absolutely high roll. Level 7 legendaries, double Olafs on level 5. It's just been crazy for him.
We're opening up on ZUA. So keep in mind, we talked about it just before in the pre-show. ZUA, one of the lowest win rates coming into the event, the lowest win rate in this lobby. Right now, I'm a little surprised to see someone like ZUA, who's more this consistent player, actually be the player that's standing on Trainer Golems. Maybe, my guess is ZUA is actually maybe getting a couple reps in the high variance lobbies trying to get a win.
He heard us at the very beginning of the day.
Taking a look at these golems right here, there's already 4 scholars. A lot of people are going to be jockeying for that spot. And I'm looking at the high verticals coming only from midfeed and title. Very interesting trajectory here. Only these 2 players have that super high 8 witchcraft cap.
So maybe, I was going to say, probably the Witchcraft, right? Because when we've taken a look at 6 Sugarcraft, it's kind of underperformed versus most of our expectations.
I think it depends. We have, it's just so volatile, right? We've seen it win, we've seen it go ace. I actually feel like most of these verticals are going to play similarly. I feel like in the beginning of the day, when you're trying to just get points, I wouldn't be surprised if, I don't think title really has an option, but some of the other players might lean more into those not super high verticals, but more consistent emblems. The one that comes to mind, for instance, is something like Bamyang's multi-strikers.
Yeah, I think for title, like you're correctly identifying here, that Witchcraft needs to be the option. We'll be seeing what augments are being picked, though.
Branching out.
Yep. That's a big one here. The 2 ones I'm looking for are Beggars Can Be Choosers and Branching Out, because those 2 guarantee you a +2 on your augments. Really important for midfeed and title if they can get that 8 Witchcraft online.
Midfeed's thinking about it.
I believe that's Gear PYM at the top. It still has Branching Out and also rolls into Beggars Can Be Choosers. Let's see.
Midfeed doesn't take it. Midfeed actually doesn't take the Branching Out.
It is a bit of a gamble. I would say Beggars Can Be Choosers is more guaranteed. You only have 1 reroll chance on that. And Bamyang with a very strong Vanguard Blaster, but he's actually somewhat contested here on midfeed. Midfeed might not even go onto the Witchcraft. Both of these players having Vanguard plus Blaster +1 emblems.
I mean, Witchcraft is still a very strong trait to just tech in even at 2. So that's the way that you should be able to make your early game really strong, and then you can actually get to a position where you can roll for those 3-cost units.
Midfeed already cracking a smile here. He has a very good start to go into some of those Hui items with the Nashers. That's one of Hui's best items as well. So 6 Blaster for Vanguard.
I just want to point out that midfeed, we didn't go into this too much in the pre-show, but is the player that has been playing the most narrow lines. So I'm very surprised to see what midfeed has in store for us here. Was heavily leaning into Jinx and Scholar Rise with 5 plays on Jinx and 3 plays on the Rise.
This is a pretty interesting setup. So ZUA slamming the Bloodthirster here. What this signals to me is actually more of the Shapeshifter line that we're seeing in front of us. So though he does have the Scholar, which we have seen, 6 Scholar, excellent way to cap out, has the Blaster with this specific itemization of a 2-star Jace with the Bloodthirster. ZUA is actually angling to play for an extremely high cap with the Briar 2, Smolder 2 on level 9.
And this is something we saw that was pretty unique from CN, is the way they play the shapeshifters is they actually reroll a lot for the 1 cost. They're not going directly to 9. They like to play through the Jace 3 and the Elise 3 sometimes for a stable start and then outcap on 9.
I was going to say, I think this game actually does allow you to have that pace, too. Just looking at a lot of the emblems that are spread across the lobby, a lot of these players are going to try to go for 3-cost reroll or higher.
Also, 2-component start. We didn't talk about that, but the fact that it's only 2 components means that there's an additional influx of gold coming to every one of these boards in the early game. We saw ZUA with 20 gold already made at 2-2. Once you hit those interest thresholds, it makes the entire game go significantly faster. So I expect to see more players actually angling for a potential fast 8.
I was thinking that too, specifically because we have so many preservers in these golems, 4 at total, and we could be maybe seeing a comeback of something like the Karma preservers for the players that don't have the items to necessarily lean into that Wukong and the Jinx.
Oh, I cringe only a little because I love that comp. But
the Karma
also,
one?
Yeah, I love it, but I'm also thinking it's not so great right now unless you end up getting, like, what if we get a Prismatic, right? If we get What the Forge, absolutely full send it.
Volta here already angling for 9 multi-strikers, as we have seen from Kubi here as well. He has one on the Golem and has Beggars Can't Be Chooser, so you can't miss, right?
Surely.
Surely not.
Incoming silver, silver, silver.
Well, good or bad news, depending on how you scale it. No extra spatula, no extra pan on this carousel. That would have made things go a bit crazy. Notably, though, that Bo Wukong was open for quite some time. Zizurek going to be the one that picks that up.
I want to outline how Midfeed was one of the few players who was actually able to slam an item in the front half of Stage 2, able to get that Nashers on the Syndra. We did see it as well from ZUA, but it's no coincidence that Midfeed is also the only player 100 streaking. At this point in the lobby, though, people get a 3rd component. They're able to slam items. We're going to start seeing players lock in a little bit more with what lines they're playing based off of the component they picked off the carousel.
And I do want to point out that that was a very tier-deprived carousel there. Usually you can have a chance for 2 double components, only 1 tier. And if we looked at, we were talking about, there was 4 Scholars, double Witchcraft that also use the Rise. So tiers are going to be very important. And I do think some players might want to actually drop their HP totals to contest that.
I'm really curious for some of these boards, what they're actually opting to go for. Like we said, for Volta, the story is pretty clear-cut, but specifically for those that maybe have that extra blaster like Ziyue and Balmyong, I'm finding myself on the worrying end of things because that comp, especially when contested, doesn't do too well.
Especially when Midfeed is 100 HP here, and he might keep his streak all through Stage 2. That would be the perfect position for that Blaster Vanguard line, and I agree with you, Mix. You should not contest him if he's on the top of the lobby.
We talked a lot about Blasters not performing too well, and this is actually, Clement, I know you and I talked a lot about this, of how it's being treated like it's an unconditional comp, but there are conditions. This is one of the conditions you outlined, right? Being able to play Blasters from ahead is vital to the comp success.
A lot of people think that if you hit Hui's, you just go into the Blaster comp, but that's not actually correct. You want the full tempo. This is how Balmyong has found success. This is how YBY1 has found success on the line.
Do you think there's a world where we're actually playing Vanguard Syndra from here?
I think it's definitely possible, but that means that you're only using one of your emblems, and that does mean you cap lower.
I just quickly want to say that we haven't seen Midfeed play this comp or any adjacent comps on that line yet. So it is a comp that has kind of cropped up, and like you said, by many people is kind of misjudged on where the good spots and what the conditions are. So I'm not sure if we're going where we think we're going.
There definitely could be some changes right here. And taking a look at YBY's board, he is setting himself up for one of those higher caps. He has a lot of econ coming in with the high risk, high reward, and we know he loves to play level 9 boards.
Overall, econ extremely high, like we called out before, only 2 components, so everybody sitting at minimum, I believe 33 from title is the lowest econ going into the Krugs round on 2-7. This is a very rich lobby compared to the norm.
And healthy. For the most part, people haven't really taken a whole lot of HP damage either.
And we do have to talk about what happened right there. YBY actually took down his brother in arms, or broke his 5 win streak there from Midfeed, and that's absolutely huge because the tempo advantage would have gone to Midfeed that on a comp that really needs it.
I mean, Clement, they might have come in as friends, as brothers in arms, but it is the top 8. You cannot show any more mercy. You need to go for everything. Every single point matters to bring you closer to the check threshold. So no graciousness anymore.
The gloves are off.
We didn't talk too much about YBY taking risky moves there. Actually, I hadn't quite noticed until we just saw the board. So sacrificing early HP, you lose, I believe it's 20 HP, so that you can get additional gold. That comes in, is it 3-2? When is the gold, or 3-3?
Yeah, I think it's 3-3
Somewhere
like
around
after
there.
3-2.
Yeah. So we can kind of see the shape that YBY is playing, right? You sacrifice that early gold, you build a strong enough fort to snap the streak of the 5-streaker, the potential 5-streaker on stage 2. Once that gold comes in, all of a sudden, YBY has a huge influx of gold and more resources than the rest of the board, the field. So we're going to see him try to stabilize on the back half of stage 3 and extend that streak as much as he can.
Gear take Stim Pack?
Yeah, Stim Pack.
Yeah, I feel like that's such a good choice because, as you guys were calling out, there's only a couple of components that were dropped, but it is a silver lobby.
I did it. I'm so
it's
sorry,
your
everybody.
fault.
Why
has
did you do
to
that?
be so disappointed. I was like, beggars can be choosers, only silvers?
Well, now
I
you
mean,
could take Drenching
Pandora's
Out.
Bench, that's his favorite. I'd be so surprised if he doesn't actually go for it.
I think late game specialist might also be a great choice for
Yeah,
people.
I called it. We have Pandora's Bench on Volta. Color me surprised.
Does like to go for the high cap. One thing I do want to look for is restart mission if any of them actually took it, because someone like YBY would actually just snowball so far ahead, even if he had a board built up.
He doesn't, but what he does actually get instead is the late game specialist. And what I love about YBY's spot now is having the late game specialist in this super econ heavy game means that it's going to be a lot easier to get to level 9.
He's going to be an incredibly flashy player here. Looking across the board, the blaster jam has to be sorted out some way, and I think midfeed might be leaving that door open. He is still ahead in the HP totals, but as we talked about, there's 2 other blaster players, and it does look like Gear is angling heavily into that line.
So I'm wondering if for midfeed you just abandon the idea of going into blasters and instead play around the Singa Cassiopeia. Syndra. I think that might be a good option here since you're already stacking that Syndra from the very start, and you do just have an extra Vanguard emblem onto the Golem that would not be playing into several of your emblems, but better than playing into several of your emblems and going dead last because you're 3-way contested. True?
Definitely needs the mana generation of some sort, though, like Clement called out before. The what would you call it? The tier... not the tier, the opposite of tier heavy, the lack of tiers. You had a word for it. It was very poetic. But the
deprived,
the tier deprived carousel. Coming in for midfeed here, who really does need that tier.
Well, we'll see if one is in the next one. There's a good chance.
Bamyang here now solidifying himself on the blaster, so it looks pretty certain that midfeed's probably going to move away from it. Gear's already very cemented in that line as well, so it's going to be a 2 blaster sort of cap out. I do want to point out, when you're playing 6 blasters, you don't actually have to reroll for the 3 cost. It does help, but you also have that high cap with the Smolder and the Varus if you choose to go for that.
This game's definitely going to go really long.
Yeah,
I think it's certainly going to get to high levels, and then the question there is, like, if someone misses, does somebody just die super fast, right? Because someone's just level 9 super early.
There is a Varus.
This is huge. Double tier carousel on a 2-item start. So it helps out a lot of those blasters players.
Does midfeed get one is my question, because midfeed is last pick. How open is this last tier actually? And Darkest says, nope, I am going to take this one. Unfortunate.
Midfeed does get the belt there, able to build some frontline though. If you are trying to play something like the Syndra, making sure you can stall the fights as long as possible is going to be powerful. So in a way, it's kind of like mana generation because it makes the fight longer.
It's like the worst version of what you'd like to be.
This is not what Bamyang would have liked it to be here.
stationary support?
Yeah, on the stationary support, if you're playing a blaster line, you would. This is Bommy. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yes.
I was confused.
The overlay is pranking you. It's okay.
Yeah, so this does give you some attack speed, but it works much better for melee carries. I think you would much rather have something like the Herald for extra attack speed.
Well, we will need to keep an eye on Gear, who's on the opposite side here, because that stim pack might be coming in after this fight, and I'm curious on what we're getting.
Great call out. Yeah, we'll have to keep it. I mean, at this point, I imagine Gear is hoping to gracefully lose this round. On the other side, though, Banyang has a lot of his front line. So the nice thing about having the Soraka, too, is that she's actually pretty good at killing a handful of units. You only do get 2, not the exact fight you wanted to see, but overall, you know, it could be worse. 43 HP is pretty good for Gear to still slingshot his way back in.
All right, let's see. Gear's going to have 50 gold here and hit the stim pack, so let's find out where he's going to go with this.
Nice.
Bench is full. I am so looking forward to that change, by the way. In case you didn't know about it yet, we're going to be able to store up to 20 components going forward in the next set. That was already leaked, a new nice little quality of life change, but this time around here, Gear will get some components and some units out of it.
So I do want to point out, because there's already another blaster player, he's building items for the Scholar line instead of going into the blasters. Not going for the blue buff, doesn't want to contest on Hui, going for the higher HP. The problem is, Scholar line has to be played from high tempo. This is a bit risky from his spot.
Other option there's the Preserver as well. You could play something like the Warrior Preserver line, which does benefit from having additional items. You have so many different 4 costs on your board that being able to upgrade all of them, give them all items, can be valuable. I kind of agree, though. Same thing, you kind of want to play it from tempo so that you can sacrifice HP and then eventually go 9.
Well, we'll see what it brings. For now, our economy at least is working out, right? That econ loss coming in there right before Wolf, so going to be a little bit richer.
Econ loss.
It's
I love
econ loss. I'll take it. I'll allow it.
I get a lot of econ losses in my games.
Yeah, I can imagine you do.
So just taking a look across the board, I think almost all of our players actually landed on good spots here. They're able to avoid everyone else's lines. We thought there was going to be a big Scholar collision. They sorted that out. There was 4 blasters. They still sorted that out into only 1 blaster player. So a lot of good line decision making.
Volta has a Callista.
Not just that, 7 multi-striker too.
Yeah, Volta has a Callista and 7 multi-striker on level 6.
I don't know why you sound so surprised.
I shouldn't be surprised. I just wanted to... No,
Wait, we just dropped...
he has bows!
What?
He has 2 Rage Blades! Who pressed the button?
Okay.
That was crazy.
What?
In my notes for Volta, I just jog down the son of Mortdog.
No, he's not calling him anymore. The line's too busy. He said that yesterday in the interview.
Wow, right off the bat, able to get triple item on this Ashe. Eventually, this will move over to the Callista. I think Ashe oftentimes is kind of underrated with how much DPS she's able to put out, especially in early stage 4, late stage 3. She can oftentimes be a very large carry in these fights.
This Pandora's is also 1 roll away from getting a Kassadin 3.
Yeah, I mean, yes, so in a world that can happen, but I'm seeing something terribly scary on the other side from YBY1. Guys, that's a Briar.
Yeah, he's going for the level 9 max cap board, and we've seen this from YBY1 a lot. He loves to flex into 3 Frost. You get the Swain, you get the Briar, and then it goes really, really well with the Preservers, which he also has.
He has a pair of Recons. He just needs 1 more.
Oh, it's a gold. This could be huge for the Beggars Can Be Choosers players.
Yeah, Volta's in the bottom right. If you're looking for it, has rolled quite a bit already, getting a few more out there to see what is in store, but doesn't really seem to find something.
Title got the Witchcraft emblem.
Oh, wow.
Volta got Presty attack.
Okay.
Both of these players really getting those upgrades on their comms.
I wanted to talk about it. Yeah, Necro, you bring up the Witchcraft emblem. This is something we talked about at the top of the show. When you are playing those verticals, oftentimes if you don't hit that second emblem, it can fizzle out. Once you get the 2 Witchcraft emblems, though, all of a sudden, you can open up the door to play 8 Witchcraft, which we have seen win multiple games.
Very lucky.
So I do want to point out for Volta, this is actually a bit of a miss for him. He actually rolled a lot because he could have gotten 9 multi-striker on 8, and that would have just cemented himself.
That is true, but Presty attack is still pretty good, and you just got a legendary to roll on your Pandoras, which is eventually going to turn into a Camille, so we got that going.
Well, I want to highlight that because we saw so many times over the last few days how when you don't play multi-strikers with the additional +1 right off the bat, which we are seeing here from the trainer golems, one of the problems with capping out the comp is that you still need to high roll. You still have to find the Camille. Even with the +1, you actually still need to find that Camille because everybody else is going to be stronger than the average lobby. Being able to find the 5 cost on 7 first roll. Are you kidding me? Volta, in the most Volta thing we've seen all weekend, finds the Camille immediately.
What? That's how it's done.
This is why the Americas isn't here today. Now it all makes sense.
I love Volta. I just don't feel like I learn a lot from VOD reviewing him. It's like, that's not replicable.
It is the Volta.
Just be diff.
I was going to say, he does this consistently. Can you believe it?
He actually ended up selling the Callista,
wow.
though, because
wow.
this Camille is going to be way more important.
On the other side, we're seeing the Witchcraft emblem come to fruition with a Karma 2 on the other side. The two main ways to play the vertical Witchcraft, people play it with Karma or play it with Rise. I've heard more people say that the Rise is a little bit stronger. I believe in the data, though, the difference is relatively negligible. I think it's like 0.2, 0.3, enough where if you hit a Karma 2 on 4-3, you're playing it, you're happy, you're going straight to 9.
Yeah, I think he has to go for the Karma because there's 4 Scholar emblems out there. He's like,
that'll do it too.
100% has to go there. But now he's in a very strong win-out position. This is, I think Title is probably most favored in the lobby.
He does have a Taric on his bench, though, so the option is there. If you hit a Rise 2, you can go for the stronger version.
We kind of need to mention that YB11 has been free-falling, my friends.
Yep.
We're on 15 HP there, and Darkest is not far off either. Darkest, one of the Rise players together with Gear that we were talking about. We'll need to check in with YB11 and see exactly what's going on there. Last time we saw there was a Briar and then a mishmash of whatever else.
YBY1, keep in mind, has late game specialist, so as soon as he hits level 9, it's going to have an additional influx of gold. That's kind of the way this game is going. You free fall, you get influx.
Do you get there?
Influx.
Yeah, you got to get there first, so...
That is true. That is true.
See, there we go.
YBY is
Level
leveling.
9.
If we can get to YBY1's board, we'll be able to see what this transition actually looks like. On the left-hand side, the additional gold comes in, and so many pieces. You have the pair of Briars, the pair of Varuses, you have a Smolder 1, but you need to upgrade stuff on this board. Briar 2.
Wow.
Huge hit
That's
comes
the one.
through.
Nasus
Nasus also being found.
And he's not done yet. Still has a couple more rolls. Just has to decide, do I want to try and save it? And he's going to make some swaps. Make sure he gets the best possible items, those melee bruiser items, onto Briar, and the rest either onto the Smolder or maybe in the Varus too for now.
That's just the confidence of YBY coming out here. We've seen him play these types of lines so many times, and he's known to be able to stabilize his board 10 gold less than the rest of the field. The YBY roll down strikes again.
Well, YBY goes up against Darkest, and we just saw the roll from Darkest not working out. That Rise was not upgraded.
No, was not. I gotta call out though the QSS slam from the Briar, so good because of the chrono coming in. YBY1 recognizes that a little bit of fight RNG can send him 8th place, so he has to go for the QSS to make sure that Briar has more uptime.
It's going to be nice versus all the Tom Kench that are in this lobby, too.
Very true, yes.
And now Darkest has to find this Rise too. His damage is very, very minimal. Just relying, he does have a good roll on that, on that Gwen, but
Yep.
I don't think it's enough at this point.
It's a bit weird because you're backed into this corner, like you called out earlier, Clement, several players on that Scholar line. And of course, what you don't want to do in the first game of day 3 is take an 8th, but the story might just tell that for Darkest here. Unfortunately, does go up against Balmyong. Is it good enough to stay in there for one more round? Maybe save yourself to Raptors.
It's going to be about if that Ezreal can target the Gwen. That's the only source of anti-heal right here, but the 6th blaster damage.
Everything else is dead, and so is Darkest.
Disappointing first game, but we have a lot more to play.
He's like,
know.
thank you, Volta.
They know.
Well, Volta is also not in the best spot. You see it here, 1 HP, Emiya falling on game number 1.
I feel like a lot of this, though, is you're re-rolling in a lobby where people are pushing really high tempo, and you also don't have a 3rd item for your Kassadin, you don't have any items for your Akali, and even your Ashe isn't upgraded.
I do want to mention, this is what Volta likes to do. He likes to play full tempo and bank on that Pandora's to fill in the low-cost units for him. Unfortunately for him, he didn't hit them on the start of stage 2 and bled a lot of HP.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's going to be really hard for Volta to squeeze out a top 4. I think at this point, Volta's recalibrating. I love that David keeps saying that this weekend. Recalibrate your expectations. And at this point, Volta's playing for every fight in front of him right now.
I was going to say, just wait. That's going to be a Camille 2 that pops out of the bench. We did get one of them, so...
We could roll the other one. Let's go.
Yeah, Camille 2 on 7.
Yeah.
Earthquake has been found as charm, so that's one of the better ones. Not the best, but will help a little bit.
Honestly, the most surprising part of this is how many 5-cost Volta is actually finding on 7. It feels like every other
Camille
roll.
is sitting in YBY1
Oh,
shop.
that's a huge find. Finally gets the Ash 3.
Ash 3 actually is going to be very nice to have here with the press the attack. You're, obviously press the attack scaling more off the max HP, but having the uptime, having the additional base AD with the IE on the Ash, you get way more value out of these items.
It's going to come down to how this Varus does end up on the shots. He's actually directly targeting the Cassidy, but there goes the cast. It's in the back line.
Wow, that's a lot of CC, but not good enough. The Ash will clutch it out for Volta. And on the left-hand side, YBY1 also finding that win. So both of these players hanging in there for now.
I love what YBY1 is doing right now. Sitting at 15 HP, YBY recognizes that, yes, I'm in danger. It's very difficult to sack, but this is where it comes down to being elite in TFT. YBY1 looking at his matchups and saying, I am strong enough that I can afford to not roll for the best charm, to not roll to upgrade my entire board. Going to be going all the way to 61 gold right now, and is at this point in the game where he gets to decide, am I going to try and roll down, stabilize again, or potentially we might actually see the fast 10.
I was wondering
game of the day
if that was a level 10 angle for YBY1, because you're seeing it here on the left-hand side. Some has already been invested into leveling, and we'll see if that keeps continuing. On the other side, though, is that Witchcraft board, and that could frog the Briar pretty quickly. Question is, does it do it, or can she take down the Karma first? And she does. That Briar is into that backline and out of it again.
I do want to point out the QSS doesn't stop 8 Witchcraft, so, it's I just want to mention that, but it did allow him to get through the additional CC from the Preservers coming in, so that Briar's still straight beeline to the back.
I definitely should have known that. I did not know that. That's good information to know.
It's actually not a very good slam. If you're playing Jinx and you're like, 8 Witchcraft? Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Either way, title spot right now, though, having the Witchcraft emblem, does not have the Morgana yet, so not actually on 8 Witchcraft. And I think YBY1's probably very happy that when you go onto that board last round, the Morgana's not there. So title is sacking, is going to be going level 9 most likely next turn, and it's going to play in a full win-out shape because he's sitting at 21 HP.
We have 3 players on their last life. Gear now kind of joining Volta and YBY1 at the bottom, and they're facing each other. So somebody is going to get eliminated here. Is it going to be Gear from APAC or Volta from EMEA? EMEA would very much like to hang in there, but I don't think the chances are pretty good right now.
The Kali got stunned so early that it just wasn't able to actually do any damage, and so Volta is going to go out here in 7th.
This should have been a good matchup for Volta because the Scholar line doesn't have that much single target damage, but Gear PYM just built his board up too much. He has way too many items. He had a full 9 traits right there with his Tahm Kench, perfectly positioned the Tahm Kench there, and comes out with the win.
A lot of sustain on the back of that Preserver emblem as well. 3-item Morgana. It's just going to tank for so much. Your multi-strikers have found enemies.
Just YBY1 takes a Smolder, I believe, off of the carousel, and you can see him level 10 right now. Title and YBY, the 2 players who are trying to play for this full win out. The important thing to note, Title won his last round. It's not actually at 1 life right now. So Title can now go 9 and has a little bit of extra time to try and find the Morgana, potentially find 8 Witchcraft, and maybe contest with YBY for a first.
Yeah, but this board's pretty strong.
You're right. You're right.
He's got a 2-star Smolder and a 2-star Briar, both 3 items.
I do want to point out something very important is you want the 3 Dragon in to activate the additional true damage strikes on your Smolder. A lot of times when you go this fast 9, fast 10, you can't find the Namzi back again.
I've been there.
Isn't it a 1-star one? It's up there.
That's right, just needs 1.
Just needs 1. It just takes 1.
It only takes 1.
Well, for both of these players, it's going to take 1 win to stay in because both Midfeed and Gear side by side are actually fighting for their survival. On the back of that Scholar line on the right-hand side, we are going to be seeing another elimination left and right. Both of these players are out.
Yeah, big finds there coming in for title does hit the Morgana, and for Gear PYM, he doesn't have the 6 scholar in, never found the Milio. I think that's an acceptable result at the end of the day going to that matchup.
Do you see Midfeet still smiling?
Honestly, I think Midfeet is happy with that 5th. When you look around, the fact that you were not at the top of the standings in HP, and then you scout and you see a player angling 8 Witchcraft, and then a level 10 player with a Briar 2, Smolder 2, you are very happy to be the reroller who went 5th. And 8 Witchcraft on board now.
Okay, Title, show us what you got. I'm curious because, so I really like the Vexing here because you are able to actually get the 4 Chrono, just really making use of the emblem. I wonder though if there's a world where he actually tries to level 10, but I don't think so.
The Aegis there might have been the downfall of Title because they had to group up for the Varus to just wipe his board.
Should still be alive though. Yeah, still has 1 more life. Yeah, great call out though. Trying to get max value on the Aegis, wants to make sure everything is getting those buffs, but you have Ezreal and Varus, both of them taking out and taking advantage of the clumped up positioning. So YBY also falls against Jiwei, who is also playing the Briar 2 and the Smolder 2.
I think a difference here, though, is the fact that we do have this Shyvana that's going to be 3-star. It also has those Ornn gloves, so it's going to be very, very strong to survive long enough for that own Smolder to pop off.
We were talking about Zira a little bit, and I wouldn't call it shade, but definitely calling out that very low win rate early on, saying that that is something he specifically needs to overcome in today's format. A win in that first game will not make you win the tournament just yet,
Don't use it
but
yet.
it brings you closer to that checkpoint, so I love seeing it.
I really like how he found his spot. He was angling more towards the blaster at the start, but as long as he ends up on tempo, this is what he's known for. Always in the top 4, very high cap when he can find those tempo plays. Going onto the shapeshifters where nobody was there early really cemented this game for him.
Well, also, you know, if you're going to be playing something contested, it is better to be playing in those 4 and 5 costs than it is to be playing in those 3 costs. So yeah, I think great spot recognition from ZUA, who says, yes, I have HP to give, and now I can try and cap higher.
I see you're pointing at something, Clement, but I don't see at what.
It's a Radiant item on a Briar 2 with 8 Shapeshifter.
Oh.
It's not this board, but it's the other one, which is pretty scary.
Well, we're scared for these two players because they're both on their last life, and somebody is going to go out YBY1 up against Title. One of these players cannot make it. Question is, did Title reach the 8 Witchcraft? Yes, he did. Everybody's getting frog, but is that good enough? I don't think so. Nothing left, and Title is going to go out in 4th.
Not a board you'd expect to be out in 4th at 8 Witchcraft, but it does go to show the power spike that comes with Trainer Golem. So many players able to play to additional high roll. YBY, ZUA, Bombyong, the 3 players now, all of them actually having the blasters online in one way or another.
And I'm most impressed about Bombyong. If you looked across the spots and the boards that are being built here, I think Bombyong playing this very underappreciated, non-reroll Arcana blaster line, still holding his HP at first. He's probably not going to win out, but I'm just super impressed to see him doing this well.
It's going to be one of these shapeshifter boards. I have a pretty big feeling. As long as you can position around that Varus, I think you're feeling pretty good about it. So let's see it in action.
Yeah, one of the things about the shapeshifter board versus the blasters, we saw before, blasters super good when you're clumped up low HP units, but the shapeshifters, not only do they have enough HP to withstand the burst, something like this Briar has both Sterex and Bloodthirster that allows her to tank back up even after the health gets low. I say that,
it's not
and it's
enough.
not true. Wow, I am shocked actually by the power coming in from this blaster board of Bombyong.
That was intense.
Takes out a level 10 shapeshifter, which is generally considered the high hand. YBY almost can't believe it himself.
Yeah, what is actually happening here? This is not the standard cap we're normally seeing. I mean, 6 Blaster is one of those traits that we don't often get to see because of the requirement of the +1. The way, the shape in which Bombyong's playing this, though, the 3-item Ezreal 2, the 3-item Varus 2, it doesn't actually have those 3 stars that were so standard to see, or even the 2-star 5-cost DPS.
I do want to point out that the QSS in the backline might actually been more influential than I thought it would be. It prevents the Briar stun from coming in, so we can get that execution off.
Well, we are going to be watching what might be the final fight if Zura loses this one. It's on a 4-win streak and goes up against Bombyong's board of Varus, terror. And is it going to be good enough? That Briar in the backline just getting stunned, but she will find that Varus regardless and take him down. And ZUS says, thank you very much. They said I couldn't win. I'm on my way to do it.
Positioning difference, though, I think, in this one, because you ended up being able to get the Shyvana and the Briar both back there, and so it was much easier to actually take out the Ezreal first and then go for the finish on the Varus.
So 2 things. 1, completely agree with you. I think that Briar had the greatest Briar ultimate I've ever seen, getting everything in, even though, yes, you don't get the fear like Clement called out because of the Banshees, the positioning right next to the Shyvana dealt so much. In addition, you have to acknowledge ZUA gets to find the Briar while having HP, which means every turn ZUA has been feeding the Briar, getting that health even higher. And so yes, the Blasters have so much DPS, but the additional HP alongside Sterex and BT that scales off of the Briar HP is giving her so much defensive
We do have to point out that there's really interesting item choices here. He's actually using the Nasus as a secondary carry, move the Titans off just to knows that the Briar is tanky enough to kind of survive and put the GA in the back.
Well, we are going to be having our first winner of the day, at least after this round. That Briar this time around is having a harder time to make her way back there. Gets stunned in the middle of the field, far away from that Varus, but she is going to find him regardless. And Ziwe takes a win for the CN region.
What a surprising finish, actually. We saw so many players positioning themselves in that game. We were kind of looking at Bamyang and YBY and Tidal all kind of in contention to take that first. Eventually, the difference maker primarily being that Briar having the additional HP to stay alive, even on the wrong side of the fight and having to walk all the way around to the Blasters. The additional HP made a huge difference in buying time for the Briar.
It did, and it was almost so surprising to see how the rest of the cards fell for top 4, because you look at any of those boards and go, that's a first in most other lobbies. What the heck?
Yeah, I think that just makes Bamyang coming into top 2 just that much more impressive, because if you look at the rest of the lines that were selected, they were definitely the higher hands. The 8 Witchcraft coming out, double Shapeshifter with 8 Shapeshifter, those should have won out quite easily, but Bamyang somehow found a way within all those tempo lines to get it done.
I mean, I think really kind of scouting very well, looking at all of those trainer golems saying, okay, this one is 3-way contested, this one is 4-way contested, how about the shapeshifters? I'd much rather contest those, and identifying this very correctly and going into those.
Something I love, oh sorry, you had something quick, go for it.
I just want to say something great. He didn't re-roll Ezreal. I think that's the key.
Oh,
there we go.
Maybe. Finally learning. We all learned something this weekend.
I wanted to talk about the fact that Trainer Golems is unique because it allows players to cook much more than we're used to seeing, right? We've talked all weekend about how players get this last 5% to be creative. When Trainer Golems hit, this is the time when we get to see these creative 6 blaster boards like we got to see out of Bamyang. And it's that knowledge of the lines and the conditions in which they work, even when they're narrow, it's just evidence of why Bamyang is here to begin with. Dominant season, a step ahead of the best region in the world, and here second place with an off-meta line that we have not seen even once this weekend.
And once again, showcasing his strength, which is positioning. Think about how well he was able to position around the Briar the first time, also being able to position to deal maximum damage to the Aegis when everything was grouped up, but it still takes that recognition to be able to separate yourself from the rest of the field.
I'm just a little bit sad, you know. I'm not the greatest game of a start for the EMEA region, so we'll see if maybe we can turn that around.
This was Volta's first game of multi-strikers, though, this weekend. And maybe didn't necessarily work out the way that he wanted to, but I kind of wonder if maybe he was relying a little bit on trying to high roll on some of those bench slots.
If you look at his spot right there, he was actually leveling. He wasn't rolling on 6 because he had the Pandora's bench. And what he really needed was that additional multi-striker +1, because that would give him 9 multi-striker on level 8. And what that means is every hit, you regen 10% of your max HP. That would have stabilized him, gave him enough time to fill out his entire board on stage 4.
Let's remember the format, right?
Yep.
You go 8th in game 1. In a way, I'm not going to say it doesn't matter, but it doesn't matter because you don't
Okay.
have to have the most points at the end of the day.
I'm listening.
I like that
Tell
math.
me more.
You have to get to this check and then win. It doesn't matter how many games it takes you to get there. All that matters is that you deny the person the first until you can get there yourself. If there is someone that can magically get to check after going 8th place, I actually think it might be Volta.
I think you might be right about that. But here are the standings after just the first game. As a reminder, we are looking to see which player will be the first to reach 20 points, which is our benchmark, to put the lobby into check. They will then need a win, a first, after that point in order to secure the Tactician's crown.
I just want to say how important this is for Zirue. Even though the entire community has pegged him as their tournament favorite in the biggest region of TFT, there still isn't a lot of fanfare for him. He has came into these tournaments on very small platforms, Kwaiso, twice in a row, doesn't really stream much. Even the CN community doesn't. They're looking at Hwanmei, they're looking at 62nd. This would be a game changer for him to cement that he could actually be a killer, be a winner, and return CN to their glory days.
It's been very long since CN has won a set championship. I believe set 7 was actually the last one, right? And since then, we've had so many stars rise up in CN, and I think you put it perfectly. It's hard for someone like ZUA. Yes, best tournament results in CN all set long, but when you are competing with Hwanmei and 62nd and Chun, 2-time TOC champion, it's hard to stand out.
Which is wild because this is ZUA's second time that they're at a Tactician's crown, and the last time that they were here, they got second. So, like, what do you mean? How is he not standing out for everybody?
I sometimes it's a subjective game. Sometimes we hold on to our heroes. We put people on platforms, and it can be arbitrary. Yeah, you can have the results, but sometimes it's not just the results. It's the showmanship. It's the stardom. It's making the statement when it's presented, and sometimes we don't remember the runner-up.
And
I mean, sometimes it's also just about who's most fun to watch and who has those flashy styles. And Zirue, a player that is very safe in their approach, usually going for like an average, you know, of just making it into top 3, top 4, saying, I don't need anything great if I can just keep on cruising. And so that is not something you keep in mind a whole lot.
It is expected for CN to place into the top 8, make the final days. That is why the runner-up doesn't count. When you've already had 3 champions, runner-up doesn't mean that much. However, for Zirue, this is really important because this is the first time in a long time. He is the only CN representative here. He's going to get that region hyped up for him as well. And also, I think it just dispels the notion of that bad day 2 he had. He had the worst day 2 of the 8 coming in here. We didn't see him turn around those low roll spots. Now he's showing up strong.
I think it's poetic when you think of the shape of CN in TFT's history. For so long, they were the Goliath, you know, multiple set championships in a row. And now, after this drought, lacking the championship, this almost humble ZUA finds himself in the top 8, lowest win rate of the field. If there's a player in this top 8 that I think people are not expecting to make it over into that checkmate, it's now CN. And it just feels it's so different than what we saw for so long in TFT's history. I mean, it's a beautiful story.
I was, you know, thinking of like taglines for each individual player to kind of remember their play style and their personality a bit. And for me, ZUA has the tagline of the stealth killer.
Ooh.
Like just coming in and
Wow.
people, if he were to take it all, I'd be like, woo, that's a surprise.
I want to point out something that was so smart here from Zirue. Because he was going up into the matchup versus Bamyang, he knew that he didn't need double Titans on the Briar. He actually needed immediate burst prevention, going for the Styrix and the Bloodthirster onto the Briar instead, and also making sure that his backline could not get sniped out by the Ezreal or just a random Varus shot. We know that the smaller doesn't have very good self-preservation instincts, so
Instinct.
That's true, that's true.
Yeah,
He's
needs
a little
the
bit like
GA
a
more.
moth.
He could not climb up the
Like
evolutionary line.
close to the sun sometimes, yeah.
That's a great call out. I think that speaks to the player agency in TFT that you can control. There are many variables that are outside of the player's control, but making that optimization, I believe it was taking the Sterix from the Nasus before. Is that what it was? It was making a swap
yeah,
from
the
somewhere.
double Titans on the Briar when he was going up against the other 8 Shapeshifter player, because that was a scaling matchup. That was so smart. And then when it's a burst matchup, he takes one of the Titans off, puts the Sterix in to prevent the Briar from going down to the 6 blasters. I thought that was just genius.
And I think that there was another instance in that game I want to say it was Ziyue. Clement, you had called out very briefly that you saw a Radiant item on that Briar, and I want to say that it was the Radiant Bloodthirster that he had used item removers to pivot around. So this was not the first fight that we had actually seen Ziyue show off the prowess of having that high APM to actually make those split-second decisions when it mattered most.
Yeah, I think he got lucky up from a charm, from a Radiant
It
charm.
was a Radiant charm, but still.
Everybody gets lucky at some point in the
like
game,
Volta.
right?
Exactly.
Some more than others, but I do agree with that notion generally.
All right, well, we have game number 2 almost upon us. Let's see if any of these players can inch ever closer to that 20-point checkpoint. Everybody really locked in at this point.
I just want to make a quick call out because we saw it in that game, I believe. YB won in the questionnaire that we give to players that he plays with the Vine Sword Irelia when aiming for more points, as he feels that brings him a little bit of extra luck. So
Whoa!
if you're seeing that little legend there, just a little bit of information on why that's been chosen.
Can we confirm what little legend he had last game? I was not paying attention
I saw
at
an
all.
Irelia finisher, but I'm not sure if
I think it was the
YB1.
Irelia.
Yeah,
Okay.
we're getting confirmation. So there you have it.
There we go.
I know which one I'm getting next. Yeah, for more points, gotta go with it.
You all don't have this though? I feel like I always have like the one little legend that I feel like brings me, like when I gotta really lock in, that's the one that I play because I know I'm gonna do the
yes,
best
that
of it.
is Moldiver for me.
Yes,
I'm
you-
still waiting for the Moldiver animation for the end of the game. One day, I want that cutscene.
One day. All right, what do we have now? We've got Crab Rave, gold subscription,
It's the same
and
players.
support Anvil. I want to see the Crab Rave. Come on.
Volta and
Come
DUA
on,
once
Variant.
again, sitting on the high
Trying
variance
to be
portal.
Agents of chaos, but we are going to be going into gold subscription, which in itself is also a little bit of chaos because of all the extra +1s you can get.
Well,
so I'm not opposed.
We saw, what was it, a 20 gold orb on 2-1
Oh my
just
gosh.
yesterday. I mean,
It was enormous.
You're talking about high variance, like having everybody in the lobby start with 20+ gold, getting those interest thresholds early. It means that everybody's going to be able to cap out higher. So yes, it is lower variance than something like Crab Rave, but it actually could be, crazy in its own right.
I do tend to think that this map favors the one-cost rerolls quite heavily because you have so much extra gold to kind of reroll on stage 4. Now a lot of the tempos you only level a little bit on level 4, but in this lobby you can actually get your tempo online much more precisely. And I love that start we saw from Zira, which was a tier mage start.
Yeah, there were a couple of units already there that you need to if you want to go down that Mage Soraka line. We'll see if any other players might also pick up some Soraka Seraphines, as Volta does while I'm speaking.
Also holding on to the poppies though, and there's
Syndra
and Syndra as well. There's a handful of different directions Volta can go. And I feel like we've been poking fun at Volta a little bit in the first game. I want to make sure something is abundantly clear. Volta, 5-time global stage contender, one of the most veteran players in the entire field. At this point, the only other EMEA player in history to have accolades that can even compare are Double 61, who is in contention to be the GOAT of TFT. Volta, yes, people might call you a high roller, but the truth is Volta is one of the most prestigious players in TFT, absolutely deserves to be here.
Okay, we're getting augments. I agree, by the way. We're getting augments. Learning to spell sticks out for me. If you are on a mage line, that's one of the best ones, but we're also seeing a couple of hero augments crop up. So Witchy Wallops was offered, rolled away. Zap Attack top right corner is being shown as well as an option if you would like to go for it. And then, of course, those +1s are always interesting, as Tidal has picked up that Bastion crest and says, you know, a little bit of Bastion vertical. That's been doing pretty well.
I just want to point out whoever's played 8 Bastion in our final 8 has just gone on to win. It's been one of the highest cap boards ever.
Volta picks up Transfiguration. This is an augment that we've seen quite a bit here, and what it does allow is you to leverage that additional econ that you get from gold subscription to actually be able to roll for charms earlier than normal. I think this is a heads-up play from Volta, a tech based on the portal of this game.
Baumyang here is going to start with the Zap attack. We have seen this mainly go into the vertical Honeymancer line here, one of the strongest rerolls. And like I was saying, I do like extra gold for these one-cost rerolls. Tempo-wise, it feels the best.
We also saw Zap Attack played with the Fast 9 from Milk yesterday, too. So keep in mind, I think the general idea, at least my read when you're playing Gold Subscription, is yes, if you want to reroll, you are going to get additional tempo earlier on in the game, save a lot of HP. On the other side, though, those players who are going for that Fast 8, Fast 9 are going to be able to hit their cap a little bit faster. So I actually still think that the person who wins this lobby is not guaranteed to be a reroll. If someone goes to that
I'm only talking about one cost. I'm not vouching for the 2 or 3.
I see. I think there is a world where someone chooses to play around something like the Fast 8, Fast 9 based on the influx of gold and is able to hit that cap a little faster.
Well, I need to point something out that we're seeing as we are moving across boards. There are 2 players who picked up an augment that tells them to open with a lost streak. One we're seeing on Darkest on the opposite side there. The other one is Midfeet, who picked up Scoreboard Scrapper. So both of these players really trying to get that lost streak going. I wouldn't be surprised if, like we're seeing from Darkest, their players are very much open to sell entire boards and just say, okay, you know, whatever, I'll take that loss.
And in this position, you'd hate to be Midfeet because Scoreboard Scrapper actually doesn't work with that many compositions. He's trying to keep on to his multi-strikers, and that means he can't full open. So if he runs into him, there's a high chance that that lost streak will get broken.
When I think of the multi-striker line, typically I think of not sacking, but soft sacking in a way to 3-2, keeping your econ high, playing the units on the board. But then on 3-2, generally, you want to start streaking, which means that if that happens, Midfeet is not going to get the full value of Scoreboard Scrapper compared to someone who chooses to sack all the way until 4-1.
Well, we're getting a look at it right now. This is the board that we were talking about. I also would be very surprised if we are seeing a big sell here. Although for Darkest, the point kind of is that with Double Down, the breaking of the lost streak actually doesn't hurt your augment.
True.
So that still continues counting. It's just not that ideal because you then have a reset. But I think for both of these players, we'll see how it works out as the rounds go on. I do want to mention, though, because I called it out during the augment pick, that Zap attack was picked up by Baumyang. So we're going to get a game that will be leaning into that Honey line, and I'm very curious on whether or not we can get that 6 going, or if we're going to be leaning into that Kog'Maw more. What do you guys prefer?
I think it depends, honestly, on what you hit naturally. The nice thing about the Honey line is actually quite how flexible it is. You have multiple threats. You have Ziggs, you have Kog'Maw, you have Veigar, and like we saw with Milk yesterday, you can use them in combination to just level.
To me, the components matter the most, because I would love to be able to give instant combat power over even to a 2-star rather than a 3.
I just want to say that this is a really good play by Midfeet here. He actually denies Darkest from getting the bow, the item he needs the most, with the Rakan and the... he just hovers it, makes sure he picks something else, and then takes it. So he has the multiple options open. I think that's really important when both of you are trying to lose streak.
Yeah, I agree. Very heads-up play there, and we are seeing a little bit of a view of all of these boards there for a second. Are you guys surprised by the extra charm pickups on the augments?
The Transfigurations? I'm not. Actually, I feel like we've seen it quite a bit. The thing I love about Transfiguration is how many comps in the meta like having multiple damage threats. I think of like the Seraphine and Soraka as a great example.
But you were also in gold subscription, so something you were saying yesterday, Gangly, is the fact that you're going to have extra gold, so you can roll for those charms way faster.
I really like that point.
Thank you from both of us.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Fits really nicely into the reroll line, so you're probably going to see them head in that direction. Of course, Veigar is the one that kind of synergizes it with the most. If you want to go for that mage line, you also get extra HP from it.
But we've also seen that the results for Vex Veigar this tournament have not been very good.
Yeah, no, it has not. All of the mage compositions played around the Seraphine Soraka, quite good. All the Veigar stuff, though, it feels like there are some matchups that you still just lose, even when you get the full power of the comp.
To kind of paint that picture a little bit more, out of our top 8, 2 players have played it, and both of them went bottom 4 with it. So do not touch the Veigar reroll. I don't think it's where you want to be going.
I just want to say it was from Tidal. He played it on Game 7, I think went 8th or something. It's like, yeah, I'm not touching it again. And then had the best run for day 2.
That's how you do it.
There you go.
learn
It
and
only
move
takes
on.
one.
It only takes one. That's what it
You can just say it anytime. It's the most applicable mantra in the world.
That's my favorite line now.
Well, something we have to call out is that we are nearing Krugs, and that means for players like Ziyue who might be angling towards that mage line, they will need to make the move soon.
Midfeed and Darkest? That's the scariest one. Oh, Midfeed actually
Midfeed is on
dodges
the opposite
Darkest.
side here.
That's huge for Midfeed. Gets his 5 streak.
I think, so Transfiguration, does anyone remember the exact cutoff? It's 4 charms,
It
right?
is 4 charms, and you
or is it
can only
3?
get 4 components.
I think it's 3 charms.
Oh, 3
and
charms,
4
but
items.
4 components.
Every 3 charms you get 1. So
Yes.
does Ziyue just got his first item? Does that mean he actually rolled once to get a charm? I'm trying to do the math in my head, or no? Is that the natural one? Yeah, because you get it every other shop.
You get two charms here.
So the fact that he already got one of his items means that he rolled once on stage 2, because he's sitting on 1 additional component. He has 6 components, so he has 1 more than everyone else in the field.
Yeah, you can see that on the gold as well. Was sitting on
thank
like
you.
38 gold, which 34 gold, which usually is a little bit too less for where you are at the current state. So definitely must have rolled in that previous round, like you were saying.
And I don't think
He's so happy. He's like, yay, I dodged Darkest. I get my lost streak alive. Sorry.
No,
sorry to
I know.
cut
I
you
saw
off.
the smiling in the last combat, but I was gonna say, like, I don't really think that you mind rolling because you're rolling
No.
for the Mage Seraphine anyway.
Yeah, it makes
Or
sense. You get an
Seraphine
extra
Soraka.
roll on
Yeah.
4, and you get the component a little bit earlier. And having it before Krugs, where you get the additional influx of components, you get to kind of, angle your slams a little bit.
Well, checking in with their Zap Attack player, this is where we would like multiple copies of that Blitzcrank to come on through. And
What a shot.
as I say it, they shall appear. A couple of Nunas, a couple of Ziggs. Question is, how deep do you go? And I feel like for this one in particular,
Keep
because
it
it's the
coming.
hero augment, I'm always more inclined to maybe even break that 30 threshold, maybe even go to 20. But for Bamiyang says, no, I'm good. I'm going to be stable enough on the upgrades that I just found with that Nunu and those items, so we'll stabilize here.
And this is what I was mentioning about these gold subscription into 1-cost reroll lines, is you get to roll a lot when you are on level 4. You go 3-1, you're still level 4, and he had 60 gold to roll down, and spent 30 of it still in a very safe spot.
We were also wondering what kind of carry he might lean into here, and this already looks like a Kog'Maw angle. You look at those items, and it's going to be very difficult to make those work on Ziggs.
Yeah, I think
Give
that
him
is
mana.
the main line when you are playing with the vertical Honeymancer, and I think it does put some of our other players into very weird spots. Gear PYM was also trying to go for that line. I saw he had the double Vanguards and Hunters for the back line.
Prismatic Augment coming through. We did see the Honeymancy.
Wow, that was an insta-pick there for Ziyue.
I'm not a huge fan of taking the Honeymancy +1 unless you can guarantee a second one. I personally find that sometimes the 3-2 +1 Honeymancy, it gives you a lot of power right now, but ending the game on 5 Honeymancy usually is not enough to actually get you into the upper parts of the standings.
I agree. We're going to have a couple of people picking up the big artifacts, though. You've got the Spellcaster's Toolbox for
Yep.
YBY1 and Volta, and we're going to see Darkest pick up Suspicious.
Suspicious. Well, Freaky Friday is going to come into that mix as well. And while we are sitting here, we're going to be getting a Honeymancy crown from Balmyung. I just want to call out that Ziyue very, very instantly saw that Mage crown come on up as he was already on a Mage angle with that Seraphine Soraka and said, yep, 100% take it, going, locked in, and bought.
Which is interesting because I feel like you're still going to end up seeing the Mage reroll be the more dominant one, but because YBY1 is going to be playing the Seraphine Soraka as well, I think you actually want to angle to go 5.
Yeah, so the interesting thing with it is you still, like you said, want to play those units because they're stronger, they're easier to hit than that Veigar, not as costly. But what it allows you to do is go from 3 mages to 5 without needing to invest as much into leveling. So that is a very good point on how you can play out the 4 Vanguard while also allowing you to have something like a Mage Mordekaiser if that is eventually open for you.
We love that.
Yeah, a handful of different ways to play that line. I did want to call out a title that we saw on our screen just before. You can see on the left-hand side right now, took Tiniest Titan with the Bastion Crest. So at this point, the line's locked in. This is something we've seen all weekend long. This is the Fast 8, Fast 9 play 8 Bastion frontline with the AP backline. Sometimes you use the Rise, but eventually you want to bridge the gap until you can get onto that Xerath plus Melio and the 8 Bastions. It can cap out extremely high.
And I do want to point out for our 2 HP leaders, Ziri and YBY1, they're kind of locked into the same struggle here. Both of them heading towards the mage line with the Spellcaster's toolbox and, of course, the mage +1. Prismatic Augment, I think, is the most awkward actually for Darkest. He was on a lose streak. He was angling originally for something like the Rakan and Fairies, but now that that comp doesn't use items so well, he's going to have to pivot out.
Yeah, I'm a little bit worried for Darkest because obviously that last game was already an 8th, so they really need to turn it around now. We're going to be getting a glimpse of what is open. No open components. A vest on the Galio would be an option, and a belt on the Hecarim does go for the sword here, so maybe angling to make that Fiora comp happen. Now that we have Asterix, now that we have Suspicious, saying, this is my angle, that's what I'm hoping for.
Great combination. Fiora with the Suspicious Trenchcoat has been one of the strongest units that we've seen on stage 4, stage 5. When she can get into the back line and then suddenly there's 3 copies of her all ulting into your carry, she can be so deadly.
I just want to say it is very much a pivot because you don't want to play that line from a lose streak situation. It's too expensive to stabilize. This Prismatic really hurt his chances in terms of the game plan.
I mean, I think it was your best shot out. I think probably like a little bit of a desperation pick from Darkest here is not going to be something they can avoid, but maybe we'll make it happen. Has 1 Fiora already. The Nami in the backline is going to help a little bit to try and get some damage out there, and we'll see how that board plays out here. Definitely does need to stop the bleeding goes on 8 losses.
I do think if you were going to run into anybody, though, I think you're pretty happy about running into Volta with this comp. This is not necessarily one of the stronger comps in the lobby. So I feel like this is your breathing room to try to work with the gold on this next turn.
So in the background there, are we seeing a Syndra 2 on that bench? The left one looks bigger than the right one, and he only has a Syndra 1 itemized on the field.
We saw this yesterday too. Normally what happens is that you have your Syndra 1 on your board during something like Krugs, and then you have a Syndra on the bench, and then you get dropped 2 Syndras from the orbs, and then it makes Syndra 2, and now you have to find another Syndra 2 in order to make Syndra 2 on your board.
Because you have to keep the stacks.
Exactly.
This is very far-fetched, but maybe it's like a 5-head 200 IQ move.
Where she stacks faster if she's 1. I was thinking that, but I've never heard that.
Too fast, so you get it on 1. No, people actually do that in PvE. I'm not sure versus PvP though. For PvE rounds, that's definitely true.
I don't know. That might be some hopium. Clemency.
Oh, no, wait, that is it. That's actually the tech. Wait a second.
No, that's the tech.
Yeah. This is legitimate. So we
100% certified. I trust Volta more than you do. I'm just kidding.
Clement noted Mia the lever here. Wow, yes, we saw there the remover, and then does put the items back onto the Syndra 1. So it is exactly what Clement just outlined. You want to have the Syndra 1 not killing the board, and now that you have this very tanky front line of the multiple shapeshifters, the 3-item Nico, the Shyvana, we're looking at a 25-second fight in which the Syndra is just barely killing enough units to get the full stack.
Hey, I love it.
28 seconds. That fight was 28 seconds long.
I will say that could have had a very different effect if the Seraphine was on the other side and did snipe her out before she actually got the casts.
The mastermind. I'm actually now a Volta fan. I'm sorry.
You're welcome to join the crew anytime.
Okay.
Checking in with Gear, though, that was the board we noted earlier, was maybe looking to go into the Kog'Maw reroll. Instead, has now found the more traditional Wu Jinx line, has good items for that Jinx as well. The only thing that's kind of missing is the Wu and the Jinx.
Yeah, there's a lot of things.
And it happened again.
Say something else.
At least he looks pretty calm.
All right, here's a roll down coming out of Darkest. They're trying to find that Fiora 2. That's going to be big. Oh.
Just maybe checking in, doing a little wellness check right now. Making
sure they're all still there.
No Fiora 2, though. And actually, does find the Morgana. It's a really nice hit. handful of different things here. Really does want to find this Fiora too, though. Being able to have the additional 2-star copies of your Suspicious Trenchcoat. And I do love the itemization. Having the Edge of Night plus Suspicious Trenchcoat, you get all the different aggro drops going on in the backline. It can be so powerful, but again, you need the 2-star version.
There's no one else on Fiora. In case you were wondering, there's no one else on Fiora. Where was she? Where was she hiding? We don't even have 2 copies of her.
I just want to say, like, the average expectancy for getting a forecast that you want is about 50 gold. So he's rolled 24 times, you know, he's still below the average. You still got some time, you know.
And actually, I think Darkest knows that they don't need to go all the way down to stabilize. They're sitting at 30 gold. So being able to keep your econ up and with every turn build that gold back up, Darkest knows that they're going to be able to sacrifice a little bit of HP, stabilize now, and then hit the fully capped version of this Warrior Preserver board.
Wow, we're seeing some great pickups. Gear, who was already on the Wu Jinx, finds Hunting Frenzy. Zijuet finds that extra crit damage from the Lotus. And everybody else finds a little bit of more...
Volta gets Ascension, so following the same shape of that composition, you want to stall out as long as possible, be able to deal that damage in the back half of the fight.
Balmyong and Midfeet pick up Inspiring Epitaph, so it's going to be a lot of attack speed coming through for their boards. Very helpful.
Oh, it's not just Ascensions, also the Syndra 3 coming in here as well. I really want to check on his stacks to see how far that strategy has pivoted in ahead.
55 stacks.
Ooh.
That's pretty good.
A lot of times when we've seen on 5-1, like the ones that don't have a mana item start are only on 60 stacks. So I think this is like very ahead of the curve.
Well, we are going to be needing a win for Emiya here. So I am in favor of this, but this fight does not look like it's going to go this way, despite the Ascension, despite that...
Wait,
hold on!
You're not a big enough believer.
I caster jinxed it in favor of Volta.
Oh, I see. The tactical caster curse. Volta definitely is going to want the 3-star frontline, though. That is one of the things about this comp. You want to make sure that, yes, you know, Nico 2, Swain 2, they can do a lot right now, but it takes a while to actually get the full power of that comp.
Camille in shop for title here picks it up. We're getting a glimpse at the Bastion comp.
The big thing here is he needs to find that Diana. You need the 8 Bastion online to have the invincible backline to happen, and Tidal is cutting it very close. He's going for the straight 9.
He's going to be 1 HP once he hits 9, most likely going to lose this fight with just a Zoe 2 in your backline. Odds are you're not killing all that much, and actually this is one of those fights where it's one singular frontline unit that's very hard to kill. There's a chance we don't kill a single unit in this fight.
Essentially, he has 27 HP, but he still needs to, 29 HP, but he needs to make it through 3 different fights. This is going to be the tightest turnaround, but if anyone can do it, it's Tidal.
You might be right about that. Not getting any... Oh, just kidding.
The tactical caster jinx.
Hey, honestly, I think we killed 2 units. That's 2 more than I thought Tidal was going to kill in this fight. And to your point, Clement, yes, he needs to win 3 fights, but he's going to have about 40 gold, I think, 50 gold into that level 9 roll down, so it's going to be huge. And a Xerath on the board right now is 1 unit in the pool Tidal no longer needs to find.
Olaf as well for a couple of our Hunter players.
Is there a Fiora for Darkest yet? That was the big one
Gear
we're looking
actually
for.
gets that Olaf. Wow, stays open for Gear to pick up who was on that.
Oh, perfect component too. Gets the cloak on that with 2 open bows. Can get a 3rd item on the Jinx now, or even make, you know, a Runeance for this Olaf if you'd like.
All right, here's the roll down. Where are the 5 costs?
Big moment. It's got to be fast. You don't have a lot of time to stabilize here.
Oh.
Well, we're just buying everything.
Diana. There you go.
And you have the Xerath as well. Still, do you want to find something like the Milio would be nice, but having 3 Arcana is never going to feel bad.
Extra attack speed, has a charm, finds a second Diana. We're going to take it. Some extra units that can still be sold off to try and make something here. Milio, not going to be coming around though, goes up against Midfeed, and Midfeed has found arguably a lot of these multi-striker units already and is now cashing out on the top 4 effect of this scoreboard scrapper.
Big loss streak for him. A lot of the times this multi-striker matchup doesn't work that well because you don't get backline assassination when they're invincible, and I think this is what is happening right here. A Bastion, just one of the toughest matchups. But have I spoken a little too soon?
Last cat's going to go through. The Cassidon's actually... Oh, it was very close to Cassidon being able to scale back up. The
So we won diff.
anti-heal from the Morello is going to be is pretty big, but now, yeah, title.
The Milio comes in. That's the big one we were looking for because he can pass those items to all the other bastions.
You can see immediately takes the items off of the Xerath. Exactly what you're talking about. What you want is for the Milio. The Milio is the way in which your composition scales because every single time the Milio casts, your Bastions who already have so many defenses get items, and you can get strong items onto this Xerath. Right now, the goal is to outlast everybody that you fight so that Diana and the Xerath can slowly whittle down the enemy team.
YB1 is still sitting on a 1-star rise, though.
50 gold.
Yeah. It's a great matchup for title.
I feel like this is a difference with APAC play. A lot of times we see players willing to go super low and not play full tempo to get these higher cap outs. In fact, like Tidal and YBY, some of the best in the region are all known for this.
I completely agree. I am surprised, you know, with the first two games, part of it I think is just the shape, the way the games went. We are seeing players greed way more than we've seen of the last 2 days, but you're right, it could actually just be the way APAC is playing, and if that is the case, I mean, obviously there's 6 of them, 5 of them here today, so can't argue with the result.
That surely will matter for everybody else that now needs to adapt to that kind of dominance tempo that they're showing up here. And one of the players that has been falling just a little bit in the last couple of rounds has to be Volta here. Now down to 28. We did check in with Tidal, was winning a couple of rounds. Midfeed, similar story. Both of these players need to turn it around, and they need to turn it around soon.
Darkest on the 7-game win streak is really huge coming out of Stage 4. We talked about it before, how scary it was playing that double down into a line that you then needed to pivot off of. But Darkest actually finding the line in which it works, has the Fiora 2 with the Trenchcoat, the Gwen, these Preservers online, and the Preserver Warrior line, it has not performed particularly well this weekend. Doesn't mean that it cannot. We know that it can be strong when you get to level 9 and get the fully upgraded board.
So Volta just went level 7. My question is, are we actually seeing some rolling there? Or are we going to stay on that line? It looks at least like some gold is being invested on the level 7 to try and round out the board on the Syndra backline. Cassiopeia 3 has been found. Frontline, we're still missing some golden color, it seems like, but maybe this is good enough.
I know Volta says he's trying to aim for the best, but I would feel so uncomfortable not rolling here. He doesn't have a single 3-star frontline, and he's running into a lot of trouble now.
Oh man, the Cassiopeia actually, with that positioning, one of the reasons why the Cassidon can't go anywhere else and instead stays on the back line. The Syndra, unfortunately, not able to take out any more units.
This looks like it might just be a free fall at this point.
I mean, there's still plenty of gold to be spent, like Clement was saying. I think Volta is playing it more risky than he needed to try and find a bigger cap. So that gold I expect to be spent as soon as possible. So is going to be going for level 8 here to try and make something else fit. Gets that Nasus in the shop, which will help with the front line. It's not a 3-star, but at least it's some extra beef.
6 Shapeshifter now too.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like, it does amplify the front line a lot. I'm just worried about where everybody else is sitting right now with these really powerful comps.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a win-out angle, right?
No.
You have too many players that are going level 9. They're going to have extremely strong compositions. The 2-star 2 cost from behind is not going to be enough to win you the game. The goal for Volta right now is win the next game and try and win.
This is probably the worst matchup.
Milio 2 on the other side.
Yeah, 3-item Milio 2, and this is the power we're talking about from the Bastion composition. There are 3 items on this Milio 2, all of which are giving attack speed to the Milio. So with every second that goes by, the Bastions are able to get additional items. I will say the 6 Shapeshifters, though, holding up quite well, and there's no Xerath 2, so you don't actually have the power to punch through the 6 Shapeshifters.
A big thing is the Milio actually spread the items to the front line, so there was nothing on the Xerath until much later. So the Xerath wasn't able to dish out the damage that was needed.
Volta punching the air right now, saying, thank God I didn't run into that one. Or thank God I run into that one right now so it doesn't happen again. Darkest, continuing their win streak, is now at 9 wins on the back of that Fiora line. We're just going to see how our bottom players are placing, whether or not they can avoid that knockout here in game number 2.
A much stronger position for Volta. The title actually doesn't have a charm here, so...
Now, Title's going up against Balmyong, who did actually find the Kog'Maw 3. You're also working with that Honeymancy Jinx. There's just a lot of damage on the front line that's going to burst down these big frontline units.
It's about the Diana. How much can she get done onto the back line?
Doing a lot.
Wow, big cast there, but the Kog'Maw actually able to take her out. Problem is there's still a little bit of backline access. Yeah, you got that Melio and the Xerath. There's just so much damage. With that, the Kog'Maw is down. The rest of the Honeymancers are down. I do not see a world in which Balmyong can take this one.
It's a much needed win for both of these players here. Ooh, that Bloodthirster Melio is huge because Diana still needs one item here.
See if Title's going to go for it instead. Looking elsewhere, maybe for the Xerath too.
Xerath. Oh? Goes for the Fiora.
Interesting.
Yeah, I don't quite understand that.
The only thing I can think of here is that if you look at Darkest has 6 Fioras on their board. If Title sees that Darkest is maybe in his rotation, he's saying I need to deny Fiora 3 because the only way in which I think I would lose this game if I hit Xerath 2 is to something like a 3-star 4 cost.
Very good catch. Yeah, I think that has to be the only explanation here. He had AP items for the front line.
No charm again, though. Still cannot find it.
That must mean Dark is in a very strong spot for you know, if he was in the bottom spot, I could understand why Title would deny him. But if he's in the front spot, that means it's just like he's very close already.
Yep, must be very, very close. Midfeed, though, we did see from the beginning scoreboard scrapper, and every turn you're going to be scaling up. Midfeed at one point got to that top half, but now has free fallen at 7 HP. Needs to try and burst through these Bastions, but if there's a front line you have that is good at denying burst, it's going to be the Bastions. The question is, can the back line between the Melio and the Xerath get through the Hecarim and the Kassadin, or are they going to find their way into the back line?
So a really great thing about the multi-strikers is that they have so much HP that the first Xerath cast doesn't actually knock them all the way down, and that is going to be the reason why they were able to press on here. That Xerath not able to clutch it out, and they will just run it over. Unfortunately, though, for Emiya, Volta taking an 8th.
2 players already out at this point. Title taking a 7th. Unfortunately, unable to finish that Xerath 2 the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I do wonder if taking the Last Whisper to deny the Fiora has a part to do.
I mean, that's too confident in his ability to come back.
Without having the Xerath 2, I think if you have Xerath with a mana generation item already on it, you know that you're going to be getting something with this Melio cast. I can see it, but I think Title was further behind than he thought he was.
No, I think Darkest was just closer than we were thinking. That Fiora would have probably been Fiora 3.
Yeah,
that's why it was denied.
There's 8 copies.
There's 2 on the field and 2 on the bench. And the 2 on the field are both 2-stars. So Title saying, I am sacrificing myself for this lobby to not see a Fiora 3.
Well, if there would be one time to see a 3-star 4 cost, it would be in the final day of competition at the Tacticians Crown.
Well, now that Title's out, that Fiora is back in the pool, so maybe it comes around.
And I think Makes has made a great point there. That actually explains why he had to take it, because if that was a 3-star for 100% he loses.
Yep. Balmyong at 4th place. Look at the HP totals here. 7 HP in 5th place, all the way up to 14 for 2nd. So going into 6-1, this does mean that all of the players apart from Darkest are on 1 life, right? I believe that actually it would be a minimum lethal for everybody apart from 1. Balmyong, I actually think you're probably pretty happy. I think they're playing the Honeymancy line without the 7 Honey can sometimes be a little tricky. Zap Attack, though, one of the conditions in which it can actually be very powerful. I think piloting it very well, had a strong placement last game, and is now playing for points to try and get into that range for potential check next game.
That was a Gwen too. I'm looking at Darkest. I'm like trying to see if maybe the rolls are giving us a Fiora 3, but it does not come on through.
I think it still could, though. Darkest is so healthy.
Still close.
So healthy. You're going to be able to survive this round. But one of these players is not. Between our 2 good friends, Midfeed and Balmyong, one of them is going to have to get eliminated here.
Great positioning diff here. Actually keeps most of his heavy hitters on the left side. The Hunter isn't able to target them out, and he's going to take out Balmyong.
I imagine Balmyong's probably not the only person that's going to fall this round. We got to see. Whoa!
Oh, 1
It
HP.
is.
Wow.
Anyway,
He's alive.
Able to hold on with 1 HP. I thought it was minimum lethal, so actually
No,
obviously
it was 12 HP on stage 6.
Okay, there you go. Yeah, so ZUA able to hold on for one more round.
So let's actually talk about this board because we mentioned it when the augments were picked and we looked at it very early on, but really going for the full vertical mages, not something we've seen ever since that patch was kind of closed up. So now coming back here and making a show with that Vex 3 frontline, with that Galio 3 frontline, buying as much time as possible.
I was going to say, I think this is one of the conditions that we see this vertical mage comp actually do really well, and a lot of the gold subscription was able to allow you to roll for the Vex, roll for the Galio completely uncontested.
Darkest still did not hit the Fiora. You can see the Fiora's on the bench on the right-hand side, and Darkest might actually be in kill range right now. Don't know the exact HP, but you can see their front line is crumbling. The mages run through them. ZUA secures that fight win. Should be the top 2 right now alongside midfeed.
Oh, I'm so sad. That Fiora 3 would have been glorious. Cash out does come on through for ZUA.
Big cash out.
And look at the way Zero positioned for that fight. He had the Soraka onto the side on an island. The 2 big clumps of units he doesn't really need, drawing the attention of the Fiora, and the Soraka finishes it off.
I just noticed midfeed, despite being at the bottom of the standings for most of the last stage, because of the eliminations and the HP being so close, actually got the bonus of scoreboard scrapper, despite only being at what I thought was like 7 HP or something. So that absolutely helped midfeed turn a corner, now on a 4-win streak.
One final fight though, because it can only be one player that comes out on top between ZUA and midfeed. It's going to be these multi-strikers trying to get access to the backline of the mages, but there is so much healing coming through from this Soraka. It's just not enough to keep that front line or back line alive. And midfeed gets the maximum value out of that scoreboard scrapper. Impressive comeback.
Really nice game coming in from midfeed. I think he had the highest cap version of the units you could have from the multi-striker line with, of course, the 3-star Hecarim that is usually so difficult to find. And, of course, the stage 2, he avoided Darkest.
Yep.
Really big thing for the econ.
And you also had great items as well. You take a look at those multi-strikers getting rounded out not just by the Infinity Forces, but you had Bloodthirsters on both, so they were so survivable.
I love that call out. Having the Infinity Forces is great because multi-strikers is a multi-pronged threat team, right?
Yep.
The way you want to play the game is by having multiple threats on your team, blasting through the weak side of the enemy team's board. Once you get that takedown, you start to get a wrap of your multi-strikers, the Hecarim and the Kassadin and an Ashe all in the same unit. That's when the tide turns. I also want to call out, though, ZUA taking top 2 after winning game 1. Now in a position to reach check in game 3 with what would be a minimum of a 4th place.
Just needs top 4.
Wow.
Yeah.
A quick day for CN to take home the
don't
win.
say that.
Is that possible?
No, we got,
Clement.
what did I say?
Hold on.
Game 7? We got 5 more.
Yeah.
Taking a look here, I want to say the shape of the game is a lot of these high cap boards did not actually make it there. Darkest, also Tidal. I think Tidal had the best chance. And also if you look at YBY1, he actually low rolled super hard on the rise with his portal vertical board there as well. And that's why we saw some of the lower cost rerolls that weren't doing so well rise to the top.
I actually want to commend Darkest for this game because while going for an open fort, you usually know that Callista or Fairy should be your out. It's very strong of those 4-cost comps to go for. Didn't really work out with the items. We're not really aligning there for what it should have been. Then finds the suspicious prismatic and says, okay, I'm just pivoting completely into another 4-cost board despite playing from behind and playing it out to this extent where maybe they could have won the lobby with a Fiora 3. Honestly, I was here for it.
But that's why that is such an impressive comeback, because you do not have enough HP to work with to actually roll for those forecasts, actually find those hits. And so it was very impressive to watch Darkest come back from that and get that top 4.
The most important thing that happened for him in the roll down was he actually got the Morgana super early, because that was 4 Preserver and also the Witchcraft onto the Fiora in the front line. So that was a huge find to stabilize.
We talk about TFT as a game of resource allocation, right? And sometimes your resources are HP, sometimes they're items, sometimes they're gold. And one of the benefits of having gold as the resource that you have in plenty is that it's one of the few instances in which pivoting is more easy. Because you have so much more gold going into this roll down, while many players can tunnel saying, hey, I'm playing double down, the line traditionally is played into Callista, Darkest, what they recognize is I have enough gold to pivot in which many players could not because they don't have enough gold to hit the 4 cost, the 5 cost. And what they did that was so exemplary was that they rolled down and they only rolled to 20 or 30 on that initial roll down, which allowed them to keep their interest thresholds and go all the way to level 9 to hit a cap that could get themselves a 4th place and potentially that first with just a single Morpheora.
Impressive stuff coming through from this second game. Ooh, we could have had some high variance. I remember we were looking at a couple players sitting on that Crab Brave, and I thought just maybe we might be just able to see a wild game. But as we get a chance to take a look at the standings, there are 2 players right now, after 2 games, that are within that striking distance of hitting that 20-point checkpoint for Czech, and that is Midfeed and Ziyue.
Yeah, Midfeed needs notably that first place to make it happen. Like you guys already called out for Ziyue, a top 4 would be enough, and it's going to be very hard to deny a top 4. So we're going to be seeing how that will play out. Everybody else still scrawling for points, though.
There's something that happens in TFT where when you start playing for a placement, it makes it impossible to hit that placement. I actually feel like if you're a midfeed right now, you kind of should pretend like you're not in contention for Czech with a first place finish, because if you're midfeed and you have a strong start, you have a stable opener, you play for a top 4, gives you position to get a really simple Czech next game. I think midfeed needs to be patient. You don't have to go for that first place if it doesn't present it to you. Play slow, let the option speak to you.
Okay, similar for Ziyue, maybe you don't try to play for the top 4, you try to play for the first and see where that can get you.
That's what you got out of it.
Well, maybe we'll have to wait and find out. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, it's going to be Game 3 of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. I just wanted to... No,
Wait, we just...
Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the Teamfight Tactics Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown here on our day 3, the final day. You guys look good. I'm happy to welcome you to the day 3 as well. You guys excited for the show?
Absolutely. I'm excited to see Americas, show up, right, guys?
No.
Right? Yeah.
Maybe EMEA will show up as well because it has not been the strongest start. But now that I'm here as the blesser of all players, right, Makes?
Right.
Surely EMEA, Volta, and Darkest will turn things around.
America with no representative, both of them in the double with their Spencer and Milk. But CN region, they have CUA now in the top. Only one representative for the CN region. As he's popping off, he could be the champion.
Yeah.
Well, I am very, very curious on how the Czech is going to play out. Who makes it in this game? 2 players, like you said, have the potential. You guys have been watching. Are you as surprised from ZUA as we were? Because the win rate wasn't that high coming into this tournament and day 1, day 2 as well. So now really, really clutching it out here.
I think that's a playstyle diff. I think ZUA also understood the mission. You do not need to win a single game in day 1 and 2 to find success and make that top 8. You can go the route of just being consistent. In a reroll meta, it is very easy to be consistent, finding your line uncontested, just going for that top 4, top 3 every game. Now that it's day 3, there's a different mission. And I think Zio is a player who has proved before in Sets Henry Mixed Rumble that he understands the mission, he understands how to pivot from a top 4 playstyle to a win playstyle, and we're seeing it now just really elevating into that first and second territory.
Yeah, the mission doesn't really start usually until game number 4, right, when someone's in that check, but started off on game number 1 with going that very late game strategy comp.
So many players on Prismatic Party. This is great to see. So many of them looking for the variants now on game 3.
And I think especially Gear PYM is thinking, my 4th What the Forge of the tournament. What combination am I going to cook up this time around?
And What the Forge is a fantastic win condition, right? It could send a player like Zue or Midfeed into that check position.
Honestly, I'd love to see it. I think there's always kind of this magic of what are you going to get, which sometimes you can get really weird combinations, but Gear has been showing that he knows how to cook with that composition. So we're going to be taking a look as soon as we are getting to those augments, as Prismatic Party has been locked in.
Now we're having a little more on CUA. He has been maybe on the shadow of 60 Second and Juanmi, but actually they played together. So EWC, they were together, they performed so great. And the background of both of them, of both Juanmi and 60 Second, is within him. So it's not only that he has a lot of capable players behind him, he has the whole region behind him.
All of CN channeling their energy into one player. That is a scary thought to have, and I think we're seeing the effects and the outcome of that here for ZUA. I want to highlight also the dynamics already in day 1, or day 3 rather, we changed from that top 4 playstyle into that win rate playstyle. But especially now, after a few games, players like Volta and Darkest understand their time is running out. They have to start playing already that first rate playstyle as if they were in checkmate.
Yeah, Volta started off the game with a couple of reroll compositions, right? Not that typical Volta playstyle that we saw out of EMEA, right? Not that 28% win rate kind of powerhouse that he usually shows to be.
Clement was making a point of APAC really liking to play risky, bleeding out and then trying to assemble something from there and giving tempo to that lobby. And I feel like that's kind of what Volta and Darkest have been caught in the crossfire of, but we do have our first augments coming out of the gate here for our players. A couple of interesting ones that we're seeing is Hard Commit is being offered top right corner, as well as Upgraded Adventure, which in a meta where rerolls are as good as they are could be interesting as well.
Yeah, definitely.
Instapick Living Forge, one of the strongest prismatics in this current meta, and set really with the power of artifacts for Ziyue, the player who we just mentioned has to find just a consistent 4th or 3rd in this case to rack up those points to make checkmate in this game 3, really accelerating the tempo of what could be a 4-game tournament.
Midfield, we already seen him so prevalent in the reroll line, already getting the prismatic ticket, and with the Eldritch reroll line, so we will probably see that Nila 3 with the Syndra 3.
All right, just Giant and Mighty here for YBY1, a player who dominated the first couple of days of competition, right? Had a 6-point lead after day 2, right? Kind of a middling start here in day number 3, but YBY1, right, who sung his praises, definitely looked at as a tournament favorite here.
And also YBY maybe thinking of a long tournament. He's getting his calories in. I love to see this. So it's good. Normally they're very focused. They're not drinking anything, so good to see him in his comfort zone.
On the flip side, for midfeed is already on a Syndra with a tier on the, just reroll heavy game plan basically with Syndra here. And as I mentioned across the first 2 days with the reroll meta, posturing to everyone else, I have prismatic ticket, I'm going to have way more econ than you, do not try and contest me, leave me alone on Syndra.
Yep.
It was an 8 for Volta last game, so maybe the current idea in this day 3 not ideal.
Well, you both called it out. So Zizue and Midfeed currently holding on to Syndra's, trying to maybe cook something up there. I don't think Zero will stick around with it. We'll see what else comes on through. But that first artifact surely did not give you the direct Syndra line. Notably also, Volta back on something we saw him on yesterday. So playing around the upward mobility, saying this is where I want to be. How do you feel about Rupe?
Yeah, I was just looking at Darkest here that actually going for, as we were saying, he has to take risks. He has to go for something for cap. And he's jumping up levels. He's already level 6 with the going long and trying to go for the most cap board that we already saw winning the first game, the Dragon Shapeshifter line.
I think with how far Darkest is currently in, only 6 points right now in this day 3, they want the tournament to go long, so it really does make a lot of sense to pick up this prismatic augment to 2-1 in game 3.
Very fitting. Tells the story very nicely. Thank you.
I appreciate it. I hope we can get there. What were you guys thinking? I mean, obviously now it's looking like there is a chance for a 4-game tournament without jinxing too much, but Gwen coming on through on 2-3, sure, pick it up for now. But what were you guys thinking going into day 3 where we're going to get it?
I'm thinking 5, normally like 2 people, 3 people there in the cutoff and then ramping up, but a little more could be good also, 6 maybe?
If Volta and Darkest were at 15 points, I would say 5, but because they are not, I will say 7, 8. I think is my favorite.
Into the day specifically, not right now, but okay.
Yeah, you're cheating here. You're already looking at the results, see what happens.
My biases are too strong. Sorry, Mix. I'm just going to ignore part of that question that you asked.
I was feeling a little spicy today. I thought we were going to be over early, with 4 games. I thought it would be YBY1, though, because of the dominance in day 1, day 2. But it could be Zue, right? Over in 4. Just needs 5 points in this game, right, to get into that check position. So maybe 4 is still on the table.
We've been there. Panda and I both. Runeterra Reforged, when Tidal took it all, that was 4 games. And that was like watching a train just zoom past you. Like you're standing really close and you just know there's nothing you can do to stop it. It was incredible to witness.
For any of our Jinx players, there is a Wukong with a cloak as well. Ideal for any Wukong Jinx players. For Balm Young, we did see on the opposite side there was playing into the Ahri line. His best performing reroll in the first 2 days, a 3.0 average, so must be feeling very comfortable, especially with 4 Ahris already. Finds it here for her as well.
Yeah, fantastic pickup there. Getting that blue buff super early really accelerates the power of that composition. It's going to have a lot of time, too, with that tiniest Titan.
Getting a look at all of the boards here as well. I'm seeing a lot of Ahri and Syndra being held for now. Question though, is Darkest potentially? Nah, okay, I just remembered we're going long. I was thinking, is there a world where maybe we see the Warwick come back up? No, not on this one.
We saw that yesterday, right? And it went first place.
Volta,
yeah, it was Volta. Not a comp we see very often, but hey, there's a spot for it, right? And that's always the creative fun of TFT, making those unorthodox lines really work out.
We saw several Ahris, but Balmio maybe with the better spot already having the Ahri. So normally we see it with the reroll in the early game trying to get the 1 cost. He doesn't have 1 cost, but he already has 4 Ahris. So maybe there will be a little more tempo into the game. Go fast level 6, go for the Ahri 3, and then maybe pop up maybe 1 other 3-star.
And the posturing is clear already. Players scouting, understanding what are you all playing for? What do I have to go to play uncontested? The Ahri, you're holding on to the Lilies and Poppies because there is a Syndra player holding on to Vanguards, for example. You don't want a contested front line. Instead, go for the lower cost, 3-1 roll down for those 1 costs.
Yeah, very key not leveling as well, so still keeping that option open in a myriad of ways, of course, right? Those Vanguards being contested. It was when that Ahri maybe falls down into that bottom 4.
There could be a potential contest between Gear, PYM, and ZUA. ZUA has the early Syndra with RFC, but we're seeing a Wukong, we're seeing a chain picked up on the carousel. We're seeing, obviously, that ZUA has noticed that there is already a Syndra reroller on Prismatic Ticket. You can't really fight against that in terms of the stage 3 rolldowns. Wants to pivot into potentially Jinx instead with a Wukong pair in stage 2.
Yeah, absolutely. The Wukong pair is crucial. Also, that rapid fire cannon in the backline, right, is a very serviceable Jinx item. So definitely going to be looking to be that direction, but still maybe win streaking all of stage 2.
Yeah, also CUA with that. I'm thinking something else. Maybe in the bottom right we see there the multi-striker. So maybe multi-striker casting line could be an option for him also.
The battle for the 5 win here.
CUA fighting it out with YBY1. Golem does come in from the Eldritch trade.
I like YBY. He's already thinking so strong, slamming here the statax, thinking of a Briar on stage 2-6. So great to see.
Yeah,
I mean, if you have the components, you might as well.
True. Even if you don't land into a Briar, right, Sterix is still not a terrible just tank item generically. So not bad to get rid of those components. Get some little extra power and get the 5 win streak into Krugs, right? Crucially beating ZOA in that round. And that's the power of Sterix.
This Wukong 2, despite no Jinx, maybe already fully commits ZUA into playing for the Jinx 3 and the Wukong 3. Living Forge, you've seen a few times already this tournament played into the Wukong Jinx as well, with a few artifacts really helping out the Jinx, the Gold Collector in some cases, the frontline items especially for Wukong. He uses so many of those tank items well. Weirdly enough though, this is the first Jinx game from ZUA if he commits to it in this entire tournament.
The line is open, right? That's kind of the big kicker here. Usually you don't want to go there if you have that strong hunter lean on somebody else in the lobby. Thus far, looks to be somewhat okay.
Kind of okay. The door's like the door's unlocked, but
the door is unlocked.
I was looking for Jinx and Wukong on those boards. I didn't see one, but
PYM might open the door here soon because there's a Wukong on the bench. There's a raid.
I think the items are maybe locking the door now.
There's a Shojin though, right?
I take it back.
That doesn't fit into that composition. Maybe Kog'Maw, right? Kog'Maw can use it, but it depends if we roll for a Kog'Maw 3 and how much of a backline threat that he can be.
And the idea why the Shojin there isn't too bad is because you have buried treasures, so you have an excess of items anyway. Having an item and starting to build towards a tertiary carry is not the end of the world. Usually Olaf can be, of course, a Kog'Maw as well.
Yeah, that's also great just for that composition, right? Items on the Wukong, the Jinx, the Kog'Maw, and the Olaf. Buried treasures really leans into that super nicely.
Just a quick call out, because Gear was the player that we've been seeing play a lot of Honeymancer. The most played comp for Gear was 3 times on the Honey line, so something he's obviously very comfortable with a bunch of Jinx also being played, so knows his way around the lines of the contest on this comp quite well.
Yeah, absolutely. Great point. I mean, 2 games of Jinx throughout the 13 games we've seen thus far, so definitely comfortable on that line as well.
I like this from ZUA. Doesn't roll down on 3-1, instead wants a slow roll on level 5, thinking, hey, I'm going to spike a little bit later into the game. I'm going to hit RE3 at the same time, maybe as my 1 cost as well. I'm going to wait, especially for my Prismatic Augment to come up and see what the best option could be for this comp. And Balmyung, he's the player that really has rerolled the most this tournament, has had the most success, the most unique rerolls, so he really knows all these lines of perfection.
Volta picking up that
What the Forge for title?
Okay, win condition achieved. That door is open.
He's already practicing for potential checkmate. He says, let me get my reps in.
I've done this before, I can do it again.
He's not the only one that finds it, though. Zijuez on What the Forge as well. That is a player that needs a top 4 here, and suddenly that is a door that seems like he just needs to walk through.
Also Darkness, that he needs to go to that level 9 and get the full Shapeshifter line. He has the perfected Randuin, so it's perfect. Full HP because of the comp, and now you have the additional resistances for everyone.
And I think ZUA might not play Jinx. He might just stay onto the Syndra. He finds a mana and says, you know what? I was about to pivot, but if you say so, sure, I'll stay on Syndra instead.
I mean, that's the way, right? That it was supposed to be played the Wukong. He should be maybe a flexible tank that you can
kind of
use.
like a threat in the past.
Yeah. And now he's usually like that. So a little vintage here and good to see. And then maybe pivot when he needs actually the trade to ramp up the comp.
I love that you called it vintage to use a tank unit as a tank. I appreciate it. No, I like it. But yeah, we're seeing Darkest on the other side is currently posturing to maybe get the vertical shapeshifters unlocked. Will be contested on that line though, because YB11 picked up that shapeshifter crown, so that is a line that is not single open anymore.
Yeah, both players, right, YBY and Darkest sitting at the top of the lobby, both of them win streaking as well, so that does lean into that kind of fast 9 shapeshifter dragon strategy. We saw in game number 1, it was contested by 2 players. They both made it into the top 4, so we could see that happen here exactly again.
Good items here. I mean, there's an option here to be placed. So we have maybe Lich for maybe Wen or something on the backline. Good items for Fiora there on the Ezreal. So the Silverman especially giving so much CC crowd control. If Fiora managed to go to the backline, she could really enable the rest of the carries.
It's the frontline Ezreal too, Mix. It's the Daredevil Ezreal, right? That's what you're calling it?
That's what I'm calling it, but I'm also calling it I don't want to see it, because it's not been doing too hot, especially if there's a little bit of contest going on.
Look at the Ezreal go.
We
He's doing so good, right?
Yeah, almost killed the Blitz.
I was going to say, you seem a bit overexcited about this one.
Stunning the golem. He's stunning the golem.
I think the Mordekaiser is doing work, but sure, it's the Ezreal.
5 hours later, Ezreal will cast again.
Some gold was farmed thanks to the
won.
Moguls Mill there. It's a big win for Titler now in a 4-win streak, heating up alongside Darkest and YBY for this stage 3. Hopefully all 3 of these players, at least some of them, will try and win these next 2 rounds and go into stage 4 with a win streak. There is a frying pan available. Midfeed does get the pickup.
Yeah, and Midfeed is the player that's on the Prismatic ticket, on the Masterwork upgrade, has built the Spear of Hiragana onto that Syndra that we're going to be re-rolling, so getting an extra emblem wouldn't be something we're quite opposed to.
Yeah, it would be perfect. It's great for him. As you were saying, maybe the frying pan has a possibility. Who got it in the end here? Balneon or Midfeed?
Midfeed. And Volta on the Scholar +1. We saw the power of Volta on the Scholar line, especially when those high rolls start hitting in stage 4.
Yeah.
Could be a player to watch out for when he spikes a little bit later in the game.
Actually, Midfeed has the Reforger, so could Reforge that into a Spat and go for a vertical Eldritch perhaps, right? We've seen no, but actually just had 2 pans already, so going to make that into that Tactician's shield as well for a +1 unit.
Which is really big for this reroll line in particular. Syndra has, in this entire set, really been torn between I want to roll on 6 to get my Syndra 3. I also want to pump levels to get these key units in to activate Encanter, to activate Eldritch. So it really works to perfection here, allowing Miffy to stay lower to the ground and uses Econ really efficiently.
Yeah, it's a more compact playing it this way. Normally, if you wanted to go for the vertical, you go for the Nila. That's why he's not buying it. He's actually just going for the reroll line here with the Syndra with a good front line, and maybe the Cassiopeia and the Legend to have a secondary, like, single target damage.
Yeah, it looks like Balmyung has committed to the Bastion line with the Ahri, right? Took a loss that round, but still relatively healthy, right? 5 Ahris thus far is pretty on pace, I would say.
Understandably so. We've seen a lot of Vanguards taken out of the pool, titles using them in transition. We saw, of course, the Syndra player earlier using also these Vanguards. So I think Bastion will be the more uncontested line.
Yeah, I agree. I think Bastion here is great. What's also great is finding all those extra Syndras that we are seeing from Midfeed as we hop boards over
Diana
to Darkest.
Level 8 already.
Wow.
Cooking a little bit. We saw Darkest in that previous game hard pivot out of a comp that didn't work out there. The Fairies were not open, going into the Suspicious Trenchcoat and the Fiora. This time around, we're seeing the Cook go in a little bit of a different direction.
Yeah, you want to go for the Briar and the Smolder, but getting there is the hard part. Getting this Diana thoroughly into the game, having already this Twitch that is falling off, but is making good work. And so the Frost Shapeshifter line is the way to go there. He's doing great so far. I don't want to jinx him, but looks good. He has to get to level 9. He needs a lot of gold to get those legendary units up and running. So let's see. He has a good chance.
I think for Darkest, they've proven that they're able to cook when situations they need it, right? Starting off the day with an 8th just did not feel good, but to cook in game number 2 to get that Warrior Preserver into a 4th, right? And Darkest, I think, doing a similar thing here, saying, how exactly can I go for this going long strategy? Let's try to push the tempo of the lobby, be in first place, right? Heading into the Wolves round. So in a great spot to, again, top 4.
Just all those jinxes in the end. There was kind of some bad news for GPYN. There was 2 jinxes on Darkest's bench. Also, YBY1 is using that jinx as a transition unit as well with a Rageblade Slam. So for a Prismatic ticket, force her onto the Jinx Wukong line, for example, that could have been trouble.
It could have been. We're going to be seeing a little bit of trouble also for our Mia rep Volta as we are hopping over to a 10-loss streak. You're shaking your head, David. Tell me.
This is Volta makes. Don't worry about it.
Sell it to me. Come on. 50 gold. We're level 8.
Volta
we have some items.
Multiple times yesterday in spots just like these. He's level 60, 80 gold to work with. This is the key roll down. Needs to find the Rise 2, needs to find the Taric, needs to find the units that will fit this 6-color line.
Even
and then go to 9, start fitting the legendaries, and win the game. It's really simple, especially for someone like Volta.
Really
Who knows
simple.
how to cap out? Who knows how to win out?
So in case case you weren't really following this trajectory here, there's like a 5-streak if condition that my colleagues just planned out. Hopefully we'll see it work, but for now, Volta is going to lean back just a little bit more, say, I spent some econ, let me get it back before we go into prismatics, and then we'll see if the roll down can come.
In Panda's credit here, I think Volta is one of the players who can meet those 5, conditions on average more than any other player, right? And I'm sure, we'll unite as the West here, right? We want to cheer for Volta.
And not just that, I think for Volta, this specific lobby and the way it's shaked out for this game 3, there are many players with the same exact game plan. Try and stabilize a tiny bit on level 8, and then go 9 for Legendary. We see 2 Smolder players in Darkest and YBY1 there, so there will be less players spiking to their maximum level at 4-1, at 4-2, buying more time for Volta to do his thing.
Yeah, so mid-miss right now is when he needs to win. He's actually very strong here with the Syndra tree, and also the items-less Cassiopeia, now with the
Call to Chaos.
Oh, yeah.
Ziyue picking up a lot of gold there, if I'm seeing correctly.
Yeah, a ton of gold. I got a Vex 3. Is that as well with the Call to Chaos?
We're going to be getting word on what the Call to Chaos reward was.
Diana Mighty for Volta.
And Darkest picks up the Sniper's Focus for a potential Smolder. If they're able to reach that far, obviously a lot of players have grandiose plans, really going long into this Game 5, into that Stage 6 potential win out.
Yeah, so that Vex 3 coming on through from the Call to Chaos for Ziyue is going to help stabilize quite a bit, but a bunch of very strong augment combinations are coming out of this prismatic party.
Stage 4 should be for mid-feed. He's very, very strong, and the rest hasn't popped up. We see the Ezreal Daredevil once again, 2-star, so he will be the holder. He's actually going up, and I think that's a reroll Ezreal Daredevil with full artifacts. That's the game plan.
With the Silvermere Dawn, though, it's like he's attacking in slow motion. Just hate to see it, right? It's not looking anything like that kind of Prowler's Claw Ezreal that we saw previous days, and it gets taken down, but actually ends up winning the fight against midfeed here.
Yeah, I'm kind of like here and there about it. I think right now we just don't have a better item for that Ezreal, perhaps. So
yeah, run later.
Just trying to run 3 items as is to make him as strong as possible. But we'll be seeing where Tidal can take this. 8 wins already, 94 HP, and the rest of the lobby is starting to crumble. Keep in mind, Ziyue needs a top 4, and midfeed needs a top 1 to make check after this game. This is the big story. This is what other players are maybe even trying to deny a little bit, because if the other players are all trying to go for top 1, then they can maybe bully Ziyue out, hold the tournament for 1 game longer off of that check.
Yeah, it's looking a bit rough for midfeed here, right? 29 HP and not win streaking even after hitting that Syndra 3 and Cassio 3 though, so not sure midfeed can meet the condition. It is still very possible, however, for Ziyue.
But the Ezreal Daredevil is looking damage. I think the Wei also. Wei is so amazing here. Great items for him. Yeah. He has such a long range to get a possibility of access to the backline. So this marksman makes that if even a small chance, a small ability gets to the backline, he totally obliterates the carry of the enemy.
And the big difference in the performance here from this Blasters comp is we've seen it across the entire tournament. You cannot play Blasters from behind if you're playing into Mages or Ahri or Syndra, and you're forced to pivot into Blasters from a low roll spot with little HP and little gold. Well, I have some bad news. You're going 8th. But in this case, off of a huge tempo win streak that you can slowly pivot into Blasters, find your 3 costs without rushing into it, hold your econ for a tiny bit longer, and stay this healthy into Stage 4, this could be a win-out angle for Tidal. And Tidal's someone that I think with the creativity that What the Forge offers you, he can really make use of that.
I think so too. I'm very curious on how the final boards in this game are going to be looking like, but we need to check in with Gear, because Gear is the player that's currently on the chopping block. 21 HP is 2 more losses and you're out. We do have 1 duplicator. Question is, what are we sending?
Yeah, all 3s was the charm taken and missed. Jinx and Wukong there. Has to choose just one of them. That feels so bad.
Only 1 rise here for Volta. Canuck made the switch here. Bar will be a little stronger, so he's trying to hold out to the remover. Doing the change now, so not the best spot here for Volta. You already need the rise to this far into the game.
Carrying the Bard for now, right? And that's not quite the power of the Bard 3 that we saw in day 1. It's not going to be enough damage in a lot of these fights.
Well, that depends a bit on where the Smolder's going. Clement was calling it not a very self-preserving AI, and I do
Very
agree
true.
with this approach because that
was an armor
Smolder
buff.
sometimes goes places.
Oh, armor
Smolder
buff.
should
Middle of
not
the
go.
sets, the dev team
Wow.
said, yep, you guys are right. Smolder does int a little bit too often. Let's give him a little something. Maybe it didn't change the outcome too much in that
The
case.
question is, does the armor help when you're amongst enemy backlines?
It does something.
It'll help
surely.
with some like ambient splash damage, but if he's just flying into the enemy backline, probably not gonna be the difference maker.
His ability is called learning to fly for a reason. Unfortunately, it has taken longer than we expected. You know, the training course was usually around 2 weeks long. Now it's the last day of the set really for
little-
competitive esports, and he's still trying to get there.
Little baby dragon, right? That's why he screams
Okay.
mom in League, right? Still needs the parental figure coming in, maybe teach him how to fly a little bit.
Volta on a win streak now, though, as is Tidal. So both players who needed to spike a little bit later, it's definitely coming in for Volta especially.
So let's talk a little bit about Ziyue, because Ziyue is kind of the story of day 3, right? In best position to get that checkpoint, like I said before, and now also on a very crazy augment combination here on back of the Living Forge and the What the Forge and the Call to Chaos, finding that Vex 3, but currently, for now, still losing.
Yeah.
Sell me this board.
Yeah, no, he's in a position to preserve HP, to try to go 5th, maybe, and exactly go for that, maybe 4th place that we need. Remember, with a 4th place, he wins the 5 points. The thing is, the board that he has, I don't think is more than a 6, so maybe he'll take a little risk, but he actually played the Syndra tempo. He doesn't look like a strong, prevalent plan, so I think he will probably miss out on that check possibility.
Yeah, even if Ziyue doesn't get the check in this game, right, certainly will in game number 4, and this is just so impressive, right? Ziyue's first championship in set 10, right? Landed in a 2nd place, coming back a couple sets later, landing in the top 8 again, right? Ziyue, that new school of China, very much impressing and carrying the region.
Crow, and I'm surprised by the certainty with which you think Ziyue might make checkmate or check in 4. He can go 8th in this game,
No,
8th in the next.
Get 2. I mean, okay, yeah. He
right.
could land on a 6th, like Hoope was saying, right? Needs to just not get bought 2 or not bought 1 in the next game.
And I'm not blaming Ziyue's ability as a player, but there's a target on his head right
There
now.
will be,
Every
yes.
single player. You can't contest and hold everyone's units, but if there's one player you choose in this game 3 and in game 4 and potentially in game 5, it will be Ziyue because he is currently the leader.
Yeah, but like we were saying, right, if Ziyue just keeps playing these level 9 compositions, it's a lot harder to grief as opposed to playing reroll.
It's also something that in the past, historically speaking, on Checkmate, we've seen players maybe not grief as much as they should have in some situations, because at the same time they're playing for points, they're trying to get up themselves, they're trying to get those first places. So it's all about trying to go as far as you can for each one individually, and if along the way you can hold some units, yeah, you're probably going to do it, but it doesn't happen as often as you might think.
Ramping up there, the Smolder already very big, so 2-star, very, very strong, going to the backline, so getting a good win. So why we already got the Smolder, looking for the Riot, has 1, so Darkest, here in a die positions, he also had 1 of each, looking for the Diana 2, so both of them contesting them. The one who achieved the most legendary is the one who will get the first place, probably in this lobby.
And before CN, hates me for saying what I said, Ziyue is free-falling 4-loss streak. The tempo game plan, I commend. I think it was the right choice. If you play reroll from this spot, you'll be doomed. Everyone will hold their units. Try to play off of just the artifacts, the Syndra as a tempo option, the Vex from Call to Chaos. Not quite working, though.
What is working, though, is Volta's game plan, because on a 6-win streak was able to turn this around, took forever to get that Rise off the board, will play it now and does get those wins in, which also leads to some of these players taking hits like Midfeed right now. Darkest going up against Midfeed, and this might be the end of
Smolder,
the
what are you
streak.
doing?
That
No.
Smolder does not have the self-preservation AI. We were talking about it, that little armor buff,
Look at
not
the
good
express
enough.
for
And
for
this
Darkness.
Briar will find
You
those
know.
backline units as well. They do manage to kill her off, though.
Varus got this. I trust in Varus. The Hail of Hellfire surely will clean up and will take down this
You should
Shyvana
trust
all by
Shyvana more than
himself.
Varus.
I was going to
won.
say.
As a
Yeah.
relevant and strong AD carry in the meta.
Relevant and strong, yup, Arbalest composition, very good, of course.
Ziyue
Opium.
and Midfeed both able to win here is big, because every single placement that they can clutch puts them closer to the finish line, to that checkpoint that they're looking to get to, and they're currently staring at YBY1 and Gear and saying, fall!
And any commendations for my expert analysis on Volta's game plan? A 7-win streak for now, rising up to the top, stabilized stage 4. It's just Volta things. I've been watching this guy play TFT for 5 years. At one point, you start doubting.
Volta was in a great spot, right? Those 5 conditions, right? Maybe 10 conditions what Volta needs to not succeed in all of them.
He was a 10-loss streak. What do you mean he was in a great spot, Crone?
I'm not making a joke from
That's
your
great
point here.
econ is what Crone is saying, but we need to focus our attention back onto the game because we do have both Gear and Midfeed fighting for survival here. We'll work out for Gear. On the right-hand side, the story seems to be a different one because Midfeed just got knocked out. The dream of making check in Game 3 is not going to come together for him here.
Will not happen for Midfeed, will not probably happen for ZUA. He's not in the best spot, but who's very, very strong right now is Tidal. He had the Daredevil, Ezreal with the What the Forge, and everything is already 3-star. Great position.
I want to touch on why this Ezreal is actually performing so well. Visually, it doesn't seem very strong, but we're looking at an Ezreal that has Silvermere Dawn, Luden's Tempo. The overkill damage off of the ult is then spreading into the back line and killing off so many units at once, winning all these fights.
Hoopa, you're saying ZUA might not make it, but with YBY1 and Midfeed both
very
out,
low.
ZUA climbs 2 more spots. Really will need Darkest and Gear to go out before him to solidify this placement to maybe get that checkpoint. And here is where it comes back to you, Panda, and players saying, you've got a target on your back, man. We are all hoping to bring this tournament into another round where it cannot be ended.
Darkest actually agrees with my call on the relevant and strong AD carry. Varus now gets the items. Relegated to holding just normal crafted items, not the artifacts there.
Game number 1, I think, was some Blaster of Varus. Really impressing, right? Took down actually some Shapeshifter boards on the other side there.
Yeah, so a lot of AoE damage maybe here for Darkest.
Wow.
It's Darkest against Gear, both of the low HP players.
On the back.
Someone is going to get knocked out, which will give you at least one more placement.
Briar's getting targeted so bad. Darkest and Briar's down.
I believe in Smolder. I believe in Varus. The ult comes out. The Jinx is not dead, but the Smolder engaged just barely gets the kill. Gear PYM taken down. ZUS still alive. Needs just one more placement to lock in the check, the 20 points. After this game 3, and he's taken down in 5th place. 19 points, just 1 point off of that check. The rest of the lobby, a sigh of relief. The tournament as a whole extends just a tiny bit longer.
At least Game 5.
Yeah, it will not be ending in 4, right? So my prediction already wrong there. But ZUA guaranteed in check after Game 4.
Yeah.
You got it, bro. An expert analysis on this couch.
Both of you were right. I commend you both. And I personally, you know, as much as I love seeing a dominant player really bring it home in 4 games, I love that we get to see at least one more game of these top 8 great players that have been showing off all weekend long, and I am eager to see how this game will play out now that more players are inching closer towards that checkpoint.
Yeah, Darkest had that very good backline carry of Varus. Still just a Smolder 1 though, so up against Bomb Young with this RE3 with the Melio as well fighting all these items, right? Bomb Young, 4 loss streak.
Stuck in the front line, falls down once again. So everything on Smolder falls down, and once again, the Varus! The Varus is the one popping up!
The Shapeshift, there's just so much HP for the Ahri to chew through. Ahri excels earlier in the game when there are fewer targets. They're squishers. She can one-shot with the Orb of Perception. Not the case in that fight.
No, it's just the Varus.
Just in case you could hear some slapping noises through the mics, that was Hoopa celebrating Panda, okay?
Celebrating? Well, my knee did not feel like it was a celebration. I've been now attacked mentally and physically on this death. I do want to note the Varus, there is kind of the... If you ask any player in competition in Set 12, the earliest hidden tech was the Fishbone Sniper's Focus Varus. With the random attack is able to really burst units surprisingly very early into fights.
Definitely. I also want to give props to Volta again, right? Just because that spot looked maybe not great earlier, but 6 Scholar is a fantastic win condition. Volta needs to catch up points, right? Had very poor first couple of games, right? 7th multi-strikers, 8th with Syndra. Says, all right, reroll off the table. Let's go back to the Volta style and get that top 4.
Yeah, and there it is. He goes to level 10, trying to cap up even more the war, and now there it is. The Dead Devil, What the Forge, very strong, and obviously we do look at the flashy plays of the era, but it's the way who's doing the difference. Going off against the Ghost right now, so should be a free win.
So I really like that Title proved us wrong here. We're kind of wondering about the Silver Mirror Dawn, but the way he's using that Ezreal is as a distraction. So that Ezreal just died. But in most of the other fights we've seen it was able to self-preserve at CC and distract units while keeping them away from the way.
Exactly.
And that worked out beautifully. And despite the Ezreal going down early here, that should still be translating into a win for Title once that barrier does go down, and she will.
I have to say, I think this is one of the best games of the tournament. The knowledge that Title's displaying here in terms of the combination of artifacts on specific units that you wouldn't normally think of. You would think of 4 cost and 5 cost to really get the most from what the Forge. I mentioned again, the Ezreal carried the entirety of the mid game of this this game from Title. The combination is just fantastic in terms of the overkill damage.
Even the Spectral Cutlass with their Horizon Focus on the Galio, right? Putting him into the backline.
Stunning the backliner.
CC, exactly, right?
It's really, really
such
insane. I think it's hard. It's easy to miss how good this game has been from Title.
Now Volta cannot get Emilio. He doesn't have enough, but he's the one going against the Ghost, the big Ghost here from Title. Very, very strong. So he wants to win a little more. He and Darkness are the ones with the dire position. They both with 1 HP, 1 health.
And look at the Luden's Tempest knocking out the entire left of the backline off of 1 ult from Ezreal. This is so smart from Title in this game 3, starting to already show what it takes to maybe win games, what it takes, the knowledge it takes to understand how to make use of this checkmate format. Volta taken out, but a big comeback from the French player.
The question is, who does Darkest face, and is it Title as well? Title's unit frame there goes on fire, and that is its double elimination for Title against the 2 EMEA players trying to stay in this tournament. Was only on 7 points. That is now going to change. Puts himself in a great position to make that checkpoint in the next game.
I just want to say one thing. Title found a way. He found a way, so it was so good to see him with perfect items on that way, creative Nif Des on the Dead, and also he found the Mordekaiser 3 early into the game, recognized that someone else was playing the Wujings, and it was perfect. I don't know if he has this line prepared, but if he did, genius. If he didn't, more genius.
I think Title has every line prepared. I think every combination of augments and items and units that can be played, Title has probably gone through the data and looked at it. I think this is a player that, looking back at Senai and Terra Forge, the way he played that last game to win it all, the way he used, I believe, was the Frost Ishtal on this Mordekaiser to buy time in Stage 3, he's someone that, when it matters most, showcases some of the most creative and big brain and 5G TFT we've ever seen.
Absolutely. A What the Forge masterclass here from Title, right? Leaning into that Vanguard Hui Ezreal, right? Where I had my doubts about the Ezreal in the front line, right? It looked very silly in the early game, but I was proven wrong, and everyone else was proven wrong in that game as well as Title took it.
Well, that's actually the great part about TFT, because while it is silly, it's also incredibly fun and incredibly smart sometimes to do silly things, which Title just proved here once more. And what an amazing game we had, with all points kind of shaking out to bring players closer. Now, one thing is guaranteed, you called it out during the game already, Ziyue after next game will be on check. Even if it's an 8th place, that 20-point check will be reached. But let's talk about some of the other boards here. How are we feeling about Midfeet's approach to this with the Prismatic Ticket? We were kind of hoping that this would work out in favor with the Syndra reroll. Had it very early, also had it stacking very early, but it didn't work out.
Yeah, Prismatic Ticket, Syndra early, right? You have the conditions to get into the late game. We know that Syndra is one of the reroll lines that can very much so take a first place in the game. Just lowered a little bit though, right? In the power level of all the other compositions, because it was that Prismatic party, right? There was so much power in everyone else's boards, it wasn't quite able to stack up to it.
Yeah, normally you're looking for a little more tempo in the mid game, and because everyone, or at least 2 other players who were playing the Shapeshifter, he couldn't find those relevant units, maybe the Nico early, some of those units that actually help you ramp up, and then the Syndra is the one who pop up. So maybe a little change there in dynamics could be good for him, so not the best game right now. He's actually 7 points away from check, so also a good facility for him in the next game.
And for EMEA, just a fantastic game. I think Volta and Darkest, they both read the lobby tempo at 2-1 very, very well. Obviously, these players have all played hundreds of games with Set 12. They can identify from the 2-1 spots, the augment selection, the item combinations. What are players going for? Is it a spike in Stage 3? Is it a spike in Stage 4? It was a spike in Stage 5 for many players going for the Smolder line, for example. Volta analyzed this, spiked later, ended up propelling himself and Darkest similarly into that top 2 and 3.
I think it's not only that, while it's definitely also that, it's also playing to their individual strengths, right? Volta saying, okay, that reroll, it's just not working out that well for me. We saw it a bunch in EMEA finals, but here on Tactician's Crown stage, Volta has been mostly leaning into late game comms, and those are working better for him here on this stage. Similarly for Darkest, with a little bit more creativity, usually comes a little bit more success for them. So I really love that you're kind of tapping back into what can I specifically do that maybe someone else can't.
Yeah, I also want to point out that the only two players to play no reroll throughout the day have been YBY and Darkest, right? They're already coming out the gates with the game plan of like, all right, I'm going to be going for these first places and converting some of the time, right? YBY, of course, converting in the first game, not so much the next couple, but then Darkest, right, climbing back up in the standings, making the middle of the pack.
So after this game, after the next game, YBY1 and Volta will not be on check. Everybody else, though, has a chance, starting from Gear upwards. Gear, of course, needing that first place, Midfeed and Darkest needing a top 2, and so on and so forth. I'm really looking to see how this one is going to shake out. What are you saying? How many players are we getting?
One.
One?
Listen,
one?
I came in, I said, let's slow things down for EMEA. The Cash for Blessings have worked out, both players 2 and 3. Still, we have to slow it down. Only ZU has to get a win here.
3. I think 3, but then it will not end. No, I think 3, so it will be like tension and people will say, okay, maybe I have to play against him, not allow him to go for the first, and then we'll have another one, maybe more cap out, maybe 6 on the next one.
Crowan, give me a number. How many players on check after the next game?
I'm gonna have to say 3 as well. I think it's the most likely number. I'm copying your homework a little bit there, Hoope, but I think because it's the correct homework, I think yours is the one to copy.
I want to copy your homework with the dreadlocks.
Oh.
The trenches, I really like it, and you look amazing, man. I totally love your outfit. I love the thing you have going on here. So great. I'm looking forward to that tech also.
You caught me off guard. Thank you very much. I mean, we all look stellar today. Absolutely, right? Props to the team. You all make us look so good.
I just want to say the big difference between having 1 player and 3 players in check. 1 player, very easy to just directly target. The entire lobby can hold units for reroll, can make their life a little bit more difficult. When there's 3 different players in check, you don't have the resources to individually yourself control the outcome of the match as easily, and that kind of spirals into a snowball effect for the rest of this tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I'm really curious on whether or not this set is the set where we actually see multiple players target a single player that is on check. Because, as I said, in the past, players were a little bit shy on doing that. Usually, they're like, I care more about my placement. Yeah. If it ends here, I want to have the highest possible points, and so on and so forth. So with this reroll meta, I think we're in a good position to do so.
Exactly. You cannot hard commit until to get the other one in the bad position. But if everyone knows that this guy's in checkmate, maybe I'll hold a Jinx, I'll hold a Wukong, and we share together, and it's very easy to, at least in a team way, in a more group way, don't allow him to get the first.
Yeah, we already saw an example of that earlier. It was Tidal grabbing a Fiora on the carousel, denied from Darkest, right? Fiora 3, 4 cost, 3 stars, still a big win condition. So it's already on players' mind. I wouldn't be surprised to see, that kind of playstyle come out here once multiple players do reach check.
That was a little bit more disrespectful, though. Darkest was not in check, very far away from check. Still, you have to start
coming
practicing.
into his pool right soon. It was going to be, okay, I can beat a Fiora 2, maybe even 2 Fiora 2s. Xerath 1, Xerath 2, not that much of a difference.
I don't think any player in check will be playing reroll. You're just griefing yourself. I think players at this point in time, they know that once they are in check, everyone's looking at their board. They have to play for a fast 9, for some kind of win condition angle. This is very hard to force. You cannot always say, hey, at 2-1, I'm getting some kind of crazy augment to get to level 9. It's very difficult to force this.
I think there might be an angle for it with technicalities, right? We saw Milk play Zap Attack Blitzcrank, and it was reroll, kind of quote unquote, got that Blitz 3, but then pushed levels. If players are able to find those instances, it can still be kind of a good mix of the two.
I think that's going to be a very niche situation to identify for these players. So we're going to be seeing what they opt to do once that next game gets started. Just to kind of round out the predictions, I personally think 2 players are going to be on check after the next game, because I think one might just be aiming for a little bit too low, but we'll see what the next game brings once we get that underway. Personally, I've been liking seeing so much variation. So not only as much of the reroll, even midfeed kind of coming into this tournament, I was saying we've seen a very narrow line on what he was playing day 1, day 2, opening up a little bit and saying, okay, there are more comps I'm actually comfortable on.
Yeah, overall the meta is we can argue if it's balanced or not, but it's broad, and that means balance. So you have a lot of reroll, you have maybe conditional possibilities to go to that fast 9, to that fast 8, and the meta also changed. We actually saw a lot of rerolls so far, but actually the comps that are winning right now are the Dragon Shapeshifter. So everyone is going for that, and that should be the comp that when you want to achieve the first place, you go for it, but they're going for it right now. So they're actually like putting the feet on front and saying, hey, I want to go for this.
Not only has meta changed, but it's changed even during this tournament, right? And that always happens, and especially when we get to day 3, we get a lot of people in checkpoint, right? The rerolls are so strong, but there's still so many creative lines you can take. What the Forge is only one example, right? We see so many possibilities. We see 10 Portal, right? We see 9 Fairy, things like that, which if you get the +1 traits, we see more Prismatics perhaps, we can definitely get those lines.
Even something like the Witchcraft has been cropping up quite a bunch during the games, and I'm personally, maybe hoping to see a little bit of a Trainer Golem again. Those have been great fun to watch.
ZOA, game 1, pick Trainer Golems, right? Was already understood the assignment, Panda.
Understood the mission. The mission is more, more direct, more you're locked in. But that's one thing I wanted to mention. Makes a great point. The portals. The portals are very, very impactful in terms of possibilities of going fast 9. We have gold subscription. We have gold opener even in some cases. Just even 3 gold early can really snowball into a lot of extra interest gold. Trainer golems especially. My big question is, if someone is low on points, they want Trainer Golem for the variance of high rolling the Golem and trying to jump up with a first place. They also open the door for someone who's already in check to win the tournament.
To get
There's risk involved, and kind of the risk management, I think, is the whole concept of a day 3.
Yeah, these players are risk averse, so they love to go for that. And we saw Tidal with maybe one of the first expression in the first game when the portal was picked. He was like, Rage. And that was the first time I see him actually going for that faith, going for that aura. Of course he has it, he's laughing, but he wants to go more for the cold mine. So starting to show him, showing emotion and go for it is so amazing for him. Remember, he's the only one with the possibility of getting the second crown, the second championship in TFT.
That's right, and we are going to be moving closer to the next champion being crowned, as Game 4 is going to be going underway in just a couple of seconds. One more look at our top 8 players here in Day 3 of the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians crown, and this is going to be our game number 4. Portals cropping up right now. Support Anvil, Champion Duplicator, and Radiant Blessing are going to be on the offer here. No Trainer Golems, Panda.
I know there's one player out of these 8, see if you guys can guess who I'm talking about, who I think regardless of whatever math and possibilities there are with checkmate points, he has low points, high points, he would always go for chaos, and it has to be Volterix the entire tournament long.
Oh yeah.
He's always just been going the most chaotic option. On ladder in EU West, everyone knows that Volta essentially preps for the Global Championship Finals since the very first day of the set, always going for Trainer Golems if he has a chance.
I think this was also another game where ZUA and Volta stood on the same portal together, right? They, in game 1, both stood on Trainer Golems. It was ZUA who won it. Also winning it out on this game as well with that duplicator, and that could throw some crazy situations in. If we get a lot of early gold, we go for those compositions that cap around 5 costs and get a 2-star version of them.
Yeah, I really love seeing it, but what I also love seeing is a double Seraphine in a first chop. That Mage Soraka comp has been doing quite well. We've been seeing it a lot on several boards, and Zira agrees.
And one thing I want to mention for Zira in this game particularly, some interesting concepts of game theory here applied. You might just think he wants to go for an 8, doesn't really care about his placement. That is not true. One, he wants to try and contest whoever is second in points to make them have the hardest time to reach that check for the next game. Yeah. Higher chances, of course, of Zio winning the tournament. Second, he wants to, largen the gap between any players, take away those 8 points, removing more points from the total pool that can be earned in this game number 4. And he wants to maybe practice for what win-out conditions are. He will be playing a first-rate playstyle. He doesn't really care what his placement is this game.
Yeah, that's a great point. I think the first priority should be denying points from the player who's in that second place, right? Maybe you can meet him in check, right? It doesn't matter that much where he places in this game, but there's a lot of other factors to consider here, a lot of other things to think about.
Yeah, that's going to be the name of the game. But the big question is, of course, what augments are going to be cropping up. First set of augments coming in a couple of seconds. And if that is yet another prismatic or even just gold, we can see some very strong options here. And Fortune favors the bowl, for example, coming up right out of the gates. I'm seeing a bunch of +1s showing up on our 9 frame as well.
Yeah, a lot of interesting options here.
Stars are born.
Yeah.
PYM. It's always been the entire tournament long a very, very strong option for posturing into a reroll, allowing no one else to really contest you on that. We do also see a few more augments that posture you into rerolls. Category 5 for the Jinx enjoyer of the tournament. 5 games of Jinx in day 1 and 2. Midfeed once again trying to play for the Hunter line in this game.
Both Gear, PYM, and Xiue actually taking Stars Are Born in this lobby. And for Xiue, right, Stars Are Born is not something that really caps out super high, but again, isn't on check yet, so doesn't need to consider that. Just wants to worry about other lines. And we see for title here, press the attack, right, going for that multi-line.
Yeah, also Volta, maybe. So we already saw title there with the multi-attack totally committed, so maybe Volta will be the one to have to do the switch. He's starting with a Catherine, and we see that he's holding also Lilias. He's holding cost 1 to do the regular reroll, so maybe Ari will be the possibility for him. And got out. He got like, boom. So, no, sorry, man. You're not playing multi-striker now.
I do wonder if Ziyue, this would be maybe too big brain and maybe too mean if he's picking Stars Are Born, so that if anyone in the 2nd or 3rd place in the standings, if they play reroll, Ziyue will wait and then just pick the units from their reroll and essentially grief by tripling the chances of taking those units out of the pool.
That's some crazy tech, actually.
Listen, I'm a griefer, Crone, as you've maybe noticed. US is wild.
This is literally the specific, all right, I Tactician's Crown on day 3, game 3, I perform check, I click Stars Are Born, I grief people. This is such a specific situation for this.
$150,000 on the line. You have to go through all the possible probabilities.
I like the angle here for Ziyue because he's obviously looking for the Shyvana with the Stars Are Born, but he's also very close to the Numsy 3-star. So that Numsy could be so prevalent in the mid game, in the early game, in the slow late game, and then you can transfer items to whatever you want. Obviously, the smolder will be a possibility, so great, and we haven't seen that pop up so far.
Yeah, if Xiue just high rolls a little bit, right? Just 2 smolders in the next few shops, that would be a massive carry to kind of propel themselves forward into the late game. And yeah, the Shyvana instantly clicked here. It's already going to be Xiue playing for yet another high cap game around that Shapeshifter Dragon. Xiue says, hey, I don't even need a good augment to do it. I can take effectively an econ augment, get that early game power spike off of it, and then transition into the late game.
I really love seeing press the attack from title here because we've been seeing how consistent multi-striker is at just kind of getting a good early start and then bleeding out a little bit into a solid top 4, and that's all title needs. So a nice little game plan there coming out once again from our format player, as Clement has been calling him, always doing exactly what is needed in each individual game, it seems like.
He needs something else. He needs for Volta not to play multi-striker because he actually got the Kassadin too, but obviously we saw he has some other options there. So hopefully they will not contest themselves. If they do, both of them will get in a very bad spot.
Also, Title hasn't played multi-strikers in this tournament thus far, but going back to what Panda said about Title being a master of all lines, doesn't need to bring it out until the exact situation where it looks good approaches him.
Volta at 9 points, I think there's no way he commits to multis this game. I think he knows, especially contested multis, that would be absolutely wild. He knows he has to go for, yet again, like we saw in the last game, that riskier, stage 4 stabilization into a level 9 high cap game plan, which can backfire, can become another 8th, another 7th, and that, could be dire. But as was said earlier in the day, I think on game 1 during the cast, by Gangly, if you get an 8th, it doesn't really matter. There are chances that this isn't just all your points being added up. There are chances the game extends and extends and extends, and we could see this tournament finish on game 7.
Yeah, I also want to highlight really quickly just a small optimization, right? If you are a newer player, you're like, oh, okay, I'll just grab the orb, right? It's duplicator, but it does take up a slot on the bench, right? So just that little optimization, leaving one more slot open.
Good news, though. Yeah. We have good news. We have the change there. And some people say, okay, it's different. I don't know if I like it, but when you actually played it and you actually use it, it's so amazing. It gives you so much free space. Challenger players are loving it. Pro players are loving it. And you will love it too at home.
All right, I'm sold. You guys just sold it to me. I'm just not even going to try to deny it. But what I am also sold on is a Warwick. Notably, this is not going to be a Warwick reroll.
What do you mean, Max? Morello Warwick, isn't that big?
I fear, but it's a good unit. It's a strong early unit, specifically with something like a Rage Blade, so we'll be doing some lifting from it.
Someone look up the stats. Rage Blade, Runance, Morello Warwick, and the stats. It's going to be 0 games played.
I'm from the school of Juanme. I don't look at stats. I just believe in my Wolfie boy.
Oh,
Wolfie?
YBY.
You call him Wolfie?
Wolfie boy.
Like woof.
Wolf.
Ah.
Woof, woof.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wolfie. Yeah.
Boy.
Boy. Or girl.
Oh yeah, Warwick. Never mind. Anyway, we are seeing some players lining up for something else now because Warwick is out, at least in terms of item holding. Jinx is in, and she is going to be getting at least that Rageblade and that Runans for now.
Yeah, that's always where this comp wanted to end up, especially with that Category 5 pick, right? Not too many other compositions, maybe multi-strikers can make use out of it with the Ashe or the Callista perhaps, but Jinx especially fantastic here. And already a tier 2 Jinx as well. Was that a charm to make her tier 2, or is she just fine 3 Jinx?
Had 2 on the bench, I believe, and the items were shot off the Warwick, so I assume that was an upgrade onto the Jinx, and now midfeed maybe showcasing why he is the expert on this line. The Jinxes are coming to him.
True.
5 games of Jinx reroll being one of the most contested or the most contested reroll in the first 2 days. It's crazy that he found that spot so often and pushed other players off of it.
Yeah, because normally the spot is actually preserve HP. You don't look for a win streak, you don't look for a lose streak, you just preserve HP while you look for the items, because actually you need a lot of cloaks that are not so prevalent into the meta. So this spot with the win streak is so great for him.
And he's not the only one on a 5-win streak. YBY1 also able to get that going. Both of the 100 HP players not meeting each other for now. YBY1 is even a little bit richer here. So truly playing into that preserver line, trying to get that going as early as possible to buy some time to start out fights and make sure that the units can kill off the enemy units, really working in YBY1's favor here.
I love what COA is doing here with not pushing levels, right? Maybe wanting to roll until hitting that Nomzi 3 is getting pretty close to a Shyvana 3 as well, right? And as we see the rolls come through, another Shyvana, another Elise, could get Elise 3 as well, rolling rather deep. But where is the Nomzi?
So we're in that weird position. Nomzi does come through, but there were a lot of similar units coming up, and then you couldn't buy it because the bench was full, so the shop maybe doing a little bit of a trolling. In the end, Nomzi does arrive, though, so all is well.
I know what this is. This is ZUE preparing for the next game, Upgraded Adventure 2-1. He's preparing for the legendary Chase Nomzi reroll into the huge dash out from Upgraded Adventure. ZUE's checking out all the boxes.
No, you're so right.
Min-maxing.
There's 3-1 costs. There's the Nomzi, the Elise, the Jace. You know, you push 6, you get that Shyvana 3 as well. Boom,
Isn't
Upgraded Adventure.
The augment icon also fairly similar? I like that. He's just he's locked in.
It is, actually.
I do want to mention Darkest. They played Fairy in the very last game yesterday to guarantee their spot in this day 3, shutting the door on a very strong player like Araya. I believe that angle is similarly going to happen here for Darkest. They had a Clear Mind start, they had the Rageblade slam, they have overall a penchant for playing Fairy from a loose streak angle and from a kind of high econ angle, which is what Clear Mind gives you.
For YBY, their Scholar offered. Already had that Preserver augment in 2-1. Could lean towards a Scholar direction, but is thinking about all the options even before rolling any here. But
title additional items, so he's going for the multi-striker line, as we know, so everyone can be the carry in this line, so great for him also.
YBY1, the last to pick here, still has one more roll. Too healthy being offered, will not take this one. Instead, we're going down into more preservers, trying to play around maybe a Karma in the later stages. For now, that Bard will need to hold true. I was very excited for 0.5 seconds because I was thinking it could be a Bard, but no, I don't think so.
It will be kind of the OG bully 4-class comp at the very start of this set that I think every, high-level player loved to play. It was so fun to mix and match so many 4-cost units with Karma and the Preservers and Gwen and Fiora sometimes being part of that show. YBY1, weirdly enough, as the absolute favorite the first 2 days, only on 11 points, 7th place in the standings, needs to start coming up in the standings in the next game.
I also see that line that you just mentioned, but it's very difficult. He doesn't have XX item for it, so it will be very interesting to see him effectively trying to get the items exactly on one carry. So maybe I'm seeing a Gwen here.
What the Forge 4-2.
Oh,
just prepping for it already.
You're a dreamer.
Hey, Panda's right about a lot of things.
You only found that out now?
I'm finding it out more and more each time I talk to Panda.
Agree for
when you hit my knee, you got the energy that I'm a dreamer.
Fair enough, fair enough. We are going to be taking a look at Volta's board, though, because this is one of the 2 multi-striker players, and despite the press attack and the extra item grab back on title, Volta says, I don't really care. I'm just going to stay on this line.
It's interesting because Volta in EMEA finals to guarantee his qualification to the global stage, he played a lot of multi-strikers. His most played comp in that tournament, he had a lot of success with it. Coming to day 1 and 2, not a single game. Could be that he just didn't have the spots for it, but it's very weird coming from Volta. Already in this day 3, his second multi-striker game.
I mean, it's the angle that the game gives you, and it's very difficult to pivot out sometimes. So now
Rakan there on the carousel for Darkus. Unfortunately, GearPYM steals it, and Darkus has to settle for a Taric.
Darkus still in a good spot, though, overall for that Fairy line, right? Has clear mind, is going to be able to get to level 8 very quickly and roll for that board, and we see players' dreams either be made or die on that 4-1 roll down.
Look at the components. Second Rage Blade just acquired now off of that Rod, has a chain for the Rakan item.
So yeah, in a great spot here, is already 60 gold, level 7, 8 XP into level 7. This is going to be such a huge roll down. And again, remember, that champion duplicator to get something like a Rakan 2, a Kalista 2, maybe even a Camille 2, right? If we high roll and stuff like that.
Keep dreaming, Crone, I like it.
I'm taking a page out of your book. You know, I'm thinking big.
That's how it works. Hopping over to Balmyung, though. Just a quick reminder, Balmyung only needs like a top 5 to make it. Is on 16 points already to get to check. And is currently running a little bit of everything.
Yeah, very creative board here with the Giving Souls. I thought maybe there was a chance he was trying to play the Kalista, but he's actually not leveling up so much. He knows Kalista is contested from the other board, so he actually cooking, just getting the tempo here with the Poppy 3, and then trying to go for some line that is free.
I want to mention Midfeed is a player who already in day 2 with the Jinx line picked up Transfiguration. Really, I think him specifically, and maybe YBY and APAC as a whole, really liked Transfiguration in that Jinx line. So I think if you ask Midfeed, what is your kind of comfort game in this game 4, everything is panning out in exactly that direction.
Yeah, I played Drinks a lot, and it was an average of 3 as well. Only 1 game was bought 4 out of those 5
as
games.
the biggest reroll or most contested reroll in the day 1.
Yeah,
That's insane.
Crazy stats there.
Who's cooking here is ZUA, reroll Nomsy, Elise, Jace. The tech. The true tech. Coming up here from the CN. They're the ones I believe that have been the most creative. They show us that they're extra a couple of times, not working out sometimes and working great on others. So actually, they're on the obviously island there together and popping off. It's good to see innovation, and normally it comes from there.
If you think of creativity when it comes out of China, usually it's Huanmia, but Zhuwei also saying, hey, I can be creative too. We all learn together, right? Taking the best pages out of each other's books.
Well, we are going to be needing to take a look at the players that will make some moves in that next stage. Really looking for those forecast units like Darkest, who will probably be rolling right after Wolf. So we're going to try to get our eyes on it. But Zira might be posturing to maybe also do something similar.
Ooh, yeah. Darkest in the position to just passively level up to level 8 is going to have at least 60 gold in the next round. Going to be a huge roll down, but already 2 Rage Blades we talked about earlier. Created.
And components.
Yeah,
now we're
there
talking.
We
Give me one more cloak. Give me maybe a belt. Redemption is also okay on the Rakan there, but at least you have the Stone Play guaranteed. Want to buy a charm as soon as possible to have that shop slot opened up for the big reroll here. Okay. Trying to maximize the chances of the forecasts.
Whoa,
Olaf, love you, but please, we need the Rakan and the Kallistas.
Let's play flexibly. Buy Olaf too. Fit it on the board. No.
Olaf, please.
Where's the real units that we're
Why
looking
does
for?
he
Where's
keep
the
coming?
Rakan? Where's the Callista?
One Callista.
Okay.
1 and 1.
Yeah. 1 and 1.
right.
That's stable, right? Copium?
I mean, it's
50
more
gold for
stable
one
than a
Kalista
weight
Huracan.
one.
Yeah,
If that's what you were looking for, then yeah, you got an upgrade. But
Well-
it's not the best one.
One last thing I think Dark is really going to need here is a good combat strength augment at this 4-2. The Econ is there. He's made it to level 8. They have the clear mind to get there, and now they need combat strength to really allow the Rakan to become as unkillable as possible to buy time for the Callista.
Martyr, Combat Caster, anything like that would be amazing for him and give that additional strength. And then the healing from the Kalista actually performs even better on the Rakan.
Has sold up to 34 gold, so we'll still have a decent amount of gold to reassess the situation next round. Maybe Hyra a little bit. Has still Duplicator to work with, so maybe we can't dream big, but it's Prismatics. What the Forge you were talking about earlier. Just hit it on
Sorry,
4-2.
but, Hubert doesn't trust me. At least Crowan, you're on my side.
I got you. I'm learning from you.
Yeah, it's actually insane because within the EMEA region, Panda usually only jinxes
Okay,
people.
Mix, you gotta...
Oh, good insight, Mix. Actually, maybe I shouldn't trust him as much
No,
as I
so
am.
listen, I'll explain. I was using my powers for evil, and now on the global stage where it matters most.
All right. Well, bringing us back to this game, we are in our last choices. Here at the very top, you can see that there is still some thinking on what to go for. Anger issues also being offered. But I do want to kind of take a step back and talk about the roll down we just saw from Darkest and from Balmyong side by side, because Balmyong was able to find that Rakan too, but not able to find that Kalista. Instead found a Camille, found a Emilio, so really getting those legendary units in to try and stabilize much more, which is a little bit of bad news for Darkest because they now are going to have a much harder time to get that Rakan off the ground.
Yeah, Darkest is full defense here, going for the Unified Resistance, and then with the Blossoming Lotus, he actually needs the Rakan 2 with more priority. Remember, now this is not fully crit. As time passes, you have more crit chance and more crit power, so he needs the Rakan to be as most tank as possible to be the final boss there in the front.
Looking at the gold situation as well, we know that Darkest rolled down a lot more, did not find even a pair of Kalistas and Rakans. It's that awkward position where they're forced to roll even more here on stage 4 where they don't want to be right now.
I actually love from Darkest not rolling past 10 because what if you get a Kalista or a Rakan in the carousel? You want to save your duplicator until you know if you have that upside, being the first pick as well.
Being the first pick with Gear, who could also be taking something there. So Gear on that Ahri reroll we've been seeing a lot. I will say I saw something interesting that the Ahri is holding. Maybe once we look at that board, we can see it in action. But for now, we're going to be watching that fight here between Volta and Balmyong. And Volta still not hitting those multi-strikers, but maybe it's good enough to circumvent the Rakan.
Yeah, it's 2 away from a lot of things here, but took that combat augment in favor of the items there. Blinding speed on forward 2, making Ash that carry, and she's trying. She's trying her best. Wait, can she actually do it?
Yep.
She can. All that healing. Wow.
Volta knew. No reaction. Full trust in the Ash.
Okay, guys, you know when we talked about YBY1's board and I was saying for 0.5 seconds I was hoping it's a Bard reroll. Our observer is letting me know that there are 6 Bards on this board right now on the bench as well as in play. So there's also a Karma, but there's a chance is what I'm saying.
It's great. It's always good to get the Bard there. Normally, it's a secondary carry. We know it also reduces the defense, the damage from the rest. So it's actually a great support unit. And we've seen it pop off. It's starting game day 1, maybe not so good, so prevalent. But if you have a 3, you take it.
Look at midfield at the top, 94 HP still. This is a player who essentially, in terms of his comfort and his experience, handpicked both his line, his augments, his situation, really. Not surprised to see the domination here in stage 3 and 4.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than the usual Jinx we see, however. It's going to be Vanguard Jinx, right? Whereas the Wukong not on the board, but doesn't need to be here either, saying that, hey, I'm such an expert on this line, I can make it work out on these other variations that no one even else is going to think about.
I really like this. This is a little bit of cooking, and it's also a little bit of item holding that I'm seeing as these Cassidans are being taken out of the pool by midfeed as well. Says 2 multi-striker players. Let me just make that a little bit harder for you guys.
Yeah, also because they're rolling for the Gallia, right? That 2 cost, the Rumble as well, the Kog'Maws, so more 2 costs out of the pool, better for midfeed, but has a lot of gold, has a lot of HP, so can afford to hold the Cassidans.
Also very important, no one playing the Buster Vanguard line, so no one will contest the Mordekaiser. It will be easier for him to get that final raid buff in the center, and that will be the time that you want to replace that Wukong that is so important. And
I think that's exactly the recognition of why that's going to be a Vanguard lean.
Wait, he made the Cassidon too.
I mean, might as well. Look at the HP, look at the money. There's no reason not to.
We're rich.
One off the Jinx, has a duplicator. Ideally, I imagine, with the HP buffer.
Maybe we got to sell the Cassidon now, actually, to make bench space. -1 gold.
Volta's like, all good. I already hit. Keep holding.
True.
Well, Tidal is not on the chopping block, but a player is on 19 HP, and it's YBY1. Now, we are in 4-6. Unless that loss is terrible, I think we should be safe here.
Actually, I think Volta's not saying all good, Panda. 0 gold, 1 off of Ashe, 1 off of Jax, and that's Petrocol's Jace, right? Gets the backline, gets taken out immediately at least.
Thank the lords that Cassidy did bodyguard duty and absorbed the aggro from the Jace there, or else our hero Ashe would have been taken down. Regardless, does not matter in the end. The Shyvana combination able to clean up. Volta taken down now to 30 HP.
Wow, it was very close though. But Volta, not a good spot. But if anyone can get out of the situation, I think it is Volta. It's going to be natural Jax and Ashe in the next shop. Okay, never mind.
Okay. Checking in with Darkest. So they just lost the previous round. We are seeing the Kalista 2, but what we're not seeing is either a Duplicator or the Rakan 2. So has sacrificed the Duplicator to make that Kalista to stabilize maybe a little bit, even though that Rakan might have been more important?
I think the one thing I want to the heads up on the itemization doesn't slam the stone plate because of the unified resistance, understanding that there is going to be full aggro onto just a single unit due to the positioning. Instead slams a vow and hopes now for a secondary tank item onto this Rakan finally, which could maybe even be more important than the upgrade at this point in time.
Yeah, what's that item going to be though is the question here. Could be Declaw, could be
Gargoyle, probably.
Yeah, I mean, if you position it correctly on which side, that's still going to be a lot of power there.
2 Kalista, 0 Rakan. That's a taunt from the shop.
Yeah, has to just sell the extra Kalistas. Kalista 3 is not a win condition that we can play for here. And yeah, I think we were dreaming a little too big here when thinking about potentially that Camille 2 for the Duplicator. It's not even a Rakan 2 going into stage 5 here. Oh, here we go, Mix. I think this was what you were talking about earlier with the Ahri with a very interesting item on it.
Oh yeah, I was hoping to see this board. I was not hoping to see it against an EMEA player, but that's a different storyline.
You win some, you lose some.
That's right. Gear cooking with the Ascension here on the Ahri. Also has the Radiant Jewel Gauntlet, so really full power to this Ahri reroll and will serve a full set of damage to Volta. Story for Darkest though seems to be the same. Both of the EMEA players taking hits left, right, and center. And that also means that we have our first players that are going to be up for maybe elimination out of our game 4.
Yeah, on the other hand, the people in the front midfield doing the Vanguard Jeans variation, ZUA being so strong there with the fast 9, and we were playing them with also great possibilities.
No Rakan there, unfortunately for Darkest. Gets the charm to buy a champion for free. Does find it, but he's one off. Has to maybe swap. Is there any unit you can swap with here? The answer is no.
No.
The Katarina's 1-star on the board as well. So there was a heads-up option. I think you have to swap something here, even if it means losing traits.
Oh, finds on the Hecarim actually.
Oh, nice.
That's best case situation actually that could have happened.
Absolute high roll. Is this Rakan 2 going to be enough to win this fight for Darkest?
Oh,
and they are up against Balmyang, who's still item carrying a Tristana.
Tristana's the fakest unit at this point in the game. There is Emilio too, though, so maybe that can make the matchup a bit more even.
This Camille as well could be scary.
Yeah.
Emilio item on the BT now for the Camille.
Oh, on the left.
Taken out by Tidal, says, you dare to contest me on the multi-strikers? This is what happens, and both EMEA players are actually going to be looking at a similar fate. Can Kalista get it out? Yes, she can, but Balmyang stays alive as well.
Man, for Volta, that's so tragic, right? First couple of games were reroll, landed in the bottom 4, said, all right, not going to play reroll anymore, I'm going to go into the Scholars, got 3rd, but right back into the multi-reroll line, and yeah, landed in an 8th.
Yeah, I mean, everyone remembers the high rolls from Volta, but actually he puts himself in this position where he needs a little luck to perform, so he went to level 6, still not having the 1 cost that he needed 3-star. The game normally gives them to you. It didn't happen this time, but then when it happened, we say it's a high roll. He actually is performing, he's playing the way he wants. He only needs that push of luck that he always can take.
Balmyang finds Kalista. Will that be enough for Kalista 1 as a way to maybe win and stay alive in this lobby?
On the right-hand side, Darkest fighting for survival against Tidal. All of these players are incredibly low, and all of these players are fighting for placements. Volta is already out, so 2 points are guaranteed as they are making their way towards checkpoint. Is it good enough?
No.
Kalista underpowered. Darkest is going to be out here, unfortunately.
Balmyang
and the
as
same
well.
fate meets Balmyang.
I want to commend Tidal on the adaptability. understands, hey, Kassadin's going to be contested this game from Volta. I will pivot into the lower cost reroll on both the Akali and the Jax instead. And the Jax putting in so much work. I think alongside Jace, a really underrated one cost the entire set.
It's actually a tragic 6 for Bamyang as well. They were 16 points coming into this game. Now plus 3 points means they're going to be only on 19, not in check quite yet.
Both Fairy players dead, and of course, a Fairy on the carousel. Just TFT things.
Oh, it's a tragedy.
CUA also getting here the Giant Slayer is huge for him. He already knows the cap board. He will go probably on the Smolder, and going up against all of these three-star units, perfect for him, and he could even cap up more. So CUA, we already know any points. He's already in the cutoff, but he wants even more.
Well, let's talk about the player who's not in the cutoff yet, because that is Gear, currently sitting on 5th place. Really needed a 1st place here, and with 3 HP, that dream might not come together. Looking at the board on the left-hand side, we're going to get another glimpse at this Ahri, but is it good enough? Can it actually do something against the Dragon on the other side from midfeed?
Wow. Yeah, the Dragon, one of the most powerful combat charms. Midfeed on that Jinx 3 as well. There's so much power to that composition, but can Ahri ascend with that talisman?
The Bastion angle from this Ahri is trying to buy as much time as possible, but despite the extra armor, the Jinx tears through everything with just so much raw power coming in. Gear PYM taken down. That means Gear PYM can no longer get to that check, as Bamyang also cannot.
Tidal has, though. Tidal with a top 4 is going to be at least 20 points. So we have GUA and Tidal.
YBY1 starting at only 11 also can't reach check in this game. Midfeed, though, needs a 2nd or better.
That's the only condition on where you two are correct, by the way. So midfeed taking a top 2 would put 3 players on check going forward, which what you both predicted. Reminding our audience here. Taking a look at YBY1 and Tidal side by side as we once more get a look at Tidal's board. Did eliminate 2 EMEA players, but now had a loss in that previous game as well. And it seems like the multi-strikers cannot really breach the front line of the full Vanguard power. That Kassadin is getting pushed around, and Tidal taking a massive loss.
Yeah, that's okay though. Has done the job of getting to that 20-point mark, so not too sad about a 4th place there. YBY on a 6th streak, and YBY actually playing this game so well. Panda, you were talking about it earlier, right? This is kind of harkening back to the beginning of Magic and Mayhem around this kind of Preserver flex line. There's the Fiora, there's the Gwen. No Karma in the backline like we saw back then, but there's still a Bard doing a little bit of work too.
And Karma, of course, no longer heals your entire team.
Yeah, that was the big part of it.
Maybe a big part of why she's not currently on this board. Was an incredibly strong unit in terms of DPS, spreading burn, but also just allowing to just constantly heal and keep your entire team alive, especially the dangerous units like the Gwen and the Fiora.
Yeah, it's normally a comp that you need excessive resources, and he managed to achieve these 2 double Thieves Gloves for the front line. That's enough for him, so great to see. And the Morgana 2 that is so huge now in the late game. Yeah.
Well, we've been talking about midfeed and the Whisperer of the Hunter comp, how creative this approach on the Vanguards is, and he just found yet another 2 really big upgrades. That Mordekaiser's 3 and that Olaf 2 are going to be helping this board so much, despite midfeed being so healthy at the top there with 72 HP. This is looking to shake out quite in favor of our APAC player, as he does go up against CUA.
CUA having a Nora 2 randomly in the back line. Where did that come from? It's going to be providing a lot of damage, but doesn't necessarily synergize too well with that. But oh, look at the Category 5 power from Jinx. All of those Runan's bullets taking out the back line as midfeed claims another win on a 4 streak now.
YBY1 down to 2 HP.
He's the strongest right now, but ZUA, YBY have more possibilities to ramp up, but he doesn't have to allow it. Midfeed knows that, so this is charm buying, being as strong as possible, take out YBY, and then if ZUA cannot find the Briar 2, cannot find the Smolder 2, could be an easy win here for midfeed.
5 Morganas, maybe with 2 HP, you don't have enough time to really go for this as a win, but if YBY1, waits, wins 1 or 2 more fights, finds a Morgana on the carousel, could sell his entire board to try and guarantee the win in this game, stopping midfeed potentially from also reaching check.
That's true. Midfeed, though, a lot of HP to go through already, but YBY versus CUA here.
Yeah, the question is, can YBY1 make it to that carousel?
Look at this Morgana. What a beast.
Wow. Actually try to take down as much as possible. The answer is, yep, it's working out for now. Takes down Ziyue, says, if I'm going down, you're going down.
Wrong fight cost.
One more fight before the carousel.
If we get animate bench too, that's also maybe a reason that we're keeping these Morganas around. Polymorph came through, but no. Back row star, the charm. Salvager maybe if we want to make some late game swaps with the items. Hey, animate bench came through, but the Morganas are no longer there.
Stuff, no charm here for YBY. On the left, ZUE finding the +1 shapeshifter. So looks better for him. Whoever gets the real midfield, and it will be YBY, he knows. He knows, and this is a tough part for him. Should be the win here for midfield.
It could actually be a double elimination because midfield is fighting both of these boards, one with his ghost and one with the real deal, and that's a lot of power coming out of the
Look at the
Hunter.
Gwen. Oh. Not able to do it. The Jinx wins. Midfield takes down YBY1.
Ziyue, though, persists, makes it through, gets that carousel. One more chance at an upgrade, one more chance to upturn and solidify your placement here with yet another first place for the CN player.
The top two does guarantee midfield reaches check in this game number 4. So gonna get really, really spicy in game 5 as players start to now angle towards those win conditions.
This is not what I thought the top 2 would be, with ZUE having Stars Are Born, going Nomzi 3, and having that actually be a strong enough carry to get into the late game. Smolder is basically not even a part of this composition. It's just there for the 3 Dragon buff, but a lot of power on that Shyvana as well. 3 very good items. Again, I don't know where that Nora 2 came from, but might as well slot it in as it gives a lot of power,
even in the
to that Shyvana.
Yeah, the character had the Death Blade, and he decided not to go for the Morty. He already has the Nora 2, so he gets the Archangel. So 3-item Nora here, totally isolated, could be the win here for ZUE.
And the Jace, I think has been really impactful with the Radiant Artifact level, the Capricious buff as well, in terms of how much you can use different items.
Just takes it
I think not just the Jace, but generally the entire approach from ZUE to say, okay, I am going to use this Stars Are Born to full capacity, get those 3 stars, trying to play run ahead.
The
but
still up.
Is it good enough? That Mordekaiser is a beast and a half.
The Archangel
Can it
stacking.
take down Nora on his own with Twitch support from the backline? One more swing. I don't know if he can do it. That's too strong.
And midfield says, no worries, 46 HP still to work with, 50 gold to work with, a chance to go 9, a chance to find another level of cap for this Hunter board.
Yeah, looking at the gold tells a lot of that story there, right? Getting a support anvil there. There's so much higher that midfield can go to cap here. Where on the other side, ZUE, 0 gold, can't even buy a good combat charm.
I'll probably wait to pick the Zephyr right before the fight starts, so no information is given to his opponent. Positioning, maybe, just off of the position, you can kind of tell that a Zephyr could be picked.
Even puts Rumble in a position to be able to Zephyr a corner, Twitch in the other one too.
Thumbs up, Zephyr will hit and will take up the Jace out of all units. That's going to be the target one. However, Shyvana has made her way into the backline, is under fire by these Hunter units as they are collapsing onto the Shapeshifter board. And I think from here on out, it's too little for ZUE as midfield takes the first place in game number 4 here.
Midfield showing an absolute masterclass on that Jinx line, being able to do it on a non-traditional style, but add +1 to that Jinx play rate. Just such a good comp there by midfield.
Also, ZUE, even though he was looking for the exact full threshold of the comp with the level 9, I think the Nora actually gave him some placement. Actually, achieving that Nora 2, maybe it could have been a 4th because he wasn't that up in HP in the midterm. So great recognition, and then funneling all the 3 items to her was so impressive to see.
Even at the end, ZUE, despite not having information on the Zephyr, placed the Jace right above the Nomzi, predicting that there is an anvil open. You are expecting something like a Zephyr coming in, which is why the pick was delayed. So really heads up plays from all of our players, showcasing why we're on a day 3, why they're so good, why they're here.
Let's take it back a little bit, look at our lobby once more. Unfortunately, Panda, with a little bit of heartache as we see yet again both of the EMEA players taking 8th and 7th. What do you think is the problem for them today?
Well, they played contested games. Volta decided to play into Title's contested, guaranteed multi-strikers game due to the press of the attack. In the end, it did not work for Volta. Title himself eliminated Volta at the very end there, a very personal elimination. And for Darkus, similarly, they played into the fairy line. They could not find their upgrades for all of stage 4, lost so much HP in the process.
Darkus started with meditation, so normally with this, you either play Callisto or you go Fast 9. But Fast 9 was totally taken. The Dragon Shapeshifter world was not a possibility. So you get with the lesser of two evils. That's Callista. You didn't hit. This is what happened. 7 for Darkus here.
It's very interesting to see, though, because usually we talk about how when you contest a reroll, you're probably going to be in the bottom 4. But when you contest those 4 costs, generally you can still make it into that top 4. But just, I think, low rolls on both sides, though, unfortunately, not netting some good placements.
Well, then let's talk a little bit about the highlights. I already started talking a little bit at the end of that fight there for ZUE, really playing to the strength of trying to get into an early heads up, getting those 3-star 1 costs on the Shapeshifter line, knowing that that was going to be a good late game comp. We've been seeing it basically in every single game. I really love this game plan.
Yeah, I love it so much. Once he saw that he already had 5 Smolder, already also with the Stars Unborn, it was perfect spot for him. Then he got the Shyvana, and the setup was perfect. Then Jace started to come, so yeah, why not? He's in Arcane, so I want Arcane characters in my board, and it popped off. Great early game. Then in the middle ground, obviously, it lowers and decreases a lot of HP, but then the late game has so many possibilities. If we would have got the Smolder, maybe the Briar too early, that could be a top 1, but then the Nora gave in a top 2. That's impressive.
And these are still lines that we see generally, right? With the Shapeshifter Dragons, right? And even with the Jinx, but these are still creative ways to make this board work. So I really want to highlight creative TFT can still be done even in a meta where like, all right, I go this line, I go this line, I go this line, right? There's still different ways to get there.
Speaking of creativity, I think YBY1 played a beautiful game. Morgana as the main carry, the Preserver line that we haven't seen that much. It's really hard to execute on this line at this point in time in this meta and work to perfection. A great 3rd place, clawing back into that 17, 18 point range to try and get 20 next game.
Well, we are going to be stepping away from this game for a little bit because we have a tactical breakdown presented by HyperX ready for you guys with, of course, our 2 favorite analysts, Gangly and Clement. What do you guys got?
Wow, first off, our favorite.
Yeah,
Thank
we're
you.
favorites. Wow. Get off the sofa, guys.
Look, hardcore now. All right, now to celebrate Title reaching check, we thought it was appropriate if we got to highlight some pretty cool stuff that Title did in the game. Not this one, but the one before. So I'm going to bring it up, and this is Volta's board on the other side in just a second, though. I'm going to wait until this pops up. Once we see Title's board, let's break down exactly what we're looking at. Okay, first off, we got blasters, but that is kind of secondary. The most exciting part about this board is sitting right here. Buried Treasure on his 2/1 augment into What the Forge, into Impenetrable Bulwark. Now, we talked at the top of the show how What the Forge can lead to some pretty crazy circumstances, but primarily it is taken off the ground by having additional items. You take Buried Treasure on 2/1, 6 components. You get What the Forge, that means immediately, right off the bat, that is 3 additional artifact anvils coming straight to your board. But it doesn't stop there. Title's not done. On 4/2, he offered Impenetrable Bulwark, and right off the bat, 3 more artifact anvils come to his board. Now I'm going to hand it off to Clement so he can break down exactly how Title uses these artifact anvils.
And this was really the key to how he won the game, because usually when you're playing Vanguard and only 4 blasters, not a lot of chances to win out. But with these items, he was really smart. His main carry is going to be the Ezreal right here, and the way he's going to play it is to line up the damage for a massive overkill onto this side of the board. He has the Luden's Echo, which does give you the overkill damage. So you want someone as low HP as possible. He stacks the Deathfire Grasp on this side as well, targets the Rakan, and watch what happens here. It was very, very close to actually succeeding on this side of the map. We get the fight starting. Smart thing from Volta, keeping his Rise away. Very low health, and then he gets the burst across. It nearly hits, didn't quite, but gets the Zoe on the end. We see the idea there playing out. Just really cool stuff from the Ezreal. And I have to say, both Ezreal Vanguard wins so far has been from our artifact combinations. And that's the thing, when we now have 3 players in check, you gotta look for those Ornn artifacts coming from all of your carousels, from your augments as well. Very, very crucial to taking home the Tactician's crown.
They told us that blasters wasn't very good, and we said, no, it is good, it's just conditional. And Clement and I, we've broken it down for you. We have the condition. It is What the Forge with 6 additional items on it. You find that, I promise promise you, blasters are going to be a lot of fun.
I just want to say, Gangly, that you were the one who said the blaster was not good.
No,
you were the one. No one told you that.
We're favorites. Come on.
All right, thank you, everybody. Back to you.
That's like a Volta condition there, right? You got to make so many things happen, but somehow they just do.
Thank you so much, Clement and Gangly, in our tactical breakdown presented by HyperX. But you mentioned it already, we do have 3 players on check. So let's take a look at our standings and see how the playing field is shaking out. Zizue leading the lobby, followed by midfield, followed by title. But if this game goes one more game than the next one, Balmeyang is also going to be guaranteed, and more players are most likely to also make check.
All pressure on Amiya now to get these first back-to-back-to-back and deny the rest of the world that Tactician's crown.
The only player that can't make it in this next game is going to be Volta. Volta coming into this global championship, we talked about a player that had a 28% win rate domestically in EMEA across the entirety of the sets. He absolutely understands win conditions. I wouldn't be surprised to see him getting back-to-back wins the next 2 games.
Yeah, especially if he doesn't play reroll, right? No more reroll.
No more reroll.
Volta.
All right, guys, we're going to be going into a quick break, and then we will be right back with the Teamfight Tactics Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Stay tuned.
Vamos!
was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
As we welcome you back from the break, we welcome you to potentially the final game at the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown. Cannot believe it, it could end here. 3 of our players at that checkpoint just need that first place to win.
And all 3 of those players, Clement, from APAC. Starting the tournament strong, ending the tournament strong in this game 5. Title, midfeed, and ZUA.
Yeah, I did want to correct you. We would love to claim ZUA, but unfortunately he is from CN, yeah.
And he's the one popping off. CUA has been doing amazing. He's feeling it. Great lines. I feel he could really top it off. And he already knows how to get the first place. He's done it so far, especially on day 1, that he had amazing results, and now once again.
It would be amazing if ZUA was able to come into this tournament 2nd time at a Tactician's Crown, going 2nd at the Remix Rumble, and then coming in and winning the entire thing.
It would also be bittersweet if he were to go 2nd again. Because there are 3 players in check. 3 players can, of course, win it in this game 5. I'm looking especially at the mind games between these 3 players and the rest of the competitors. What kind of, big brain plays we need to try and deny. We saw in set 11, Inkborn Fables in the final game, Dishope played an excellent game and really out-mind gamed every single player in the lobby. I think the same has to happen here in this game 5.
I just want to harp on that narrative where we did see ZUA take a 2nd place, and so did Title before he was finally crowned there.
So midfeed's winning?
The one with more flexibility will probably be Volta. He's the only one that doesn't have a chance, even with a first, to get the check. So maybe also same as Title. This is the 3rd time that he's in a final day 3 of a Tactician Crown. So he hasn't had the greatest result, we know, but maybe he can do some shenanigans here, maybe more creative.
I do want to talk about the check formation here, because there's 3 peoples in check. You can't really hold one of them back. It's a little bit too difficult.
Yeah.
The best strategy for you is actually to take first place yourself.
That's right, and you can continuously stop check from happening if you just win every game from now, no matter how far behind you are from the rest of the field.
So 7 games? Yeah?
8, I said it.
8. Okay.
Oh, we're gonna go all the way.
Oh, well, one of these players could do just that. Interesting to think about the types of strategies that when you look at midfeed, Title, and ZUA all within arm's reach of that tap crown, you have to go first. What potentially could that comp be? We're on Prismatic Party again for our portal.
I mean, Mages can make it happen. He already has like a good beginning here with the Soraka, having the Vex early. You don't want the Veigar, but the Vex is good on himself for a tank. And if he managed to cap out maybe the full reroll of the 1 cost, and then trying to go for the Vex 3 and some other things in the late game, it could be a possibility.
I mentioned, though, committing to a reroll when you're on check, I think is a very, very risky game plan. I think most players will probably try and commit to having these 2-star serve as a tempo option and then go fast 8, fast 9, and try and really win with the strongest possible comp they can assemble.
We have seen that. Go from the Mages, actually go to Callista Fairies. That is one way you could win, but I think this first augment is going to tell us a big tale.
No,
birthday present.
Surely not.
Birthday present.
Back-to-back.
Twice in a row.
Birthday present win. Midfeed has the option. Does he want to believe in the birthday present? And funnily enough, it would be even funnier if Title had that option, because Title's birthday was yesterday. I think a big part of Title's big comeback in day 2, 18 points more than day 1, was off of that being his birthday.
Now 22 years
Birthday
old.
present.
He's big.
He's so young. What have we been doing here at almost level 40?
I'm locking in next set.
Midfeed still thinking about a birthday present. He knows when you see stacks, it's a little worse than it was when this show got it. So I think it's okay.
Ooh. ZUA took Wandering Trainer, though. That's going to be an important board to look at, because it is going to be Honeymancy Warrior and Eldritch. Maybe an interesting combination to have to play around, but that is one of the win conditions that you could look for, one of those big, high variance emblem creation.
I will say that some players in the TLC were willing to play vertical warriors. I think that's the line that has the most potential here.
Don't tell Gangly.
I won't. He's not here. Eldritch for me is a little bit suspect, because getting the +2 doesn't even really matter for you. But he already has this Shojin Slam as well.
For midfeed, once again, we saw a great result and exactly what he needed to get into check in this game number 5. He picks up the Hunter crown, leaning once again into the Hunter line, trying to win it all off of his comfort comp, which he's played now, I think, 6 or 7 times in this tournament, that Jinx Wukong line.
Balmyon here with the Vanguard early. Great items there for the Blitzcrank. Ideal. And should be strong, still holding up a couple of 1 cost to have possibilities, but now with the Vanguard, obviously, that's what you want to go for. Lose streak for now.
Living Forge, though, it is an augment that if you get to the late game, the further you go into the game, obviously the more value you get from this artifact generation augment, and it could definitely see you, as you mentioned, denying the checkmate from happening by winning the game yourself.
Oh, it's happening? The Wolf?
It is Volta. Volta did win.
He has 5.
A game
Has
yesterday with Warwick reroll. The conditions are slowly coming together. Has a Rage Blade Slam already onto the Warwick. Can get stacked very early on. Is upgraded. Has pumping up. Can scale into the late game. And has 2 more Warwicks on the bench. He's on 10 points.
Okay.
He has nothing to lose. And he could win the game off of Warwick 3 potentially.
And you said it was what, Wolfie Boy?
Wolfie Boy.
Don't say Warwick 3.
There's many
Wolfie Boy.
nicknames for Warwick,
Okay,
especially when Vampiric Corrupt Deceptor was in the game.
I do want to mention some of the big win conditions here because it is Prismatic Party. So we do have something like anger management coming out there.
Yes.
I think that's the way I
Anger issues, the opposite of management.
Oh, you're just letting it go wild. Sorry.
You manage at the end of the game.
That's a good point. There's going to be another augment pick in just a couple of combats, but for now, our players are going to be pretty locked in for this stage number 2. I don't know if we got a chance to actually take a look at titles. Gorgeous, they ended up picking up the Randuin's Omen, and so with the prismatic version of that, you are going to be able to beef up some of those Vanguards potentially.
I think this is a fairly safe option. It, of course, scales really well if you can get that second Randuin's because it buffs every single one, puts 60 additional armor resistances across your entire team.
Now, eyes on the carousel, if Volta manages to find another bow, gets a Titans onto this Warwick, this is similar to a Syndra, a unit that scales into the late game off of the early investment into this unit.
Bows are going to be hard to come by though, and Volta is streaking, so you're going to be last pickup.
Yeah. Just 4 bows.
No, 4, okay, all bows.
Well, bad start.
There's
also,
one.
Also when streaking is midfield, and we see there in the chart, he already has the Hunter emblem, he already has the Runens, so we know that that's a great possibility of a win out. But as you were saying, Panda, if he's going to reroll Wujings, he could be contested, so maybe he can go for a more cap line.
Volta has to get the Jinx to stop midfield from getting himself, but no, gonna pick up the Swain instead, gonna pick up the Tier.
There
and
it is.
midfield picks up a Jinx on the carousel.
There it is.
Everything seems to be going perfectly for this player across the last 2 games.
I was just about to say it, but if you look at the spots right now, mid-feed spots looks like the most dominating. He's already in check. Of course, we talked about this. If he can get the full win streak, and we know he loves to play Vanguard Hunter line as well, a very unique line. He does have the Hunter +1, so maybe Shapeshifter a little bit more likely, but a very, very strong line with Hunter 6 if it gets online.
He is holding some of those units. You could put the Elise in to get the Shapeshifter later. Just kidding, she's gone as soon as I said that. But you do have the Nomsy in case you wanted to try to go down the Shapeshifters later too with the Dragon.
I mean, there's another cap out. We talk about it, the Forbidden Tech, that is the Hunter Briar. So
True.
that could be a line if, in case he knows if he will be contested, he will be griefed. So obviously he will want to go for the Wujing 6 Hunter, but that would be an option also with a good cap and get a first place.
Looking at the HP total, this is a pivotal round for quite a few players that were still on 100 HP, trying to accelerate their win streaks, especially for the reroll players who are going to be playing expensive comps. It is very hard without Econ Augments to hit a Wukong and a Jinx 3 and maintain the tempo of the lobby. For midfield, it's a win. For Volta, unfortunately, not going to be the case.
Break a streak there, and so midfeed and Tidal now going to be the only 2 players that have the ability to potentially win out on a 5-win streak. Meanwhile, YBY1 definitely looking at trying to extend that loss streak.
This is interesting by Title because he's already level 5. So he's not looking for the reroll in the early. He's not looking for the early reroll. Maybe going into Vex and Veigar, but we haven't not seen that comp winning. So I don't know what's the game plan here. He has something cooking up. He's a guy who knows exactly how to go first place.
Yeah, I would say most likely the Scholar line for me because it is so strong with when you have the additional healing into the front line. And Tidal, actually does like to play a lot of those when he's trying to win out the high-cost cap-out boards.
It's going to be midfeed, though, that is going to end up maintaining that 5-win streak, and so breaking titles.
Who would have thought the player playing on just a very strong line with a great setup so early with the Jinx coming online, the Kog'Maw here as well.
If you look at his bench, he already has a Nasus, so it's potentially possible for him to transition back into Shapeshifter. I think it does work a little bit with the Briar cap out and also the Redemption that's been built already.
Yeah, also YBY has the primary ticket and he's going for that mage reroll line, so that now we know exactly why he doesn't want to be contested. He's the one who contests, so the other one, the one who wants to go for the first place, is the one who has to pivot. So YBY, he has a very good chance only with a fix. He can get into check, but obviously the persons to watch here are ZUE, Midfits, and Tidal. Any first place for any of these three is a win, is the championship.
That was a huge find. YBY1 sacked his stage 2, did not find any tears, but gets rewarded with the Krugs, so he can finally go on into the line. Oh, even more!
Frying pan as well.
Ooh.
And one quick note for viewers who need help remembering who's on check, there is a visual display on the side there alongside the HP with a little crown icon on those three players, Midfeed, Tidal, and ZUE.
I thought that was just who's the broadcast favorite players or something. No, actually means
well,
what about EMEA
one
then?
way that you look at it.
Deep roll here for YBY, not finding anything here really. Only the Galio now. Very close to the Galio. Normally not the tank you want in this comp. You want the early Soraka, the early Seraphine, especially Soraka in the early game. More prevalent, Seraphine more for the late game and the AoE damage.
And interesting enough, ZUE with the Wandering Trainer seems to be committing into the Honeymancy line, so contested on the two Blitz lines just loaded up right here between Balm Young as well.
Yeah, Balmail also did a bit of a roll down, but as you can see, the number of copies for the Blitzcrank isn't really holding up. I think he's looking very much like a Hunter's or Vanguard line as well.
But we have a lot of people that are contesting the Vanguard, so those are going to be a really hot commodity. Midfeed, Tidal, we're going to see ZUE, all of them are running Vanguards right now.
And ZUE has no choice. He picked a Wandering Trainer. There is a huge chance for upside if you find, these emblems that lead into the more obvious verticals like the Portal, like the Witch, as we've seen so much of Frost even from Tidal yesterday. But in this case, the Honeymancy Eldritch Warrior makes you think a little bit more and leans you a little bit more into rerolls, which can be contested.
It's round for YBY. He's rolling the rest, trying to find something maybe more interesting for him.
How about 10 Mage? Is that interesting enough for you? I love that board.
Do it.
There is a What the Forge option
it is for
in the top right corner.
That's great. He already has the Innervating Locket, so there's a lot of good combos for the Blitzcrank.
Midfield with a new recruit could be interesting here. He already had the emblem.
That will be a Blitz 3 already for YBY1, closing the door on a key competitor, one of the players in check, ZUE, who was on the Honeymancy line, has picked up another Honeymancy +1. We could see the 7 Honeymancy, bees all around, but when you can't hit your 3 stars, will be much harder to find success with this comp.
Yeah, gonna be off quite a couple copies of those, and they are still going to be very, very contested. YBY1 did hit the Blitzcrank 3, so that's already going to be something much harder to hit.
And Tidal, for some reason, he has 2 wins. So now right here, maybe planning some interesting.
What do you mean some reason? The global champion diff.
All the Ascension.
So Galio 3, very strong here. Normally not the unit that you want to go for, and it's very far. We thought we were going to see the Wolf here, the Super Warwick, but actually he's still in 5 copies.
I believe Volta is just slow rolling on this level 5. We're going to try and find the Warwick that way.
Wow.
Darkest is a player that, understanding that they only need a 4th place in this lobby, will be playing just a tempo option with the multi-strikers.
And I have
this combination.
Yeah, I was looking at that and I was like, that's actually statistically the best combination you could possibly find. Probably not on a 2-star Blitzcrank, but it's incredibly synergistic. You get the extra HP from the Forbidden Idol. It transforms into max HP healing on Innervating Locket. And then you also get a shield that scales with your HP. So everything lost together, best possible combo you could get on this unit.
Even the Fishbones on the Kog'Maw is huge in terms of getting that boost on more of your team members across this fight. The Zig's doing his own work as well. So Honeymancy, for odd reasons in a game where there's 3 players on check, seems to be the star of the show in this stage 3.
Yeah, we see those items. We're going to see a Mordecai set 3 maybe with those items, but we know it's very heavily contested. As you said, Necra, in the beginning, everyone playing Vanguards in this 5th game.
this Blitz, I think, will not die. All of stage 3 and 4.
He has more HP than the start. He
Can
probably
anybody
has twice
actually
more.
kill it, like with any of their boards?
I think you need to stun it. So Zillion positioning is going to be very important.
But there's a Tom Kench too.
Gear PYM is going to take that one out.
Volta once again needs a bow, and we also have a Jinx on the carousel with a chain. Surely, midfeed, his last pick, will not get another Jinx with a perfect component for the Wukong.
Title knows. He's following it. Yeah, he got it.
Yeah. Knows the mission, understands. He's in check. Midfeed's in check. Midfeed is playing his favorite line, who's had so much success with this tournament. You have to stop this from happening.
It does actually give Tidal the opportunity to make a Gargoyle, so you could put that onto your Vex and actually give it a second item on top of the Randuins. But let's take a look at how this board from ZA is shaping up. Very, very few copies of everything.
Yeah, I think he's already on 7 Honeymancy. Yeah, there you go, a full board. I have to say, 7 Honeymancy isn't as strong as it was in the previous patch where it could beat 10 Portal, but it's still very strong. It's still a doubling of the 5 Honeymancy stats.
Yeah, also normally the Kog'Maw is like a supporting unit. We haven't seen that Kog'Maw as a carry, at least not as your first carry, and all the items, even the last Whisper is there for him. So actually the physical damage is the focus here, so not the best spot in my mind here for CUS.
Strong enough to beat Darkest, and Darkest was on a 5-win streak trying to bully everyone in this stage 3. From Darkest, they are not really trying to go for the highest cap possible. They are just focusing on their own individual need to get 4 or 5 points in this game.
But they are contesting Gear PYM, which is a big deal. Gear actually did pick up the anger issues augment with the multi-strikers, so you have tons and tons of Rage Blades.
And neither of those players are in check. So the mission to hold these players back is on someone else. Who is going to save the lobby?
Well, maybe it's the bees. Maybe it's
The bees are in check.
No, the Balmyong bees.
Yeah.
The bees from Balmyong.
Oh,
different bees.
Oh, the third bee
Yeah.
player. I got it. So the unkillable Blitz King will save the lobby.
Okay, Gear PYM here with anger issues. Very, very strong. Looking obviously for more items when he gets with his pop up with the Ashe. Remember, Ashe has infinite scaling, so triple Ginsus on the Ashe will mean so much damage for him. This is a great setup for this helmet.
This will be a perfect test. If the Blitz does not die here, which is not even close to dying, I don't think he will be dying until some really big hitters come into the game late in stage 4. And what a setup from Balmyong. Like Tidal in that Blaster Vanguard game, this is all about in-game knowledge, about understanding different combinations, about having identified, through the stats and through your own intuitive play, what the most broken combinations of augments and items and artifacts and units are.
And I just want to say the bees is probably the best line just going into What the Forge, because they can digest all the items perfectly. They have the AP, AD, and of course the very powerful tank light scaling with shields.
Yeah, I love you say that, because normally with bees, obviously when you go for the vertical, full vertical with a lot of emblems, you're very powerful, but you need an additional win condition. Normally there's not one. So What the Forge could be that, and then you scale the win condition one upon the other until you get the first.
Ooh, a lot of gold
Darkest
coming out.
Pumping to 7, not rolling on 6, not playing for the traditional Kassadin board, understanding that Gear PYM is going to be contesting. Darkest does not need to win this game. They just need a 4th to get into check for game number 6 if it goes that far.
2 players on win streak though, ZUA and Balmyong, as they head into the first combat on stage 4.
I really like this from Darkest. He can hit the 7 multi-strikers there already. It's a huge spike to stabilize.
Perfect. Balmyong once again here holding for the way here as a chance, but he's very far. So not having that those significant items, getting the What the Forge. No
Great play
here.
from the Nunu there with the Spectral Cutlass, able to 1-2 punch and not even kill a Ziggs, but thankfully this Blitz is holding on. Does it finally get taken down? It does, but this Kog'Maw should be able, never mind. Balmyong's Kog'Maw is taken down.
Oh no.
ZUS 7 Honey is starting to come online, and there's so much gold to work with still.
It's not be so much either way with the Kog'Maw gaining to the backline, so he's doing the work.
It's the battle of the bees players. No.
What the Forge available for YBY1. We see some strong Radiant options. Call to Chaos potentially for midfeed if he really wants to lean into the Magic, but especially the Mayhem of this set.
Okay, ZUA going for full combat here with Mighty, so a lot of HP for the rest. Great combat element for the late game.
I think Tidal just took invested? Wait.
Oh, what to forge again?
And we saw already the prowess that Tidal has when it comes to decision making around the artifacts, around making these units that can perform at such a higher level with the right combination of artifacts.
So great also for Gear PYM here, recognizing the augments. He already has a lot of offensive, so he gets I'm the carry now. This enables him to get the golem, and that will be the additional carry that not usually will have items, so those items will not convert into Ginsus.
I think for the rest of the players not in check, watching this title roll down is a relief. This does not look like a very strong board that he could go top first with. Doesn't really have the key components nor the combinations with what to forge. Really wanted the Suspicious Forge plus the Zanya's combo. That has been the most dominant one, but this is looking like a bit of a low roll, like you mentioned at the top of the day.
And this is the danger of an augment like this. We saw it from Dedizor in day one. We're seeing it now from Tidal.
He at least did get one thing. He got one Suspicious Trench Coat, so that is like a big part of the combo, but you're still missing the rest of the pieces that make it strong.
Yeah, also just not hitting on the 4 and 5 cost here. I wonder if the rest of the lobby is going to realize that and try to focus down Ziyue, because Ziyue looks like he's unstoppable. He's already broken the streak from Bamyang, the other player that looked like they had the most chance.
Ziyue looking for that win out possibility. Also, not having a lot of units in the front, but already with the Cosmo 3, and now looking for the Bastion, looking for the Nunu.
Took Giant and Mighty.
I mean, 7 Honimancy, Nunu 3,
it's good.
Cosmo 3, he could make it work. The Beast could get the championship.
Wait,
here.
Warwick.
Warwick is starting to get online. Is it going to be enough from Volta? Imagine if someone like Volta becomes a hero of this Game 5 off of a Warwick 3. And tell me, please, on whose bingo sheet do we have Warwick 3 versus 7 Honeymancy in the battle for checkmate in this global championship? Definitely not on mine.
Oh, let's hold our horses really fast, though.
Camille for Gear, TYM is so big here for the multi-line.
Darkest gets the spat.
That's actually huge because he's in line for 9 multi-striker, another win condition on for him.
And they were pushing levels as well.
Yeah.
I do want to mention the counter to 7 Bs. You guys want to hear it?
Let's see.
It's Smolder, because Smolder actually dodges all of the skill shots. It's like, you might do a lot of damage, but you're not going to find me.
So
Mittens Smolder.
Smolder's dodging abilities versus his instinct. I'm not sure which one I'm going to trust on it. Am I putting my entire tournament on the line?
Okay, decides to keep rolling, looking for the Nunu here. For Ziyue, important cap out here. He's preparing so much HP. There it is. So powerful right now. He's really capping him up, and this looks like a winning comp.
It's really helpful to play Honeymancy reroll because you just buy all the yellow units. It really makes the roll downs that much easier. The APM checks are, trivial, really.
Unless you're colorblind.
Well, Necro, that's thank you for adding this pessimistic view into the problem.
That's what the team builder's for. Hey!
Oh, looking at YBY here has a standard mage. I love the mage hat on Tom Kent. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see a double cast, but this is a good showcase of how someone can actually stop Ziyue. It's 2 shots into the back line and no more Kog'Maw.
I love how we're getting to see displayed some of the more unique verticals that you don't really see as often. Mages going fully into the vertical off of the double emblem for YBY. We're seeing the Honeymancy, of course, here. What a great showing for this Game 5. And Warwick, too, as well. I can't forget.
Never forget the Warwick. I think whenever he finds the Rumble, it could be a pure power spike. Rumble has that spot of Honeymancy. He does good damage. He receives good damage. So he will enable the Beast to maintain or give a lot more of that damage again to the public. So I think that will be the stable condition, at least for Ziyue right now.
Taking a look here. There's a couple game plans that have gone awry. Tidal, of course, one of them. Still struggling to get that Fiora 2 and doesn't have the perfect items for it. The other one is Volta. If you're stacking this Warwick, you should not be 37 HP on stage 4. Usually it actually spikes all the way until stage 5, stage 6. So something must have gone wrong here. Oh, and he didn't hit any Radiant items for the Warwick. That was a pretty big miss, unfortunately.
He has that on the Twitch in the end, there with the Infinity. The CF is enough, so now we're enjoying this. Super Warwick here for Volta, not going to the backline, so the cara de pescado we call it, so the fishbone Ezreal trying to do some work here, and very much powerful here. So Volta could, as you say, Panda, could be the final boss here against the UF.
Do you ever take a reforger and reforge those Twitch items just to see if you get the right thing for Warwick?
It's a possibility, but the high roll will have to be so high that I'm not sure if it's worth it. If you think your game is entirely doomed, maybe it's the option. But we're looking now at Midfeed's board, back on the very comfortable 6 Hunter, 70 gold, level 7, a few rolls lined up as well. This could become an epic roll down for Midfeed, a player who is also going to be on check and very healthy in the HP totals.
Yeah, good damage. Good damage on the Jinx. 3-star, very far still from the Wukong.
Oh my goodness, as if we needed more chaos in this game 5.
That is a support anvil, everybody.
Oh, and there it is. He can go for the additional Hunter and take out now the Twitch. So much stronger for him.
Darkest hits Camille to the player that was going for the vertical multi-line. Maybe they find the spike they needed to stay alive in this game. Only on 15 HP. We're in stage 5. A big loss could spell disaster for the Turkish player that only needed a 4th to get into check if we go to game 6.
Does he have 9 multi-striker? No, doesn't have it online just yet.
Callista to in the shot, but can't get it in on time.
I hope this is not the end.
15 HP going up against the US. The US so strong, hasn't found the rumble, but he's very, very strong in the backline.
This Camille's a monster. The true damage is absolutely massive on something like this Nunu here.
Can
it going to be enough though? Looks like it is. A lot of damage coming through. And just the survivability on the Camille is what really helps. Oh my goodness, it's not enough. Dark taken down. Tidal as well, one of the players who can fight for that checkmate in this game 5 to end this tournament.
These prismatics are absolutely huge. I felt like Tidal had a chance because he already had an open duplicator to go triple duplicator into something crazy, but probably hasn't hit it just yet. We're going to see if Darkest or Tidal, which one is going to be going out.
Okay, Taro at least hit. He had the Gwen 2, the Fiora 2 right now. Still remember, great items there on the Fiora, trying to get some crowd control into the backline.
Taro just had a really hard game to try and navigate a really difficult combination of artifacts from that What the Forge. Playing up against ZUE, the battle of the players in check on the left side. This is the most important fight. One player in check could be taken out so early into this game. Tidal could be going 8th. Not relevant to the position, but more just that chance of getting to checkmate this game is the most important thing. The Fiora does split onto the Kog'Maw. Can the Fiora take on the Kog'Maw in time?
It does.
He does so much with Tidal with a massive win to stay alive.
Ooh. It's going to be Darkest also getting a win on the right-hand side as well, I believe. So it's going to be Balmyong now all of a sudden also going to be in that single fight territory.
This is actually so close for Darkest here. There is a chance he gets an open bowl on the carousel to put 9 multi-striker in. That is going to be the win condition coming in from that board. Tidal, on the other hand, if you take a look at his prismatics, I believe it was further Ornn items just looking at it here.
Balmyong just doesn't really care what his placement is in this game outside of not stopping the checkmate. So going 8th here will not be too relevant. He will still go into check for the next game.
Okay, so Volta, we have the Wolf on the left, going directly against Tidal. Tidal only 1 HP. So let's see if Volta can keep the dream alive, take out Tidal. Remember him, Midfeed, with the possibility also with ZUE, 1 win, take the championship.
This is just so brutal for Volta. He has to go through 3 Everfrosts here on a Warwick without QSS. So not going to happen.
Will be an elimination onto Balmyong going down against YBY1 on that mage board. Just too much to handle. Darkest also taken down. They cannot reach check in this game. Only going to get 2 points. Still going to be on 17 after this game 5. The 3 players in check, still alive. Only 6 players remain.
YBY not only the GOAT of Vietnam, he might be the GOAT of the lobby because he's the one that's looking like he has a chance to save this one. Remember, he already has 2 of those mage spats in. A potential high roll is actually just the 10 mage board, which we've rarely seen, but it's very exciting.
I don't know if we've seen his board in a while, but he does have a Xerath, as well as Tom Kench too. It's kind of a big deal to be able to have the Arcana in a huge Ascendant Charm pickup.
A lot of combat power for this fight. Every single fight in this stage 5, especially stage 6, is going to be so relevant. As you mentioned, Clement, Volta not really looking like a potential hero in this lobby. That's one less player that can stop the tournament from ending in this game 5. Gear PYM, similarly so. Darkest was taken down, so all these multis are back into the pool, but will that be enough of a difference maker?
YBY1 has the possibility of eliminating one of our players that is in check. We have to wait and see what the matchups ended up being.
TFT midfeed already with the 2 Hunter emblems right here.
Look at Warwick.
He's going.
He accesses the back line. Jinx is taken down. Can the Warwick stay alive? Can he heal with the BT with the attack speed? The scaling from both the Rage Blade and the Titans is going to be enough. Midfeed
on the right, Tidal is in trouble. Tidal could get out. Tidal is out.
Taken down. One player in check is no longer in contention for the checkmate in this game number 5.
Well, as we take a look at what is left in the lobby, Midfeed and ZUA are still alive, but ZUA also has the possibility of getting eliminated here.
Both players are on 1 life. This next round is going to be so relevant. Any little charm that can propel you a little bit more combat power could be enough to prolong this tournament.
I think we have to be taking a look at Midfeed. He's bored here. The problem is he can't really prevent the sides from just walking in onto his Jinx. He's much more tied down in the positioning.
Okay.
He decides to stay in the middle, so he doesn't have a possibility to, so he's going to be front to back here for Midfeed.
ZUA gets a ghost, so let's take a look at Midfeed's board.
It'll be 2 eliminations. Midfeed versus YBY on the right-hand side. The Jinx in the middle this time around, trying to buy enough time. The Olaf and the Wukong are already taken down. The Jinx as well. So much burst damage coming
get the
through.
assistance.
Midfeed will be eliminated. Does the Honey Mancy stay alive against the Ghost? It does. Volta is Ghost 4 not able to do it. It's
and
only
ZUA
now
is winning.
ZUA that can actually do this. 1 player from CN left alive, 1 player in check left alive.
Both Gear PYM and YBY, both of them have a lot of Ys, and they're actually both in win streaks. So ZUA shouldn't be the strongest here on the board, but if he's able of finding maybe some moments, some charms that really enable him to do it, he could have a chance. Remember, 1 first place here for ZUA is the Tactician crown for the CN region.
With these placements, though, from YBY1 as well as Gear PYM, they are going to both put themselves in check after this game if ZUA does not take it. So we're going to have a lot of players looking to get that win.
We need to look for some additional tankiness on the side of YBY here. That's the big thing against those Hunter lines. So, yeah, the Hunter on the Bees line. So I do want to see him be solo tanking this Blitzcrank, and the positioning is going to be so important. If he can snipe that Kog'Maw, that would be the difference maker.
Oh, what do you think of this combination on YBY1's Tahm Kench? I think it's an Eternal Winter and a blue buff. Maybe?
Probably not the best. Get some additional cast, though.
He's the Horizon focus.
Oh, it's Horizon.
It's actually pretty big, the extra cast.
That's actually kind of nice.
There with the Mage Emblem as well. Look at the units bounce up into the air there from YBY. It's going to be all about ZUA, though. On the right, he looks like he's being taken down. That is going to be it. The tournament will extend at least to a Game 6. The CN player taken down. And not what he expected from Gear PYM, especially. Once Darkest got eliminated in 7th place. These units came back into the pool, and all the updates came through for Gear PYM with the anger issues, able to now manage that anger and eliminate the last player in check.
And both of them will get the check, so these 2 players, once again, in the next round, will have the possibility of a Tactician Crown Championship, so next game will be very spicy.
There will be 6 players now in check. Only EMEA can come through with the heroics to win it in maybe most incredible fashion possible.
But who is going to win this game? That's the question now.
I do give a bit of favoritism to YBY because he has a lot more HP to work with, and I just think the amount of crowd control he has in this composition is very difficult for Multi to deal with.
Yeah, not just that, but there's a direct positioning counter with the clumping from the Randuins. The Tahm Kench comes in with a divination dive and says, hello, hello, bounce up into the air just again and again and again with the blue buff.
Yeah, no scaling here, no possibility of access to the blind line unless the Camille does something interesting and amazing there for the back. So looks like very, very easy win here for YBY. Maybe some charms could make a difference here for a round.
The big thing here is he did get the Mana Reave, so if he kills the Tahm Kench before that bounce cast can come in, stop the bounce house before you go into it, that would be the win condition.
It helps for one fight, but YBY1 is on a 9 win streak, 46 HP. You have to slowly take down with maybe the best charm possible every single round.
Well, see if it's going to actually last.
Mana Reave does help in delaying the bounce house, but once again, the Tahm Kench starts
Camille is down.
with the Mage Emblem as well. He will not stop. We might just see a second cast.
Doesn't have healing. Jax is down, so
just
a win for YBY. He's laughing. He knows it. He's happy. And once again, the aura here for him coming up for Vietnam. Clement, YBY is doing it. He's in check.
He saved the lobby. Of course, Gear PYM is the one that actually eliminated Zero from final contention. I was very surprised that multi, while being contested, was able to stop it. I think it had to be some sort of positioning where the Ashe was able to get aligned onto the Kog'Maw.
And we see the difference in performance from the anger issues at 3-2, where you really make use of that, compared to the anger issues we saw from Araya yesterday at 4-2, which just was a little bit too late to find that value.
Definitely helped to preserve a lot of HP to make sure you could end up getting that second place, but wow, that mage board was so strong. We've seen mages be able to do a lot in this tournament, but it's been off the back of re-rolling for that Soraka, that Seraphine, having that really strong vertical Vanguard line, but if you have a lot of them, why not?
Yeah, and YBY actually recognized he has the Primaris ticket, so he can go for a lot of things 3-star, and actually the Galio was one of the first that he achieved. He said, okay, why not? I want to go for Galio, and then he started popping off, buying charms, getting the armor, and finally with the Arcana, taking the win here on Game 5.
And weirdly enough, going into some biases maybe with the regions, as an EMEA fan, you're obviously in the worst possible position. The only two players not in check are from EMEA, but also the most heroic position as well. Both players, if they get a win, obviously they stop the checkmate, but they also get into check themselves, and they're able to maybe prolong the tournament to a Game 7. A Game 6, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we've never gone this far in the checkmate format.
Game 6? Oh, really? That's
I don't believe we have.
We can still go to Game 8.
Yeah.
I don't mind. I just want to say, I feel like Volta Times is coming up here because we have so many high roll things happening. It was Prismatic Party into Prismatic Orbs being spread across the board, and that was a big reason why YBY1 was able to win this one. He had the Mage with the Horizon Focus that Necra pointed out.
You guys were laughing at me for saying that you should reforge the Radiant item, but I'm like, it's Volta. You guys can't laugh at that. Volta's gonna get the perfect item for the Warwick. You just have to believe.
Oh, I'm believing, Necro. Believe me. This has been my thing with Volta for 5 years now. We mentioned it a few games ago. I'll mention it again just to remind viewers. Volta came into this tournament as one of the players with the highest set win rate, almost 30% in EMEA. This is a player that absolutely knows how to find win conditions. The Warwick didn't quite pan out in that game, but he is not scared of taking the risks, and that's exactly what himself and Darkus have to do in this next game.
Yeah, when we're going for win conditions, ZUA, he played Honeymancy. He knew that there was a possibility of getting a first place, but they were very capped. Gear PYM, YBY, so strong there with the mages. So I think there was a world where ZUA with that comp could win it all, but now maybe the threshold will be a lot higher. So everyone will go for the cap out. Everyone will try to go for 2 win conditions. You don't only need one. You need a good charm, you need good elements, you need good units, and the game to help you and give you luck.
It was a group effort. There was also 2 Hunter players right there just kind of grabbing on his ankles, making sure he doesn't go too far ahead. And I love TFT checkmate format. I think this is why it's the most fun, because it's not just the standard meta, it's about what position each player is in and how he can influence that.
We even saw on the carousels a lot of players noticing, oh, well, I can't let you have this one champion with this one item. I have to take it from you.
With 3 players in check, I would hope so. I think we saw Tidal taking one of the second jinx that was in the carousel in time there for mid-feed. Before we get into this game, I want to start setting up. We're seeing it here now. 6 players above 20 points. 2 players who are not. We've been talking about it already. EMEA forced to cause, heroics here in this game number 6. The rest of the players are no longer scouting and contesting a particular player. There's targets on everyone's backs, which means essentially this is a game where everyone is trying to win for themselves. And I want to set up the idea and the arguments of what are the win conditions? What are the ways that players will try and win this game number 6?
Well, it starts at Portal, doesn't it? Because I think that does influence a lot of where our players' decision-making is going to go. We've seen Prismatic Party a couple of times now, which has allowed you to reach some caps like What the Forge, as well as even some of those vertical traits. But what happens if we go to an all-silver or an all-gold lobby?
Ooh, I really want to talk about the high-stakes augments that we have in this set. It was really particular to set 12. I talked about Trade Tracker a little bit in the TOC, which was the only region that actually played the checkmate format. There were 3 players on the checkmate when they were all picking Trade Tracker to make sure that they had a chance. So that's a really big possibility here.
Yeah, it is. It's niche. Obviously, it has to appear. If none of them appear, as you were saying, Mekra, maybe it was silver, maybe gold, maybe the Shapeshifter Dragon line. That's the line. You need to have a good early game. That's the only condition to play it. And then you just go to line, pray to the gods, pray to Mordok, and if you get Briar 2, you might win the game only for that.
And one thing and one win condition really that we haven't seen yet, which I think is maybe time, a 3-star, 4 cost, 5 cost, Pandora's Bench, Volta, being a player that needs to try and go for it. He's someone that historically has won so many games and won, so many big games, especially off of Pandora's Bench, off of taking this massive risk and then high rolling into a 3-star 4 cost. Maybe that could open up in this game as well.
And I just want to say for the format, everyone wants to go for first. You're never going to be happy just taking a second, because I want to talk to you about the prize money. It's 150,000 for first. It's only 50,000 for second. So there's a huge gap there just to make sure everyone goes for the check.
25,000 for third. So there's a massive drop-off. Yeah. Every single player fighting for their own individual success in this Game 6.
And even more important than the money, the honor. For example, CUA recovering this dynasty of the CN region, and we have it there on beside of Clement, the crown. Being able to get the honor of having it on your head and actually showing to the rest of the world, my region is the best. We are proposing this is the highest celebration in TFT.
This is the second set in a row that I am asking that the players who win the Tactician's Crown wear it in their player cams in the upcoming set.
I'm just saying, if you look at the standings here, there's an 86% chance that APAC is going to wear the crown. I'm just putting that out there, 5 APAC in check.
And there's a 1% chance that EMEA stops checkmate from happening. 1% is all we need, baby.
You're saying there's a chance.
I mean, we actually now have that possibility of going even to a game 8. If Volta gets up top 1, we go again, and Volta then has a possibility even to win it all.
It would require one of Volta or Darkest to not reach check in this game, and then again, it would require a lot of things. Game 8 is maybe a bit too much. Game 7 is maybe the end of the possibilities of reality.
I think that the biggest probability right now is that Game 6 is going to be our final game of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's Crown. Cannot wait to get into the action. And don't forget to stay tuned after we do crown our champion, because we are going to be showing you an exclusive dev drop and have an exclusive dev talk about the next TFT set into the Arcane. So exciting that we have all of this new TFT stuff ahead of us, and also all of this incredible history in front of us right now to be able to crown our 10th Tactician's Crown champion.
It's so amazing to see into the Arcane coming to TFT, because TFT has always been a high peak in the beginning of the set, and now everyone will want to play, okay, I want to play, I don't know, Powder, Reroll, I want to play Jinx, I want to play B, I want to play Violet. So this is great for the environment, for the ecosystem. We know Riot Games as a whole has this huge background of entertainment, and having it all funneled out into TFT makes me joyful.
As you mentioned, Jinx and Vi and reroll, I'm just thinking about set 10 Punk. I'm all for it. I love Punk reroll as a D-Gen reroller, so I'm just waiting for the possibilities of new reroll options. But our players are waiting for something a little bit more important, which is for this game to start and for us to finally maybe find out which of these competitors who have been working so hard the entire set, first in the rank ladder, then in the regional tournaments, to make it this far into now a day 3, working to break the barrier of those 20 points and now setting themselves up for a championship win over that 20-point mark.
This game number 6 is the precipice of what these players have been fighting for across the set of Magic and Mayhem. And as we enter into the portal choice, we've got Spatula, Anvil Buffet, or Gold subscription.
Oh, Spatula, definitely one of those higher cap options here. So a lot of these players already in check, going over to that one. They know if Spatula is lucky, most likely it will allow them to cap out without being denied.
Oh, it is.
With a Spatula, looking at the verticals, there's one player that comes to mind for me, and that's Tidal. Tidal showcased yesterday his prowess on 9 Frost. We saw in set 9 Runeterra Reforged his prowess on the Demacia vertical. He's a player who feels very comfortable and has been prepping this entire tournament for a moment like this. He played many games of Vertical Witchcraft, many games of Frost Vertical. He has the reps on all these different lines.
Yeah, that's the other one I wanted to mention, Witchcraft. So you already have one. It's very easy to simply get an additional item and do it. So you get a crest, Witchcraft crest, you already set up. 8 Witchcraft can easily be a top 1 comp.
We could see that as soon as 2-1 once the second first augment sort of shows up. So I think most of the players are just going to be holding on to that one. Once we have a 2-1 option come up, I want to see if the other players try to stop them, because this will be we'll have a very clear front runner.
Yeah, that's the top. We have it in the right, everyone with the crown, like David was saying. with one win, with a first place, takes it all here, takes the championship, takes the crown, and only Volta and Darkest, with the possibility of a first, will elongate this tournament to a one more game.
I want to see more games. I'm rooting for EMEA.
This 2-1 round, especially with the commitment that a spatula tends to give you in terms of the line that you select and if it's contested or not, could be one of the most important 2-1 rounds of these players' lives in terms of what they commit to, what is contested, what line later in stage 4 could have some consequences for having multiple players rolling for things like Rise, things like Olaf.
Depends on what actually drops out of these minions, though, because we have seen a couple of games where there haven't really been a whole lot of components, so that does actually kind of change your position on sort of what kind of emblems you can go for early.
That's a really good point. Only 2 components here, so that does lower the chances, but beggars can't be choosers. Could be a way to get that +2 online.
I like that as an option.
Silver,
there's branching out.
Yeah.
For Volta.
Keepers for Darkest. I think they went for beggars can't be choosers though. Help is on the way potentially for Gear PYM.
Ramification there for Volta.
Of course, players are not just selecting these augments on just the general strongest augments, but instead, what gives me the highest potential for capping out? What gives me the chance to, when it comes to stage 5 and 6, win this game?
This is a good start for EMEA. Nothing too crazy. Nobody on the +2 just to start off the game here. And
Uh-oh. Branching out.
You can reforge. You can reforge.
For Volta. Witchcraft emblem, I like it. The warrior emblem, Gangly likes it. Me not so much. It does synergize, of course, with the Fiora, but you would, of course, like in an ideal world, especially if you're Volta, to have 2 witchcraft emblems instead.
And a big thing to look out here, I think Zirue with the caretakers is going to be one of the highlight points here, because there's a very big difference between a good caretaker's allied and a bad one for the silvers.
I think there's a chance that is the Nila, but if it's Kassadin now with this reroll multi-strike round, could be amazing. Maybe we can check and we'll tell you immediately right now.
Absolutely the one that pops out to me as the highest roll potential. For some other of the checks here, Title, of course, going on to the branching, I believe Title going for the Stim Pack, another high cap option as well.
Steam Pack, also with a little sugar craft here. We haven't seen it. That was your favorite component, Clement, and it did happen.
This
What are you seeing?
So cool. Mid-feed, actually selected Call Shot. This is going all in. This is such a incredible way to play, and he is on 100 HP. If you want, it's go big or go home, so go for the highest ceiling.
And for Balming as well, 2 games ago, Balming was contested on the fairy line, was not able to make that work to contest with Darkest. Now, once again, recommitting onto the fairy line, has a +1, has a Rage Blade already slammed here. Going to try and go for potentially a 9 fairy win out on the Kalista Rakan duo.
Can come from augments, can come from the carousel, so a lot of chances to go there. And this is Gear PYM should be very familiar with this comp. Like, this is his highest cap out comp, so he's seen this before.
He's not the Fairy Queen, the Fairy King, exactly.
Yeah, I wouldn't say so. I think he's more of the Honey King.
Okay.
Yeah, he plays with some other
It makes
lines
more sense. And once again, here, Soraka is so good in the early game, even with the Ginso that is not a regular item in her. She's so good in the front, so you for sure enable him. Midfield right now, with Wukong only gaining a little tempo here. And let's see, as you said, Clement, important for him to maintain as much as he can the win streak. He hasn't slammed anything, so let's see if this is enough.
So I gotta ask for more info, because this is not an augment that I am familiar with. I don't like playing risky, so I never pick this. So what are you expecting out of midfeed spot?
He has to go win streak, and he already leveled to 5 on 2-3, so he's going to maintain that. What it means is that you get an automatic 4 win streak already going into the game. And I just think it just goes to show his mentality. He knows what he has to do. He knows even though he has no slammable items, he's still going to go into this line and play for the best possible outcome.
Similar augment to Escort Quest, to something like Spoils of War, where it forces you to snowball early. If you do snowball early, fantastic, you get the max value. If you somehow lose that snowballing factor, you lose a lot of the value from the augment. You're essentially an augment down.
We still have 2 players here, actually 4 players who have not committed their direction with the spatula. I do want to mention, in terms of the stage 2 carousel, there's a 25% chance you actually do find a second spatula.
think we're getting a little bit of information about what ZUA's Caretaker's ally is as well. It is Neela.
Oh.
So did not get the cast, and we could see Neela reroll.
All right, everyone, I'll step away from the cast. I'll
I
invite
think we need
Gangly
Gangly back
over
in
here
here.
to break down for 20 minutes the tech around Neela as a unit.
Actually, I could tell you the tech that Gangly has told me about being able to run the Neela. You actually do need a Hand of Justice as well as the Infinity Edge, and then you can also add some other type of combat item to it, and then you're all set.
The key point, as I have learned from Gangly, is to build straight offensive items onto this Neela. You want the Infinity Edge, max burst potential to get directly into the backline. A lot of times, she does jump into the backline and can take out 3 hunters at the same time.
But made an Eldritch spat. So you are going to be able to actually go up to a 7 Eldritch very quickly.
Yeah, this could be the reroll, but we know that normally if you want to go for the Syndra has to be immediately, so not necessarily.
I just want to say, I think this is the better version of Neela compared to
Neela. You get it for free 3-star, and then you go up, you level, and get the Eldritch.
We talk about the problem with Eldritch Reroll is trying to balance the fine line between getting your 3 stars and also pumping levels. So getting the Neela for free helps with this.
Sorry, that was mid-feed getting his streak broken.
And
that's what I thought you were calling out,
Bad news for the called shot player. We just talked about it. The moment you lose that snowballing tempo that you had, you're kind of in big trouble coming into stage 3.
One last augment, and he also did level on 2-3 for it, so also did miss some of the potential interest gold already.
Still can't slam the spatula either that he actually started out the game with, so you're going to have to really pick up the pieces. After Krugs, you're going to get another opportunity at an augment, and we'll have to see what kind it is.
One key thing to mention with a spatula portal start is the idea of loose streaking having that tiny bit more of value. As you mentioned, Clement, in the stage 2 carousels, there's around 20% chance to get a spatula. You can build a fawn, but more importantly, in a game like this where you have to get it first, you can build 2 emblems towards one of those verticals. That case for Volta being the Witchcraft +2.
Yeah, for Balmium being the Fairy +2 here, so both of them going for that win condition as you just mentioned, Panda. So that's the vertical that you want to be. Maybe Witchcraft, with other people going for the vertical fairies, vertical portal, something like that, it maybe will not be enough.
There is an opportunity to reforge things, though. I just want to point that out, that we do see Volta still with that Reforger on bench, so you could try the high roll if you wanted to reforge that Warrior Crest.
Definitely would wait until 3-2, especially to see your augment choice, and then have a more informed decision around where your game is going. Even if you're Volta, Nekra, you have to sometimes use some information.
Wow.
Sugarcraft,
there it is.
+1.
All right.
For title here, a very, very interesting choice. We know this is really strong when you have a lot of extra resources, a lot of extra item components especially.
And this is so interesting because he has to drop HP as fast as possible in order to get that Sugarcraft items online. He's on Stimpack. Once he goes below 50, that's a couple more components to fill this out.
But it's so interesting because I feel like Tidal is one of those players. We know that he likes to play to format. We know that he understands the assignment of needing to get that first place in check. And I feel like it's going to be so fun to watch how he econ losses to try to lose as little HP as possible.
The big thing when you're in this situation is to get one of those free 3-cost Sugarcrafts on your board. He's only 1 away from Bard. If you can win streak stage 3, stage 4, this becomes very hard to stop. And I like that. Playing another Warwick reroll to tempo.
Why not?
It might have a lot of lifesteal, actually.
One important thing for Tidal knows that this Sugarcraft line is going to be uncontested. So no one is really going to stop him or try and really hold too many of the Gwens and kind of the main carries in that late game. Playing against Volta, unfortunately, for Tidal, it's going to be a win here, breaking the lose streak, breaking the Stimpack possibilities. Volta helping and starting to become maybe that hero already in this game number 6.
We didn't saw this line so far. Every time people tried to play the Sugarcraft, it was always with the crown on the beginning, and it didn't work out. They tried to play a tempo. Now, different line. Full loss, game for the additional items, and now it could make the difference here with the silver augment.
Another silver. This is actually going to be a fairly low cap lobby.
Yeah, Neka crawl it.
No!
Yeah, it's your fault, Neka.
No!
Another branching out for Tidal if you want to get really crazy here.
That's actually not bad, you know. It's additional 2 components at the very least.
There's a restart mission available for ZA, but I don't think you're going to want to take that. I don't think.
And Gear PYM apparently also on the Sugarcraft, so
yeah,
interesting. A lot of players having the same lines here. Of course, he's already in check too.
Balmyon with Jungle and Freeze, so huge for him being in the first place and now getting the possibility of getting either a Rakan or a Kalista in the carousel, and he is not jeopardized by being first. Perfect.
More importantly, a spatula.
Yep.
True. Get that extra fairy crest. That would be big.
I just want to say, I've been through some patches where half of the winners have been 9 fairy. It would be the perfect way to cap out this set. Just saying.
It would. Well, we see midfeed actually take Tiny Titans, so is going to be sitting at the top of the HP. But as we take a look at Balmyon going up against Gear P, nope, don't listen to me. I thought Balmyon is still streaking.
Balmyon is a 6 win streak right now.
Yeah.
With the 100 win streak coming into what is almost going to be that carousel round. And importantly for Darkest, we haven't talked about them yet. They are committed to the Frost +1, ideally the Frost +2 in the future. We did see this line. If you get a Diana 2, if you have the right setup, it could lead you into a very, very strong board. But the risk did not pay off just yet, branching out into an Incanter +1 alongside it.
This isn't the worst of options here because there is a very prominent sort of Karma Olaf line that you can kind of tempo and play around with. Obviously, you would like the Frost, but this is definitely doable on 8 until maybe later rounds carousels gives you the ones you want.
Yeah, you can gain some LP, but they're looking for the win, so on first place, I don't like it climbing, I don't know.
Olaf 3? Olaf 3?
Oh, that's the tech, and now I like it.
Too late, you have to index pretty early on into that Olaf gameplay.
Where's the 2 Olafs for Volta? You should have it already, just based on my experience watching him.
And this carousel, we mentioned, it's so important. Hube, you mentioned for Balmyon, young, he's wild, he's free, he can break out from the magical barrier. Does he find a spatula? Does he find a Rakan or Kalista? The answer is no. Let's hope that next carousel he gets a bit more value.
Gets a bow, or Volta gets a bow at least. Balmyon's still picking.
I love what YBY just did there. He denied the 2 Sugarcraft players going to 6 Sugarcraft with the Gwen sneak away. Very important. Once that 6 Sugarcraft goes online, it's 50 additional stacks compared to the 4.
Yeah, and that's actually the win condition. Getting early those 6 Sugarcraft, Title didn't got it, so both of them didn't got it, and that will delay so much the ramp up of the cake, and that's when you want to get the pop off. You want to get those additional resources as fast as possible, and then ramp up into the late game.
Taking a look at Title's board here, missed out on the potential for 6. Let's see. Has he dropped? He's still on 57 HP. No, that's not the game plan, Title. You're too strong.
One
more loss. Unless everyone decides to start loose streaking and Title never goes under 50.
I don't think he should have Titans the Warwick. I think he should have waited.
Yeah, trying to get value from the component being slammed, of course, without making it awkward later of having a split component on a different unit.
So I was going to bring this up. Taking away the Gwen is actually really good for YBY1 because there are 2 Witchcraft players in this lobby. Both YBY1 and Volta have those Witchcraft emblems, and one of the ways that you can play Vertical Witchcraft is with this Gwen.
Yeah, one of the best options here because she is AoE and you can easily port her items later on to Morgana.
Title now does finally drop to exactly 49 HP, as all good players do when they're playing Stimpack. One note to make on YBY1, dominated day 1 and 2, coming into this day 3. 1.33 AVP on the vertical Witchcraft line. Absolutely insane performance on that vertical. Now, like we saw midfeed in the past games, leaning into one of his comfort comps in a pivotal game 6.
Okay, so no one still has gotten the double emblem, like that huge cap possibility, but Balmyon, with only 1 fairy emblem, he can go fast 9 fairies. It's not the greatest cap in the world, but if he punish the rest, doesn't allow someone to get the huge win condition, this could be enough.
He's got 9 win streak right now.
Mr. 100, game 6.
Oh my goodness, could you imagine?
I can, but I think the reality is not going to quite match my imagination.
And he's in such a good spot. I wouldn't be too surprised as he is projected to win this one to just go into more of a tempo playstyle. You have to win out anyway. You don't have to roll on 8 necessarily even. Going straight 9.
Go to Camille, go to Morgana.
No one contesting the fairies means that once other players roll down for their 4 costs that pair up with these verticals, these fairy units are not going to be contested. You can find them easier on 9.
Yeah, there's no multis in this lobby.
Yeah.
Maybe just playing vertical pyro? Question mark?
It's been a long time since Korea has had a secondary champion, and it would be huge if the 2 champions coming from one sub-region of APAC.
Especially so much later. 8-lane jaywalking in set 4 in Fates, and now we're in set 12 Magic and Mayhem. Would be a great story.
Would be poetic too, knowing that Bamyang looked up to 8L jaywalking so much and actually got started in TFT after seeing that win.
Yeah, now we're seeing Midfit, the only one who didn't commit so far the spatula, looking now to assemble it.
Does roll down on 8 in the end. Does find a Rakan. No Kallistas, unfortunately.
There it is.
Does find one now. Double Rage Blade already built. Can swap off the Poppy into the Rakan now, slam the items. We now just need the upgrades throughout the stage 4. Maybe the augment could be incredibly important with such low resources off of 2 silver augments to start things off.
I think this is the much safer play, to be honest. I think we're maybe getting ahead of ourselves.
Look at these items. They're absolutely perfect.
Yeah, wow.
And build now towards meal items that will eventually hold this carry +1.
Important to recognize that it hasn't been a high cap board in terms of resources. It hasn't been so much inflation, so this is perfect for Bamyang because he only needs items for the Kalista, for the Rakan. He has the perfect item, so now he only has to go to level 9.
One of these players is going to lose their win streak though, and unfortunately it is going to be ZUA finally able to get that Neela 3 online, and still very healthy, but that win streak is gone.
Really hurts Zero chances there.
Rakan 2.
Prismatic.
2 great augments there already, finding more combat strength for that fairy board for Bamyang with Immovable Object and Blossoming Lotus.
Title got sugar.
It's what the
Sugarcraft. This is exactly what Sugarcraft needs to really start blowing up. Elia, in the very first day of this tournament, got an absolutely dominating win with a What the Forge Sugarcraft setup. This could be the repetition on the very last game of the tournament as well. If Tidal is able to execute, we already saw Tidal execute with the Vanguard Blasters earlier in this day 3.
I restarted him with one suspicious trench coat right there.
Golden Egg for ZUA with so much HP to work with. 84 HP to try and hatch this egg. Neela as a great tempo option even in this stage 4. Could this be a Golden Egg hatching and potentially winning this game 6? For the only CN player.
The setup is actually a time bomb. So Bamyang has the fast 9, has the possibility of ramping up with the tempo, but ZUA with the Golden Edge, set a title here with the possibility of getting a huge ramp up with the Sugarcraft. They both can cap out so amazing if they get enough time to do it.
Witchcraft, Crown for Volta, accessing 8 Witchcraft as a possible win condition as well. This is exactly what we talked about. 2 silvers into now Prismatic, throwing a wrench into everyone's plans, giving the extra resources most of these players needed to try and cap out. Rise 2 with the Witchcraft emblem. Now we just need the 8 Witchcraft. The Morgana has to be found here for Volta.
He doesn't have much gold to roll though here, so...
Maybe the Carousel.
Yeah, that's gonna be huge.
Or maybe, yeah, I guess second pick with Bamyang also in the mix with a Young Walden free. Bamyang as well, if there's a spatula, maybe could come back into things. 12 win streak for now for the Korean player.
I do want to mention, I have seen Bamyang win games on 100 HP before in the Cup Finals, so if he could do it here again at Worlds, that would be so amazing. Usually on this Golden Egg, you need 2 wins. If you have 2 wins, it's most likely you're gonna you're going to be able to push it through, and Zira, I believe, already has 1.
And this creates a very interesting dynamic. Every single player in this lobby was maybe thinking, I don't need to win now, I'm going to cap out later. But because the Golden Egg is added into the mix, everyone has to rehash their plans. Volta, regardless, has already kind of had that first big spike off of the extra Witchcraft emblem, wins that fight against Ziyue. No spatulas. There is Emilio for Bamyang, though. Does pick it up. It looks like there. Diana for titles, taking away Diana from potentially Darkest, who wasn't that Frost +1.
Great call-ups here, and Volta does not find the Morgana here, unfortunately. Not able to find the critical legendary for his piece. Zirret also not getting a Briar, so I would say Bamyang just kind of the big winner.
And Darkest, we mentioned having to bring in some heroics to deny the checkmate. Did pick up Pandora's item, has a chance to, off a stroke of luck, find the right, reforge essentially every single round into the right emblem to maybe become one of the scarier players in this lobby.
YBY also with the Rise here, so both of them, Volta and him, will not have the possibility of that as an out, but Volta should be the strongest, so everyone is trying to not get him in the lineup, and preservation of HP now more important than ever. Level 5 in all this board will make the difference. They are all so strong with potential of being a time bomb.
The record we had was a 23 win streak coming out for Gear PYM. Is Balmy going to break that one? There's a lot of things that could happen here.
speaking of Gear PYM, that is a very, very interesting smolder flying around his board. Eternal Flame, good lore and thematic synergy at the very least.
You don't need to put 2 dragons here, you know, support item to fill in that niche. Doesn't look like a high cap situation. He would really have preferred some upgraded 4 cost for him.
Volta also taking down a notch. Balm Young
continues with the win.
Securing another win.
My God.
It's an important win because you can tell, hey, I just beat Volta, who has the 2 Witchcraft emblems. I'm still very strong.
Balm Young can get stronger. That's the crazy part.
Zira won that last fight.
Yeah, I have bad news for the lobby because Zira has already found his 2 wins. So even on 100 HP, you just need 2 wins. He already got it on stage 4. That's going to be a massive cash out.
Is it going to be strong enough to beat a potential +2 vertical for most of these players who are angling for that? That's the big question.
What can be in the egg? Let's fill everybody in for a second on what can you actually get out of the egg that makes it such a strong win condition.
There's Radiant TGs inside of it. Usually it's much more item components, gold, and also sometimes duplicators. And, you know, you rarely see that, so it's going to come down to the player if they have that one memorized. I really have Mindful one on speed dial for all of these situations.
Looking at mid-feed, has gone into this Pyro line, has already a Briar set up here with the Gunblade. Is the Briar-Varus combo going to do enough? This is harking back to the start of the set, really, where that combo was a bit more prevalent with a Nasus-Briar synergy and the Varus as maybe a better main AD carry, especially before those nerfs.
Yeah, and coming back here with the possibility of the egg, those Radiant items is exactly what you need. Additional items are not good because you're actually going for a vertical that the units are not so prevalent. Only the Super Boss, the Semi-God that comes with the Eldritch is the important one. So actually, the Nila is the one you want to pop off and have great items on her.
The problem for midfeed is that this is a 10-loss streak.
Yeah.
There's more than one problem.
When I saw him play this line, you were thinking about high cap, and the reason that he picked up this Tinny Titans is he wanted the extra HP to find that Xerath. If he got the Xerath on 8, then that's a very high cap. You can go Chariot, you can go Vertical, but he just didn't find it. So I was paying attention to that, looking for it, didn't happen.
Tries to go for the Briar 2, doesn't find it. Maybe looking at the Varus 3, but still just way too far away. One key player to look at is Volta, who now has found the Morgana. All of a sudden, his board has a big, big upgrade. Volta is on 1 life at this point in time. Midfeed, I think, still at 2, being in stage 5. Volta, one of the heroes of this lobby. If Volta goes down now, that means it's only down to Darkest to prolong this tournament to a potential Game 7.
He has the fighting pulse. Going up against here, Gear, PYM.
This Ryze very far away from any danger, going to cast freely, get the curses out later into the fight. The Morgana holding on still as well. The Taric with the Witchcraft emblem. Ryze, second cast here, should clean up against Gear PYM, one of the weaker players in this lobby alongside Midfeed. But Midfeed does get the win here at the very least.
So huge here for Volta, only 1 HP, but with the possibility here to ramp up to get us to another game. And he has the spot. We have to see what the eggs bring us, and then what title brings on also with the Sugarcraft.
Probably important to see how much HP, how many stacks title has already, you know. We're going to go over to YBY1's board now with only 6 HP.
Morgana pair, combat, Fiora pair. Morgana 2 has been found for the APAC player.
There's this change.
Wit's End on this Morgana. The red buff now, the anti-heal, the utility passing on to the Ryze instead.
He's going to run it into his brother in arms mid-feed. Only one of them. Like YBY could be eliminated here.
Both players on 1 life. Tough 1v1 here, and YBY off of that upgrade, off of the Morgana 2, cleans up here midfeed, not quite able to make that work.
Gear
will
PYM
stay alive. Gear PYM is taken down, and midfeed on 5 HP now.
This is one of those comps from YBY that could actually clean up the backline from Bombyong. If he has him on the right side, the Ryze does target 4 closest targets.
Tyro is strong. He's on a win streak right now, and now we're seeing midfeed. Again, in dire position, trying to get that ramp up as much as he can. The Briar is doing work, but it lacks additional damage. We need something else here.
It's a Briar 1 as well. That's the big thing. You need to find that upgrade. Looking at ZUA, the egg is getting hotter and hotter. It will be hatching soon.
Oh, I think it's just the next round. The animations, you can see that. Maybe it's just a Smolder waiting to pop out. I would be happy for the rest of the lobby.
Song of Fire and Olaf here for Darkness. The thief is enough. Olaf not ramping up. Good CC from the Nami. Should be the win here for CUA. Darkness still alive, but now with a huge chunk of HP, only 10.
Midkey taken down, Volta taken down, Darkest on his last life, and just got a loss against ZUA as well, who might be popping the egg soon. If Darkest is taken down, that means someone is ending the game in this game number 6.
Young picks up the potential Milio 2. Massive find for him on the carousel. Title, of course, just going for high cost since he has What the Forge on that big win streak. I'm getting cold sweats right now. We're getting so close to the end. Unless Darkest, can Darkest actually stop this?
There was no emblem to try and reforge with the Pandora's items. The cash out does come through here. We just see quite a few items, and we also see the Tactician's Crown or the Fawn coming in here for
Arcade,
the extra unit swap.
great there for the Nami. Great scaling and some damage. That's exactly what the board needs. Going with Anila, so we have AoE damage, we have good frontline, we have a single target damage with Anila. Makes sense this for ZUA. Is it enough to go against Title? Is it enough to take out the Ferris von Bamblion?
Looking at this board from Olaf, I have to say Title might be the one that can take it away from Ziyue. Those are the two closest players in the lobby at the point.
Title is fighting up against YBY1, so possible elimination coming through from YBY1. Darkest, though, also going to be very close.
The Ride is taken down. The Fiora is also going to be taken down on the top right there. And an absolute clean on Darkest's board. They are not able to become the hero that not just EMEA, but everyone who wants to see a Game 7 needed.
Which means we're
No
crowning
extension.
a champion.
3 players remain.
1438, he gets the golden remover. This isn't the biggest one. The next one is the Radiant item.
2 APAC, 1 C8 region there in CUA. Goes to the east, and so great to see 8 win streak for Title. He's the lowest in XP, but with the highest potential to take it all.
Especially if he's able to reach the next level of that cake. 1,800 stacks is what Title requires. It was his birthday yesterday, but he might be celebrating today with this absolutely massive cake.
Can have his cake and eat it too, maybe, at the end of this tournament, but he's got to face up against this Eldritch Forge of ZUA. This Eldritch Horror is coming in, and it's actually able to smack away at that back
he's on the back line.
The Fiora split is big. Can he take on the Nami? Yes, the double-pronged attack from the Fiora. The Dance of Blades. It's just down to the Bear versus
101.
Snip, snip, but this Bear is absolutely massive. Can the Bear clutch up? No, Title gets the win that he absolutely needed to extend to a 9-win streak, possibly getting closer and closer to becoming the first 2-time TFT global champion.
The setup is perfect. He just needs to get to level 9, get the Morgana in, Witchcraft, Preserver, so huge for everything in the comp. He has so many resources. The plan is set up right now for Title.
And talking about his items, these are actually huge coming in for the Gwen. You don't usually see Gwen play such an important part, but those are perfect items. Mana Zane, Innervating Locket, also has the Magic Shred, which is typically missing in the composition, coming in from that Blighting Jewel.
He's getting so tense.
He's going 9. He's going 9, looking for the Morgana. Any Preserver can work also, or any weak one. Where the Morgana is good enough here, and there you have more Preserver, more frontline. He makes the switch, and now the Rakan will be the frontline for his comp. He switch.
Nora is purchased. Nora pair now as well. Nora 2 could be an interesting upgrade to give that Yuumi into one of those melee carries to have even more damage and survivability in these pivotal next few fights.
Gives it to the Gwen, the champion, the hero that we're talking about. Is Gwen and Boom Boom Cafe finally gonna get a championship here at the TFT Tacticians Crown?
Oh, Sugarcraft versus the Fairies.
Looking at the Gwen, we're looking at the Kalista. The Kalista slowly stacking up these Rage Blade stacks, trying to become the carry. Balm Young spiked so early, a huge win streak, but now we're
in the back, but he's not enough.
Real strongest players in the lobby climbing back up. And the Bard clutch up, he does. Balm Young taken down yet again, now to 30 HP. ZUA also takes a loss on his last life, the last hope of CN.
Title winning it down the stretch, going the entire way, and now he has the Radiant item. I don't quite remember how this one works when you have What the Forge. Oh, you just get another Ornn artifact.
The fish bones. The arcane lore appropriate equipment onto the Jinx there. You love to see it. Title understood the mission.
Really did. Good sneak peek at what we're going to expect to see. Well, exactly after this game, finds the Morgana. That's going to be a huge way to be able to get just a little bit of extra beef into this board. And Title gets the ghost.
Zero, it doesn't look like he's been able to upgrade his board that much. Only a Radiant item onto his Mordekaiser 3 that was the visible upgrade. The thing is, you can't outscale this Gwen. She's 6 Sugarcraft with tons of stats. How are you going to take her out?
It's going to be so tough, but that means on the other side that Balmyeon and ZUA are going to actually be fighting it out. The real player ZUA does get knocked out.
Is taken down. The title will remain in the APAC region. It will be title versus Balmyeon, Korea versus Japan.
And how poetic is this? The two best players from APAC that didn't even need to play the Golden Spatula to qualify for Worlds are now duking it out for the final global championship right here, proving that APAC is without the doubt the most competitive region.
Full threats for Sugarcraft here for title. Balmyeon finding the Thera 2, so he goes for Arcana. That's the cap of the board he was looking for. Different from what we've seen so far.
Do we see the Fiora with the Suspicious Trenchcoat and the Gwen able to access this Kalista maybe a little bit earlier, bypassing the Rakan solo frontline, maybe winning off of that? Does the Xerath come into play there for the Balmyeon, for Fairy, and maybe win it all? Double Shojin gets a big cast. The Eye of the Magus comes out. The Trenchcoat pops. Fiora is now looking for new targets to kill.
Yeah,
the Dance Blades, the fight
is too much.
So
it's too much damage.
Big for title.
There could be Fairy here. This carousel would be huge. 9 Fairy could win it. There's 2 emblems, but no Fairy.
Portal +1, Pyro +1, irrelevant emblems, irrelevant traits in this current 1v1.
Title gets even stronger, and Balmyeon simply has to go for additional defense. Looks like it's good for Title here.
And Title's gonna he's gonna get the 9, the full cake anyway, even if he loses this round.
There's too much HP on Title. You can't take him down in one loss, and he's too strong for you to do so anyway.
Both boards are now showing Title because of how massive he is. It's just, what do you do here? He also has the Gwen 3 win-out condition. Everything is online for a repeat championship to happen.
The Milio 2 was found for Balmyeon. Could that be the difference maker? Title has looked so dominant throughout every single fight in this stage 6. Continues to win streak, 12 win streak now. Look at the Fiora, look at the Gwen, both of the main carries on the Sugarcraft comp. It's just too much to deal with.
He's going to the backline.
The Title has taken it down. Title's done it.
And Title ascends to greatness again as your 2-time Tacticians Crown champion.
He takes Magic and Mayhem. Title does it again. Once again, the GOAT of the APAC region. The GOAT now maybe for all TFT, Clement.
I was so worried when Title actually sat out set 10 when, you know, he won the championship, he didn't go to Las Vegas. I thought we were gonna lose that star, but he comes back again to be the best player in APAC, and now the best GOAT, undisputed champion of our esports.
You can see the emotion on Title's face, realizing what he has just done. He has absolutely made history for himself individually as a player, for his country, for his region. You could not have asked for a better birthday present than this. Winning his 2nd title. My goodness.
Really living up to the namesake. I did not think it could be done again, but here we are, TFT proving that this is not just a game of variance, it's a game of strategy, and you can win.
I just want to say how calm and collected, how killer he was in that final moment, because he actually held on to put the, what was it, the thing that transformed?
Spectral Cutlass.
Spectral Cutlass last after the fight. No chances given whatsoever. We have to do it to the maximum possibility of our board.
We have him here on the back, and in the end, we saw a sigh. We saw a breath from him, inhaling full air, knowing that he actually achieved it. So glad for him. This is so huge for TFT. It's like we're starting to build a faker here. 2-time Tactician Crown winners, Title taking the win. He's the main protagonist. We always saw him like this, and it makes me feel so proud and so enjoyment to have this as our first 2-time champion.
And I really want to highlight the almost deja vu sensation set 9 when Terra Reforged, when Title won. late commitment into his game plan allowed him to play a line uncontested, allowing no one else to really stop him. We saw it back then with the double tome pop later in stage 2. We see it again with the late commitment to Sugarcraft. Not a +1 that you really consider with a silver start to be one that can win a lobby like this.
There were so many strong enemies in this lobby as well. Bamyang with 100 HP streaking all the way into stage 5. The Golden Egg with 2 wins already on stage 4. For him to clutch it out and best all of the rest of the competitors, I think it just shows that TFT is a game of skill. There's decision making, there is patience. You have probability, but that isn't all RNG. You can calculate it, and Tidal found the best possible way amongst all these greats.
Yeah, you can have so many ways to do it, and he did it with Magic. He did it with Mayhem. He did it with the cake, with the Sugarcraft. You would call it out also, David. He was 1 away from the cake, and I want to take a time here also for the audience and ourselves. As you just mentioned, yesterday was his birthday, so 22 years old for Tidal. The 2-2, 2 times Tactician Crown Champion.
It's all coming together. It's either written in the stars or it was written in the script somewhere, and we just didn't get a chance to read it just yet. This has been a phenomenal Tactician's Crown. I cannot believe, I got chills watching that final fight. Almost speechless in a sense that Tidal was able to do it again.
Especially seeing as everything came together little by little, layer by layer. We saw Tidal getting closer and closer to that victory. So many players had their own game plans, which I think were equally audacious, equally, brave, but in the end, Tidal had the unbeatable game plan. Once again, we saw it in set 9. It almost feels like the rest of the players couldn't do anything to stop him from becoming a legendary figure in our esport in TFT history.
And coming into this tournament, we actually had a lot of doubts about Tidal. He had a very, very conservative play style. We weren't sure if it was just the format or was it just his form into it. I think he comes here and makes a statement. I will play to whatever rules you give me. And he's not only transcended across his peers, he's also transcended across all of the different formats of TFT coming in here.
5 times at a Tactician's Crown, and you win 2 out of them? That conversion rate is insane.
He also had 1 second place, so he was very close to getting a 3rd.
In a field now with not just 32 of the best players, but 40 of the best players globally, it becomes even harder to guarantee almost that you're going to become the champion. Tidal, like in this last game, I also love the metaphor here of scaling into this day 3. Day 1, Tidal was not the favorite. YBY1 was dominating. Tidal did not look like even a strong player in this field, finishing middle of the pack. Day 2, 18 more points than he was able to achieve in that day 1. Really increased his form, understood that really what he had to do, with the requirements from him were scaling up as well. And day 3, I mean, the rest is history. What a performance on these 6 games.
Every time the stakes are higher, he gets even greater. So you just said it. Day 1 wasn't amazing. Day 2, 18 more points than day 1. Day 3, he takes it all. So this is what I want. We would love to see from him once again. So I'm sure we have more Tidal in the future.
What if we get another Tidal win?
Oh, it could happen. He's so young, only his 22nd birthday so far. And you look at some of these players like, Robin has a decade on him. So if he continues with that longevity, we could be seeing the faker of TFT really be emerging on this stage. Someone that can propel our esports to the familiar audience, a face to go with the title.
And as a first time, an inspiration to the APAC region, an inspiration to Japan, to their scene as well, and having them now have someone to look up to and to try and emulate when it comes to putting in the work, putting in the hours on ladder in tournament formats, putting in the time to study this game at its absolute deepest level, to see it's not just he played the best lines, he really knows every single combination. That Vanguard Blasters game was really, I think, the first clue into how dominant Tidal would be on this day 3.
Getting absolute chills. And another shout out to Japan just as a region. This is kind of crazy, but if you look at the times that they've been to finals, it's actually only behind other much bigger subregions like CN and North America. For Japan to be in that position, I just think it's it's crazy. They are the 4th largest server in APAC. They're not Vietnam, they're not Korea, they're even smaller than the TW server, and yet they pack such a huge punch.
And we're seeing like a trend here, Clement, because also APAC last year got a lot of players in the finals, and now once again, and also a finalist champion, and once again here with titles. So the region is doing well, is performing on TFT, is growing, and that's what I want to see more in the future.
Let's go ahead and take this moment, though, to celebrate the other players that had to fall for this to happen, because it was a battle and a photo finish to see which one was going to take the Tactician's crown at the end of the day. Congratulations to all 8 players that made this final lobby, and commiserations as well. This was a very, very hard lobby.
We always say that for the CN region, they're trying to go again for the first place, but I think CUA make a statement here. This second place is so amazing for him, and the dynasty of the CN region could even perform even better. So I think there will be revenge also for them, so they will keep coming back strong.
Amazing, but equally bittersweet. Another second place, another runner-up for ZUE. We saw it in Set 10 Remix Rumble. So close to that title. Malala snatching it away in that very last game. Once again now faced up against title in that, that top 3 really with Balmyung as well in the mix.
I actually thought that you were going to mention the other person here. That's YBY1. Also another third place coming into the Tactician's crown. All said though, that is a showcase of consistency. 2 for 2 for both of these players into the top 3.
And I want to give a big shout out to Midfeed, Balmyung, Gear PYM, and Darkest, 4 players that came into the final lobby of this Tactician's crown for their very first Tactician's crown ever. That's gotta feel still like some type of result, some type of pride behind being able to make it here and have to contend with these giants.
It's a breakthrough for all of them, and for someone that is not a breakthrough but it keeps going into the curriculum is for Volta. 4 times here once again, the 5th, and 3 times in the final lobby. He's done it again. He's always so consistent. If we want to find someone that's most consistent, it has to be him. So his performance is so amazing. I had a chance to meet him in person. He's actually a bore in person. I asked him, why are you such a bore? And he was like, bore. That was his answer.
That was his answer, it was just 4.
Yeah, and for Volta, despite the 8th place, I think this is part of the format as well. Since the bad start he had in those first 2 games, he's been playing a very risky first to 8th place style, trying to claw back up that difference that he had already lost in those first 2 games. So again, as you mentioned, so consistent, a player that EMEA respects since very, very long ago, but I think the entire world really is trying to respect at that same degree.
Well, we are finally ready to speak to our winner of the Magic and Mayhem Tactician's crown. We have Title with us on the broadcast, as well as Victor, our translator. Title, first off, I want to say congratulations. What are you feeling in this moment, being a 2-time global set champion winner?
タイトルさん、まず重賞おめでとうございます。最初は今の、2度目のタクティシャンクラウンを獲得できて、今の気持ちを伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、ありがとうございます。ちょっと疲れで言葉が出ないんですが、そうですね、2度目の世界王者になれた、世界初の2度目の王者になれたということで、そうですね、もうとにかく嬉しいです。
First off, I'm a little bit tired and it's hard to pull out any words. But most of all, I'm happy to become the first person to be able to take 2 world champions. And I'm just extremely happy that I managed to pull this off.
A lot of people had you as a favorite heading into this tournament. Did you also have confidence in yourself, and why?
タイトルさんに評価高い人が多くの人数がいたんですけれども、これでもタイトルさん自身この大会出場に関して自身でプレーできたことはできたんですかね。
そうですね。タクシャンクラウンの前のタクシャンカップゴールデンスパチャーの方から好成績を残していたので、今回のタクシャンクラウンにおいても自信を持って臨むことができました。
So before this Tactician's crown, the Tactician's Golden Spatula, I was able to practice a lot of different compositions, and I managed to use them pretty well for this tournament. So I felt very confident going into this tournament.
It's great to see the confidence come to fruition. And we've seen overall just a big improvement from the APAC region. Was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about APAC region's strengths and what the Japan community is like.
特にこの大会にはAPAC の実力の成長は明確には現れてきましたのところで、そこの APAC の強みとそしてTFT ジャパンコミュニティの強みを伺ってもよろしいでしょうか。
はい、APAC 地域の強みは、多数のサーバーがそうですね、一つの地域としてまとめられているので、各サーバーのトップのプレイヤーが一つの地域で集まっているということなので、非常に強い地域なのかなと思います。日本サーバーのコミュニティにおいては、そうですね、トップ層、開発を行っていた八橋さんや、その他チャレンジャーのプレイヤーの皆さんで、日々、お互いのプレーを見せ合ったり、そうですね、互いに高め合うことができる関係なので、それが功を奏したのかなと思います。
First off, the APAC community, because all the APAC regions are put together into one region, so all the APAC players, the top players are put inside one community and they all practice and play with each other, which kind of take them all to the next level. And furthermore, with the Japan community, there's a lot of top players there as well, such as Yatsuhashi, and everybody in the Japan community is such a friendly and really pushing each other to make each and every play better, and everybody is just trying to get better and share information as much as possible.
We could really see that come through with the final lobby being mostly APAC. But we know that there are so many TFT players worldwide that look up to not only your region, but also you, Title, as an incredibly just innovative TFT player and an inspiration. I was wondering if you could, for your final question, tell us maybe what you might want to say to the people that are looking up to you and support you.
最後の質問には、タイトルさんには尊敬されてる、あと憧れの選手にはなっているところにでそこに対してはタイトルさんがそこに人々と今後プロプレイヤーを目指す人たち、そしてファンの人たちにちょっと一言お願いいたします。
はい、そうですね。TFT のプロプレイヤーを目指す方の、そうですね、指標となるよう、特に日本サーバー、APAC 地域、マイナーリージョンでは、プロプレイヤーを目指すプレイヤー自体が少ないので、TFT のプロプレイヤーとして自信を持って、先駆けのような存在になれるよう、これからも精進していきます。
Within this smaller community in Japan and the APAC region, that there is not that many players that are aspiring to become professional players. But also, I want to really tell everyone that to push, and anybody can do it. And last of all, as I will try to keep doing my best to keep being an inspiration for new and upcoming players, and continuing to show that a new level of professional play.
Thank you so much, Title, for your time. Congratulations on your success and win, and happy birthday!
Thank you.
ありがとうございました。
ありがとうございます。
ありがとうございます。
Happy birthday! What a better birthday present!
And I just want to say, I really think that Zeta Division really signed a monster right here just before going to the EWC. They kept a team of Japanese players together, and along with Kaido, Kez, and Taro, who also have a lot of finals experience, we saw those four-man group talk a lot amongst each other and level each other up. One thing that's, I think, really cool about them as a study group as well is they actually do watch a lot of the CN stuff too. I think that's why APAC is so well positioned. It's very close geographically in terms of playstyles all across the board.
And after that interview, I think we're so fortunate for Tidal to be the player to become a two-time champion, not just due to, as you mentioned, Necra, the innovation and the creativity he displayed every time we see him playing TFT, but also I think he's a perfect player as a role model and as someone that's so humble, despite the success, despite the unimaginable levels of success with becoming a two-time champion.
Yeah, it's a story that we already heard with one of the finalists here, Balmion, who was inspired by jaywalking, a previous set champion, to play TFT, and now with this second win, he said it in the interview, I want to be an inspiration for all these players that are to come, so this is a big open path for TFT for the future.
Well, while Tidal may have put us under his spell with this win at the Magic and Mayhem Tacticians Crown, we are going to graduate and go into a new set of TFT into the Arcane. Let's take an exclusive look at what that set has in store.
Whoa. What is it? I want to drink it.
No, guys, we need this for the new set.
Hey Tacticians, and welcome to Into the Arcane, a set that lets you recreate, even rewrite Arcane stories however you want. Play past and present simultaneously, activate unlikely alliances, or maybe even make everyone friends again. I'm Sean, Into the Arcane's lead designer, here to tell you about what we've been cooking up. This is the most Arcane set ever, with a roster full of TFT exclusive Arcane characters, traits that pull from every part of the Arcane universe, and a mechanic that's, shall we say, transformative. First up, we've got a trait we couldn't possibly leave off the roster. They'd come after us if we did. The high-stakes Chem Baron Alliance puts the eek in streak as you stock up Shimmer and get powerful and highly illegal items from the black market. This crew is full of TFT exclusive champs, including our old pal Silco, the backline blitzing Yordle Smeech, the chainsaw-toting tank Remy, and our heavy hitter of a 5-cost Savika, whose robot arm randomly shuffles through abilities, including a flamethrower, extendo punch, thrash, and a tiny chance of hitting a jackpot. You can also pair Savika and Vi with their Pit Fighter trait. Whose Steely Punch hits harder? More of a topsider? Join up with the Enforcers to hunt down wanted enemies. This trait gives bonus damage amplification plus more against wanted enemies. When Enforcers catch an enemy, they'll get even more power. This vertical trait has TFT exclusive characters like Steb, a frontliner who'll sustain himself and his pals, Loris, whose shield blocks for more than just himself, and Maddie, who shares the sniper trait with the Enforcer's top gun, who you've probably already guessed. As the 5-cost for the Enforcers, Caitlyn's ability reflects her leadership and strategic planning, as she calls in an airship to circle the battlefield, barraging enemies with physical damage and dealing even more when an unwitting enemy gets caught in the epicenter. If you'd rather conquer nations than criminals, look no further than Conqueror, which brings Mbessa and the might of Noxus to the Convergence. As your Conquerors rack up takedowns, you'll get to open war chests full of loot. The more chests you open, the more powerful the loot gets, and your Conquerors grow more powerful with each war chest. Everyone's favorite Noxian brothers will kick off your comp as 1-costs, and 4-cost Mbessa will gladly hold on to the riches you've racked up in the late game. In her TFT debut, this Noxian warlord swaps between two stances on cast. The first gives her additional range and damage, while the other gives her the ability to dash to the current target, strike in a half circle, and slice everyone in the radius. So yeah, Conqueror's a lot of fun, and as a large vertical for the set, it's even more fun when you can devote more Conquerors to the cause. They don't even have to be Noxy. Garen and Mbessa are both 4 costs for our Emissary trait, which only activates when you have just 1 or all 4 unique emissaries, each of whom grant different bonuses. Things like attack speed, mana, or an aura of defensive stats. With all 4 emissaries on the board, you'll have achieved Runeterra-wide peace. Just kidding. All bonuses will drastically increase though. Next up, we've got a couple traits for those of you who are in your ungovernable era, starting with Rebels. These blue-haired devotees of a certain 5 cost have traveled from all over Runeterra to give their all to the cause. Upon losing a portion of your team's overall health, their signature smoke signal empowers surviving rebels with things like attack speed, health, or a brief board-wide stun. The rebels' ever-unpredictable leader Jinx alternates between 3 weapons to deal AoE damage with her Flame Chompers, strike and stun enemies in a line with her Zap, and finally fire off a death rocket that deals massive damage to oh so many enemies. It's like the entire board. One last thing about Jinx. Even though she doesn't share a trait with Vi, you can pair up these sisters by using one of our team-up augments, a new type of augment that will bring relationships from the show into the game. And we couldn't forget Echo and the Firelights. Every few seconds, these slippery speedsters dash about the board, attacking while moving and restoring a percentage of the damage they take. Though there are only 3 Firelights, including TFT exclusive Scar, your foes may think there are more with Echo's ability that summons an assault of afterimages. We'll also have traits for the scientists, mad or otherwise, but I'll stick to Piltover's version of scientific progress for now. Harness the power of knowledge with Academy, a trait that plays like Exalted but for items. This one's for the big brains out there, featuring Heimerdinger, a ramping, rocket-firing carry, and Jace, a 5 cost for our Form Swapper trait. The last trait I want to reveal is a bit of a blast from the past, with 3 more TFT exclusive arcane units: Violet, Powder, and Vander. These 3 make up Family, a small splash trait that's a great boost to any reroll comp, because Family is stronger together. There are so many more traits and champs to discuss, but time is short, so I'll pass it to Singapore to discuss a brand new cosmetic type before we wrap things up with a reveal of our set mechanic.
Hey everyone, Theo here. I'm with Tommy, the art director for the cosmetics team, and we're so excited to welcome an entirely new style of tactician to the Convergence. Unbound tacticians give us a whole new way to express champion fantasies and cater to a wider variety of player taste. While chibis are the adorable, humorous, and lovable TFT spins on your favorite champions, Unbound tacticians are the purest embodiment of that champion at the height of their power.
And who better to let loose alongside a new cosmetic type than the loose cannon herself? Arcane Jinx Unbound will hit the Convergence at the start of the set. This new style brings a champion's unique power fantasy into every facet of the tactician, from their emotes to their run or cast animation to their splash art. Every piece will be grounded in the ultimate version of a champion's power, personality, and backstory. The same goes for finishers, where we'll capture a pivotal piece of that character's story in a matter of seconds. In Arcane Jinx Unbound's case, we're reliving an unforgettable scene from the show. Yeesh, I hope everyone's okay.
Anyway, this will be an evergreen tactician type. Who knows, maybe your favorite champion will be next to be Unbound. As for our dedicated chibi lovers, no need to fear. We'll still be releasing new chibis you've come to know and love. In fact, we're going to be releasing more than ever in the future. Roll the tape. With the launch of Into the Arcane, we'll be introducing Chibi Caitlyn alongside her mythic variant, Arcane Caitlyn, and new mythic variants for existing chibis, Arcane Vi and Firelight Echo. Absolute cinema.
And what better place to hang out with all your TV pals than our new Mythic Arena? Ah, the good old days. But this isn't your infallible father's last drop. As the game progresses, this arena transforms not one, but 2 times, celebrating one of the most iconic settings in Arcane as we journey through Jinx's emotions in Season 1. Vander's warm, inviting version won't last long, turning dark under Silco's leadership of the Undercity. Finally, Jinx takes over, putting Powder away for good, and the transformation is complete. Boom!
This arena is for the Arcane fans out there, ourselves included, so we hope you love it. Last, but not least, we have a new Prestige Chibi, one who loves Arcane as much as the rest of us do. Chibi Prestige Arcane superfan Annie.
As the first skin thematic from and by TFT, we decided that our original troubled child would definitely be a superfan of the blue-haired girls. So this chibi and her Chemtectivers is the team's imagined version of Annie, celebrating her Arcane super fandom.
She's definitely forcing Rebel every game.
Alright, I will send you back to the team in LA to walk you through the set mechanic.
Hey everyone, I'm Christy, the UX lead for Into the Arcane. I'm here with Ryan, the design lead for our set mechanic, to talk about how we brought the anomaly into TFT. Every game, at stage 4-6, you'll have a major decision to make. Choose one of your units to enter the anomaly, a powerful force that will transform them for the rest of the game.
Just how they transform is up to you. You'll be able to re-roll transformation options for 1 gold, limited only by how much you can spend. Once you're happy with the effect, place your favorite unit in the hex, and they'll come out with the buff you selected. And probably be fine too. Mostly fine. Now you can only transform 1 unit per game, so choose wisely. This will be a permanent, strategy-defining decision as you head into the late game.
You can send anyone into the anomaly and be able to control, to an extent, how they are changed. Some options offer pretty standard power, tankiness, or utility, while others will have a more specialized, unique effect.
Maybe you'll make Savika an assassin in the anomaly, who'll jump to the backline to unleash randomized and mechanized havoc. Or make your unit a bully, so they can deal increased damage doubled against units with a lower star level. Take Cosmic Rhythm, and your champion will no longer gain mana. They'll instead use their ability every 6 seconds.
Those are just a few options of many, but regardless of who you select to enter the anomaly or what the outcome is, every champion in the set will work with every anomaly. With over 50 anomaly effects on release, there will be thousands of potential game-changing decisions. And with that, we'll pass it back to Sean for a hint on what's next.
That was a lot. But if you feel like something or someone is missing, that's because they are. Like we said in the beginning, Into the Arcane is the place to play Arcane stories, past, present, and future. And this isn't the last you'll hear from us. As the show evolves, so will the set. We'll be back soon with more updates for you on gameplay, the Macau Open, and more. See you then.
Wow, so much excitement coming out of that dev drop, and I'm so excited to be here with one special guest we've got with us in studio, Julian, one of the set designers of Into the Arcane. What does it feel like seeing your set realized on the screen like that?
Oh my God, it's so exciting. We've worked so hard on this. I love the show so much. We love the show so much. And getting to see the final version of everything, it's really been incredible.
Well, I love that you say we, because we also have another special guest that we are very excited to be welcoming to the broadcast as well. You just heard from Sean, and now we welcome Sean into the studio too. Sean, how you doing? How do you feel seeing all of that?
Oh, it's so exciting. You know, we work in secret for so long, and then it's like amazing when it's suddenly out there for people to actually start, seeing, getting excited for, all of that.
I'm so giddy. Every time I look at this, I get so giddy because I cannot wait to be able to play with those units, play with those traits. Clement, there's so much to break down from that.
My favorite game, my favorite show, being married together in one set. I think that is an absolute dream come true for so many players. And I would like to start off by asking both Sean and Julian here, what are the sort of tie-ins we can expect from the show into the game?
So this is the most arcane set ever. That's what we said the goal was, and everything we did, we tested against that goal. We have every character you would expect, so Jace and Jinx and Vi, of course they're all going to be here, but we also have 10 exclusive champions. We're so excited. You know, we were really happy when we made 2 exclusive champions in Inkborn Fables and when we made Nora in Magic and Mayhem, but 10, just so you get every shop will feel a little more arcane. It also means we could represent a much larger vast of factions throughout the show. So the Firelights get a trait, Chem Barons get a trait, Enforcers get a trait. It really just feels like every board is a moment pulled directly from the show.
It's been so amazing to look at all of this. Sean, I'm sure you have thoughts as well after seeing all of this, but I would love to ask as well, kind of what was your favorite lore to build around for this set?
Oh, I mean, there's so many characters that are just so much fun. I really loved the way we brought in elements from all over the show. I think I particularly am delighted by how we brought in Powder and Violet and Vander from season 1. And so you get this dramatic contrast of the adult versions of those characters versus their child selves. I don't know, there's so many things that were fun to work on.
If I could actually jump in here, the tone is very different for us. TFT sets are funny, they're jovial. Magic and Mayhem had so many great traits like bees. We are doing something completely different here. Arcane is a dark, gritty show, and so if we're making a set around Arcane, it's going to be a dark and gritty set. I think the overall high stakes of the set is going to feel exactly like this show. There's a lot of nail-biter moments.
You know, and talking about the set in general, the most important thing I think a lot of people are waiting for are these new set mechanics. We saw a little bit of how the anomaly works on 4.6. Can you talk to us about how impactful anomalies are and what do they actually feel like in an actual game?
So the anomalies are really transformative. It's one moment, 4-6, it's always going to be 4-6, where you're going to be presented with an option and you can either re-roll it or you can put it onto one of your champions. And it can take a champion and really make it feel like your own. These are not items that everyone can build. These are going to be super niche effects at times. So Miniaturize turns the champion into an item. Mini-Me's summons 2 little copies and they all attack at the same time. Laser Eyes gives them laser eyes. Wow. And you put them in the front line and you're just blasting people, staring them down. They really break the bounds of what a TFT champion can do.
Do you think they would be tied down to a certain composition? Because when we first heard it, our first question was 4.6 is a little bit later into the game. You're usually already sort of locked into a specific composition. And the first question from us is, well, am I just rolling for the anomaly that fits my composition? Or is there more chances to kind of pivot?
I think there's going to be a lot of skill expression in the anomaly. You don't want to waste your gold. If you're burning 60 gold looking for the perfect buff, you are not going to have any economy in Stage 5 and Stage 6. And so the best way to play it is to ask, how can I use the board I currently have and find something for the late game? Of course, putting a buff on your carry that makes them a better carry, very straightforward. Same with your tank. But there are also times when a utility one makes more sense. There's one called Dual Wielding. It gives you 2 items the champion would use. Super flexible, just take the 2 items and run. There's another one called Dramatic Entrance, which removes the unit from combat for the first 8 seconds, and then they come in and stun a bunch of units. So you actually want to put one of your tertiary tanks, one of your weaker tanks in, because you don't want your main tank to be gone for the first 8 seconds.
So a lot of flexibility there. Sean, I'm kind of wondering maybe what some of your favorite anomalies were to sort of build around or at least see kind of come to light.
I think Julian named a bunch of the fun ones. I really am excited by how wild we were able to go with them. I think Miniaturize turning a unit into an item was one that when it was first proposed, I was like, that's going to be too far for us to go with this, and we were able to build it. Center of the Universe creates stars that orbit the champion. I think there's just a lot of really fun ones that create really transformative moments in the game.
It's going to be so fun. I mean, you talk about was that maybe a design build challenge you were a little worried about? We ended up seeing how Aurelia ended up performing and how you all ended up working through that incredibly creative challenge. And so is there anything else kind of like that you can tease that you were excited about for Into the Arcane?
We are really proud of Firelight. Fortici, the animation studio behind Arcane, did such a good job creating these long, beautiful trails. And to capture them, we had to get it exactly right. So our engineering team and our art team, we spent many, many months trying to make Firelights feel like exactly they are in the show. You're going to watch Echo dash around and think, yep, that's what Echo does.
And I do want to talk a little bit about the units and the traits that we've heard so far. Now that you've mentioned Firelights here, what is the one for maybe newcoming players? They've only seen Arcane, they're just getting into TFT. What is the newcomer-friendly trait that you would recommend?
Sean?
Rebels and Enforcers are both ones where you're going to have an okay time if you just take every unit with it. We try to make everything a little bit accessible, but I would not point them towards something like Academy or Chem Barons. Stick with Enforcers and Rebels.
We got some really interesting details about some of those traits, though, and so I think that's where maybe we up the skill level a little bit. Where is the skill expression going to come in then if you're going to see some of your maybe top TFT players really get excited about a trait?
So there are a lot of really high skill expression traits in this set. Academy will present you 3 items every game, and you need to find the best way to use them. Sometimes you're going to play selfishly. You're going to say, hey, Ezreal's an AD unit. I got AD items, perfect. And sometimes you'll play selflessly thinking, actually, I think these items could go better on Jinx. Jace is a form swapper, which is a class we have similar to his transformer effect in set 6, but across 4 units. And so deciding, okay, who needs to be a frontliner? Who needs to be a backliner? How do I use these champions? I think Academy is going to leave a lot of expression for players. Also, Chem Baron is our high-risk trait. We are really excited to make a new style of high-risk trait. This one is going to be very different than anything you've played before. It has elements of Underground, but I really think this is going to feel different in the sense of you want to put the items on Chem Barons. They get stronger for every market you skip. And so you have to decide, do I play 3 Chem Baron and keep the items, or do I play 7 Chem Baron for the maximum power?
Well, I think Title's going to be happy to hear about that one because it sounds a little bit like Sugarcraft. Taking a step back, we have some of these really fun traits. I wonder what the design goal for this set in terms of the traits and units really were. It does sound like you're trying to add a lot of build diversity into everything, that every game is going to be different. Is that the goal, or can you guide me through this?
We really wanted the set to feel very grounded in the world of Arcane. So every decision sort of started with how much can we infuse that flavor of Arcane, the characters, the world building into the trait itself. And only at the edges did we really start to piece in other elements that you wouldn't see from the show.
I mean, that's where I get maybe more excited about bringing the conversation back to some of the heroes that we actually got a chance to see in the preview. I mean, so many exclusive Arcane characters are going to be in TFT. Maybe what was your favorite? That we were so excited, like, oh, I cannot wait to turn so-and-so into a TFT champ.
Savika goes through a very transformative moment in Season 2. And she's such a fun character because she has such an interesting arc in the course of the show. And I think all of us, when we saw that moment, we knew she could make a really fantastic 5 cost. We leaned into sort of the slot machine theme really hard. And so every time she casts, there's 3 potential abilities, multiple Jinx mods on top of it, small chance of a jackpot. So just so much can happen. That's a champion that I really fell in love with.
I think Family, the traits with Powder and Violet and Vander also did really great things for us. We love the first 3 episodes. They're almost a perfect movie if you just watch them on your own. And it allowed us to give players their favorite champions at every level. If you are a level 5 player or a level 10 player, Jinx is on your board. Powder and Jinx are both that character. And especially when you play them together and you get to see that transformation, moving items from one to the other, really captures that feel of going from episode 3 to episode 4.
Ooh, I haven't watched the episodes just yet, but I know what I'm going to do once I go back. Yeah, that sounds amazing. I did hear that we have a new kind of augment that sort of captures the idea between these characters in Arcane and their relationships. Can you talk a little bit more about how these will actually work?
Sean?
Yeah, so team-up augments were an answer to... We have all these characters in the show with relationships. that you wouldn't naturally be seeing on a board together. So team up augments were an answer to that, where you take an augment, it unlocks a trait for you, it gives you the champions you need for that trait. And so you have like unique boards that you're getting set up by these team up augments. For example, we were able to bring back Sisters from Gizmos and Gadgets. So there's a reason to put Vi and Jinx on a board together and have them both powering each other up.
That's so exciting. So can you tell us a little bit more about any of the other team up augments maybe that you're like, okay, this is one I had to put together?
I think oh, please, Julian.
Geniuses is Echo and Heimerdinger's team up augments. They are such a fun pair together. Echo's sort of awkwardness around Piltover characters in general, and Heimerdinger's wackiness is such a great dynamic in the show. And Heimerdinger fires a bunch of missiles, and Echo summons a bunch of copies of himself, and you are just blasting units. It's so great to play them together.
That's so
I would
fun to
also
hear.
mention one of my other favorites is one that puts Silco and Powder together and lets us tell the really tragic story of Season 1 through giving a reason to put them together.
I don't know if any of us are emotionally healed from that.
Yeah, at least we can still play Silco in TFT, even if he's not going to show up. Maybe, but when we're talking about augments, there was one big discussion about hero augments that we had from the dev learning article and such. I know this discussion, there has been a lot of pros and a lot of maybe cons about this. Where have the design team landed on kind of the hero augment design philosophy for this set?
So we love hero augments. I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon. But with one-cost champions, we are moving them from gold to silver as just a way of saying, hey, look, you should not be relying on a one-cost into the late game for a gold augment's worth of power. They're still very fun. Singed gets to be similar to his Elements version, where he walks around and poisons everybody, but just with less power budget now. We also think it's a really great way to make characters who don't get to be the star of the show a lot of the time, get to be it every now and then. Vander is a tank in this set, but he has an augment called Gloves Off, where he punches people and sends them flying backwards, and this is some One Punch Man stuff. He deletes units.
I cannot wait to see that actually play out in action. I feel like there's so many unique things that I really want to be able to get my hands on when it comes down to this TFT set. But I'm really interested as well to kind of hear about your thoughts on the kind of skill expression just outside of maybe even making the game easier for new players to get into. We have so many huge Arcane fans that are probably also eager to be able to play TFT. Is there anything else that you might be able to share about maybe ways that you're hoping to make the game more beginner friendly?
So we're going to be trimming the fat in a couple places. Encounters are going to be replacing portals. There's no longer that, oh my god, what are these three options? What do I choose here? Hey, 3 prismatic augments, go. And that's going to be a lot simpler for a lot of players. We are also doing a new item bench. So no longer you have to think, okay, I need to reforge, but I have 8 items on my bench. You have 20 item slots now, and reforgers and removers also stack, which makes it so much easier to manage your items. If you remember in Magic and Mayhem, we made it where every monster round drops a remover if you don't have one. We are changing it now. If you hit a monster round and you beat it, you get a remover. And so by stage 7, you're gonna have 7 removers. And we were only able to do that because of the new item bench.
Oh, so you can fix all of your past mistakes is what we're talking about. I totally understand that. I wanted to ask you about like the most fun positioning maybe that you've seen in the set so far, because that is always, you know, we're at Tactician's Crown. A lot of it does come down to the micromanagement. For those players with fast fingers out there that say this is maybe just a static strategy game, what do you have in store for them?
I think the anomaly is going to really push players into a lot of directions. Sometimes you're not going to have your carry at 4-6, and knowing what to do with that is going to be a real moment of player choice. I also think that there are a lot of traits in this set that really do good things, like Form Swapper we mentioned earlier. There's also an anomaly buff called Assassin. If you love that trait, guess what? It's back.
You can roll for it.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of great choices for players.
Awesome. Well, I think the other thing that we saw in that dev drop was also being able to see a little bit on the cosmetic side of things. You got to talk about these unbound tacticians just a little bit. If you had a bucket list and you wanted to see one become unbound, what would your bucket list be?
Fiddlesticks. I think he's a perfect character for an unbound tactician because, yeah, you could try to make him a chibi, but it wouldn't really feel representative of his character or his power level. I think as an Unbound champion, he'd be really, really cool.
Sean?
Oh gosh, Fiddlesticks is a great answer. I don't know, maybe Scion, I think, is a character who's really fun and doesn't really translate to a chibi very well, but would make a great Unbound champion.
That would be super fun to see. Okay, final thoughts from both of you. I know that everybody is so excited about Into the Arcane, and we have asked you a lot of questions. Wanted to give you the opportunity, though, to share any final thoughts that you are looking forward to sharing with the fans that are eagerly waiting.
Congrats the title. I just wanted to make sure I got a chance to say that. And
Absolutely.
We've worked so hard on this set. We love the show so much. We've poured our souls into this, and I really hope you all enjoy the show, and I really hope you all enjoy the set.
Yeah, I think you can see the passion from so many different teams, all of who really cared about Arcane and bringing Arcane into the game and letting players tell their own stories. And I'm just really excited to see what players do with it.
Yeah, Sean, Julian, thank you so much for taking the time to join us. Thank you for sharing all of those amazing insights onto our next TFT set, Into the Arcane. Cannot wait to see your brilliance on the game itself. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. I think that's going to about do it here for the, Magic and Mayhem Into the Arcane waiting room Tacticians Crown, I think is what's going to happen here. But we want to thank everybody so much for watching the set finale for Magic and Mayhem, and we are so excited to see you in the next set, Into the Arcane.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.